non-stop coverage of the race to White House. Let's begin with the headlines. Who will lead the United States for next 4 years? We might come to know today as polling closes in most centers, including swing state of Florida. Unprecedented security in place as authorities apprehend violence post results. Most of the polling to close by 9 a.m. India time. Trends and results expected to trickle in around that time. Counting may be further delayed in view of overwhelming postal ballots, especially in the states like Pennsylvania, which allow postal votes even after the poll date. Even as America votes, both sides also gear up for a prolonged legal battle. Arranged for battery of lawyers, Trump camp has already declared their intention to question postal ballots, especially in Pennsylvania. And Donald Trump to host the election night party at White House after the polls. Democrat Joe Biden to address the nation tonight.
Well, the polling locations across the U.S. have started closing with the sunset, and as we speak, polling has concluded in several states, including the all-important battleground state of Florida. However, given the vastness of the country divided into several time zones, last polling will close only by 9 a.m. India time. That's still 3 hours to go. First results and trends are expected to trickle in around the same time, but final results are several. Key states, including the battleground state of Pennsylvania, will be delayed as there are overwhelming numbers of postal ballots. So results from Pennsylvania will take some time, and several states allow postal ballots even after poll day if they have been postmarked latest by election day. It will take days or weeks to be counted in some states, meaning a winner might not be declared in the hours after polls close today. National polls suggest a firm lead for Joe Biden in Tuesday's election, but his lead is narrower in the handful of states that could decide the result, which are the swing states or the battleground states. To be elected president, remember that a candidate must win at least 270 electoral college votes in what is called the Electoral College. Each U.S. state gets a certain number of votes, partly based on its population, and there are a total of 538 electoral college votes that are up for grabs on Tuesday. So 270 is the magic number. Any winning candidate needs to reach at least 270 electoral votes for victory. And our battery of experts, domain specialists are joining us now. A power-packed panel. Let's introduce them all to you. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, a former envoy to Canada and South Korea, Foreign Office spokesman, Consul General Shanghai, and a Foreign Affairs specialist now, and former Ambassador of India, Rajeshwari Pillai, Raja Gopalan, Distinguished Fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. And besides that, we also have Sanjay Puri with us, founder and CEO, US-India Political Action Committee. So welcome you all on this action-packed show. A lot of action taking place in the United States. Polls have closed in most states. In a few states, it's very close to closing. So I'll come to you, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Your thoughts at this point in time. The exit polls have just about started coming in. They show the importance that people are placing on the economy. And if I may tell you about what exit polls are saying, and they are issue-based, a third of the U.S. voters have listed the economy as the issue that mattered most to them when deciding their choice for president. So your thoughts on if economy matters so much to the voters of the United States, where are the scales tilting?
Well, the economy has always been a major issue in US elections. This year, it has assumed even greater importance because of the fact that the economy has been badly hit by the coronavirus pandemic. So the two are now interlinked. President Trump's handling of the pandemic is now in question, and voters will be making up their minds on whether he handled it properly, because If he did not handle it properly and it impacted the economy adversely, then naturally his handling of the economy will also come into question. The world's economy has been badly affected, and that is why the entire planet is watching with interest the outcome of the US elections, because what happens in these elections may impact not just the economy in the United States, but also the economy of other countries, including India. And that's why we are up so early in the morning to assess what is happening in the US election.
Right. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, I'd like to begin this morning discussion with a bit of irony. When we started the program, we are talking about the potential legal battles that lie ahead for both Democrats and Republicans, the security that has been heightened. We're talking about United States of America that is presented as a yardstick for democracy and freedom, and such trends being seen even as the last votes are being cast. What has transformed into this land of freedom and liberation, according to you?
Well, you are absolutely right. And first of all, a very good morning. The oldest democracy in the world has thrown up a few surprises. The basic difference that has happened is that the polity has become very divisive. There is polarization, there is a lot of suspicion, there is a lot of angst. And President Trump's presidency has somehow managed to accentuate that divide. And that is the reason why there is so much of tension. There is the acerbicness during the campaign was unprecedented. But fortunately, from all indications so far, the process has been smooth, despite the fears. Now it will all hinge on the election outcome. If there is a decisive mandate in favor of one or the other, things will be smooth. But if it is not, then the bets are off. It can go either way.
Let me now come to Rajeshwari Pillai Rajagopalan. Ma'am, your thoughts on the other issues also that exit pollsters have looked at. So there are two major issues that have once again come up, like we saw during the national pre-poll surveys and the exit polls. A lot of importance being given to the economy as well as handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in the national exit poll, ma'am, what's being said is that 4 out of 10 voters, that is 40% voters, say that they think the effort to contain the virus is going very badly. So 40% are strongly disapproving of the way the Trump administration has handled the COVID-19 pandemic. And what's the mood in the battleground states of Florida and North Carolina? There, 50% said that national response to the pandemic is going somewhat badly or very badly. How do you read this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having, and good morning to all. I think the economy and the COVID-19 have been significant issues. How much ever you would like to discount the importance of these issues, I think it's been very, very critical in the final determination of the voting pattern, in a sense. And the COVID-19 has had a decisive impact, I would say, because I think going by the national polls, but also statewide polls do indicate certain amount of weakness on the part of the presidency, incumbent president, and how his administration has handled, how he himself tested positive, and how things have unraveled in very different ways. So I think there are serious problems on that front. Economy, again, tanking because of the COVID impact. I think that's been that will also remain significant. You can kind of again discount is the economy. If you were to look 1 year back, 1 year ago, how the economy was doing, and 1 year later with the COVID impact, how things are. I think there is a marked distinction from 2019 in that sense. So I think the importance of that cannot be discounted, and how people are going to. And I think it's come up especially because I think there are also some of the, like you said, some of the states that were traditionally very, very Republican are also becoming battleground states. That's it again, an indication that there are other variables that are becoming more important in the final determination of the voting pattern.
Right. Mr. Sanjay Puri, if I can bring you in, I'd like to return to the process of election, which has also been the issue of discussion and concern, the issue of trust in particular. When the running candidates talk about having doubts in the manner in which the election is taking place, particularly concerns about postal ballots, what kind of trust deficit does it also cause in the electorate, in the people who are going out to vote, and in the larger outcome of this democratic exercise in this big election, according to you, Mr. Puri?
So obviously, this is an election unlike any that we need to keep in mind. Look at the campaigning, or look at how campaigns happen in the United States. As you know, you have retail politics, people go and shake hands, do the Iowa, New Hampshire, etc. Then you have conventions. We had virtual conventions. So this has really been a virtual election in many ways. It's something at least I haven't seen in my lifetime, and I hope I don't have to see this again. So the question now becomes is we are in uncharted territory with such a huge amount of votes that have come in from early voting and electronic voting and things of that nature, mail-in ballots. So it's definitely caused a tremendous stress on the system. And then obviously you have both parties posturing, one party saying it's not safe, it's not right, and there needs to be checks and balances. So I view this all as political posturing. I really believe that the American system is strong enough, whether it is cyber or mail-in balloting at the end of the period, whether it's tonight or a few days or weeks, etc., we will have a clear and fair victor in this whole election.
Ambassador Dayal, your thoughts on the two aspects that we've seen, which has created a lot of controversy in this election, because Donald Trump and his team has been talking about what he calls quote-unquote voter fraud. Experts say that this is not occurring anywhere close to the scale that he's suggesting. These are extremely rare instances that have happened in US history. The other side is worried about voter suppression, and that they say is taking place by you have very, very few ballot boxes in those places where there are people of color in large numbers, or there is inefficient postal services there, and so the ballots don't reach, or there are issues around whether the ballots are reaching, whether they're returning on time, etc. How valid are these concerns? How much currency would you give to either side?
Well, you are right in saying that a sort of crisis is developed on account of the concerns which Trump has voiced about postal ballots. He has claimed that the postal ballot route will be misused by the Democrats and that it will result in voter fraud and thus causes defeat. The election authorities, however, have said that there is no basis for this sort of a conspiracy theory. Nonetheless, he has continued to allege that there is voter fraud taking place due to postal ballots. Now, about half of the US states allow any registered voter to vote by post on request. In the remaining states, you have to have a valid reason for voting by post, such as being over 65 or being ill or being away from the state. Now, I may point out that President Trump himself voted by post in the past, such as in the Florida 2020 primary election, as he's a registered voter in that state, but lives in Washington, D.C. So, well, there have been repeated concerns expressed by Trump and the other Republicans, but what is the way out? This election is taking place in the face of the pandemic. There are growing concerns which relate to public health, and therefore many states are encouraging mail-in voting because they cite the need to keep voters safe from coronavirus. They want to prevent large gatherings at polling stations on election day, which perhaps also explains the very high turnout in pre-election day polling that has taken place. So I think that where mail-in voting has been resorted to as the major option, I think it's a good approach. There are some states, I think 6 states, which are going to have all mail ballots this election. I think that's California, Utah, Hawaii, yes, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. Now, as regards the concerns of the Democratic Party that there is a sort of voter suppression, well, there have been some methods adopted to prevent people from coming to cast their vote. I understand that there were some drive-in voting booths where voters were prevented from coming in, or those booths were being closed down. I just read these reports through the media. But that was being interpreted by the Democrats as a step which President Trump and the Republicans were taking to prevent Democratic voters from casting their votes.
Yes.
So the election is mired in a certain degree of controversy, but I hope that by the end of the day things become clearer and we do have a peaceful outcome.
Fair enough. I'm being told that our reporter is joining us from Wisconsin. William Denzelo is with us. Good evening, William, to you there in America.
It's great to be with you.
Okay. So what's the latest as far as a poll update is concerned? Has polling ended there in Wisconsin?
Well, there's about an hour and a half left of polling here in Wisconsin. We don't really have a sense of which way things are going. That's because as the state law is here in Wisconsin, that they don't provide a demographic breakdown of registered voters and whether they lean Democrats or Republicans. So it'll essentially be up to those exit polls and those polls that start to get counted and start to trickle in before we get a real sense of which way Wisconsin is going. So one thing, though, that we can look at is voter turnout, which is seen as absolutely crucial in a battleground state that Donald Trump won by less than 23,000 votes in 2016. We're here in Milwaukee, the biggest city in the state of Wisconsin. Turnout here for the Democrats is seen as absolutely crucial. It is seen as a Democratic stronghold. Dane County, which is home to the state capital, Madison, that's seen as another crucial area for Democrats. They want to see strong turnout there. For Republicans, there are several counties in the region around Milwaukee that will be seen as crucial to see their strong voter turnout. Also important to take a look at more rural areas. Now, of the 22 counties in Wisconsin that moved from Democrat to Republican 4 years ago, 18 of those were in rural areas. So expect that to be a key test to see whether Donald Trump can hold on to this state.
Right. William, while it may be difficult to talk about numbers as such or the trends as of now, but if you can give us an idea about the mood, the sentiment in Wisconsin. Here in India, we've been talking with concern about the potential legal battles or potential for violence that is being discussed in the aftermath of the elections. What is going on? What is the mood there? How are people responding to this exercise?
Well, first of all, let's take a look at the legal battles. Now, in some ways, Wisconsin has already had some of those major fights. Of course, the Supreme Court in recent days ruled that any absentee ballots will not be counted if they come in after 8 p.m. local time, so in about just over an hour's time. Democrats had previously wanted these mail-in ballots to be included, even if they come up to 6 days after November 3rd, if they were postmarked by November 3rd. So that's a key battle that has already gone and passed. The other we'll be looking at is that there is instances in a couple of counties that showed there were some inaccuracies when it came to absentee ballots sent out. That impacted more than 13,000 Wisconsinite voters. So that could be a contentious issue if those ballots aren't being able to be processed by 4 p.m. on Wednesday here in Wisconsin, which is when in those particular counties the cutoff time to register their votes will be processed. So that is another potential legal issue. Now, when it comes to the mood in the state, well, very early to tell. Of course, in Wisconsin, they could only start counting any of these ballots at around 7 a.m. local time. So we're not expecting any results to come in well into Wednesday, if not later on
William,
in the
I
week.
meant
So
mood
it'll
in
be very
terms of
interesting to
why
see just
people
how
are
the
coming
mood
out
changes.
to vote. What are their sentiments when we see shops being sealed to ensure safety? I meant mood in terms of when they're going out to vote and participating in that exercise ahead of the count.
Well, that's certainly less of something that we're seeing in Milwaukee compared to other cities like New York City or Washington, D.C., or even on the West Coast. But there is certainly a degree of concern. This was raised by President Donald Trump when he was in Wisconsin yesterday in the city of Kenosha. He asked the sheriff there in one of his rallies whether he was ready for any potential violence. Of course, there was huge unrest here in Wisconsin after the shooting of Jacob Blake back in August. So there is certainly a huge amount of tension. Of course, this is a battleground state, and of course, in any battleground state, as translates across America, there is certainly a huge amount of tension. This is an incredibly important election in the minds of voters here.
William, it's important that you point out that this is a battleground state. It voted the Democrat in 2000, in 2004, in 2008, in 2012, and suddenly in 2016 it became red. It voted for Donald Trump, but the margin of victory was less than 1%. Many attribute this to the fact that the participation of black voters had sunk in 2016, and that worked in favor of Donald Trump. How is the mood this time around, considering what you've referred to about the social unrest that happened in August? And since then, the momentum has been on, I understand. So have you seen a greater participation of black voters this time around, or have they chosen not to cast their vote? Have they preferred that option?
Yeah, that certainly was seen as a huge issue and a major contributing factor to the Democrats' defeat in 2016. Looking at some figures, what we saw from 2012 to 2016 was a nearly 20% drop when it came to black voter turnout at the polls. That's something that Democrats have been very keen to address. There was a huge surge in black voters coming to the polls here in Wisconsin in 2018 for the US midterm elections, and that push has very much continued here in 2020. Now, you mentioned the events in Kenosha back in August. Now, of course, that has prompted huge calls for more to be done to address racial inequality in the United States. It has also been used very much from President Trump to see as a huge seismic difference between him and former Vice President Joe Biden here in Wisconsin. When Donald Trump has been rallying and talking to his supporter base, he's been saying that a vote for him is a support for law and order. In contrast, former Vice President Joe Biden has said that a vote for him will mean unity here in the state and across the country.
Right. William, we were here discussing about some of the key issues that must have been at the top of the voters' mind in America. And quite naturally, COVID pandemic came right on the top. Now, the two leaders have a different perspective towards the pandemic. One has a strong man approach that the COVID can't really destroy America, we'll be through it. The other one takes a more sort of healing approach that let's be more scientific, let's follow the rules, wear mask and all. When people say COVID is the most important issue for them, what does it mean for the two leaders and their destiny in that manner? All right, we were talking to our correspondent, William. We'll connect with him a little later again. Our host of panel of guests continue to be with us. Rajeshwari Rajagopalan, ma'am, if I can come to you. The fact that we are up at 6 a.m. in India and discussing live the fate of American politics also brings into picture the significance of this election for India. Now, the good thing is that there is a certain bipartisan support that India enjoys from both the Democrat and Republican side, but still, if we get into the specifics, what does it mean to have either of the two leaders occupy the White House, the impact for India-US relations going ahead?
Thank you. I think that's terrific, because I think, like you said, there is a sort of a bipartisan approach when it comes to India. So there is a greater likelihood of continuous and focused attention on India. But I think, having said that, I would still maintain that the kind of attention that we have seen from the Republican administration in terms of the how we manage the Indo-Pacific, how we manage India-US relations, I think historically there has been that a sort of a slightly easier way to deal with India in India-US relations. But I think there are some tricky issues in recent times if there is a Democratic administration that is going to come, whether it is in terms of the developments in Jammu and Kashmir. These are purely internal issues, but how they have had an impact beyond the domestic context, I think that also needs to be sort of a majoritarianism, freedom of the press, whole lot of issues could come up in a sense. These could become irritants in the relationship if there is going to be a Biden-Harris administration. I'm not saying that these are going to spoil the relationship or take down the relationship in a negative direction, but they could have some impact on the overall in India-US relations is going to be there.
Right, and in terms of specifics, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash also meant when we talk about India-US relations, the united fight against terrorism, holding Pakistan accountable for its actions. how does that particular agenda gets influenced depending on whether Donald Trump returns once again or Joe Biden occupies the top office? Ambassador Vishnu Prakash.
Yeah, President Trump has been very upfront about it. He has made no bones about it. He was the first president literally who called out Pakistan, who stopped the assistance being provided, and he has been pretty tough on Pakistan. Joe Biden, I think he is also committed to counter-terrorism measures. The tone may change a bit. Experts believe that he may soften the tone, but the message will remain the same because the US now fully appreciates the challenge of terrorism, knows where it is coming from. They have suffered at the hands of Pakistan because Pakistan plays both sides. So that is how I look at it. And even Pakistan is not very sure of how Biden will react to their country. They only hope that there will be a bit more of balance, and the Pakistanis believe that Mr. Biden may want to have a little more normalcy in the relationship.
Before we discuss other aspects in the India-US relationship, either under Trump 2.0 or Biden, let me bring your attention to what the exit polls are saying on undecided voters and decided voters. Mr. Puri, the exit polls are saying that 9 out of 10 voters have already decided whom to vote for before October, and 9 out of 10 said that they were confident that their state would accurately count votes. How crucial is this aspect of undecided voters, especially in the battleground states, and which side would be wary or banking on undecided votes?
Well, this is really an election where it becomes a referendum on President Trump and his performance. As you said, most voters are talking about the management of the corona. Now, in the battleground states, you also have the other phenomenon, at least in some of them, where wearing a mask has become a political issue. So, the question will become is which sides voters show up. People's feelings have hardened, but it is really going to be who can turn out their vote. And obviously, we are seeing large numbers even before the election in terms of mail-in ballot, etc. But if each of them can maximize their base, the party that turns out more of their base, because really the positions have totally hardened. We are a polarized country. Whoever turns out their base is going to really win this election.
Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, sir, in the same context, what has been making news ahead of the election day has been the early votes, the postal ballots that had come in. And as against the postal ballots, which seem to indicate a support for the Democrats, there is also this category of shy Trump supporters. How do you see these two groups? And is there a way to measure? Because as Mr. Puri said, it could be a referendum. Really, this election could be seen as that on Donald Trump. So in that context, how do you see these two groups, the postal votes that have registered a record and the shy voters who one doesn't know in terms of numbers and when they turn out?
Well, first of all, let me say that any election where the incumbent is contesting becomes a referendum on his performance. And this election, as Mr. Suri has pointed out, is particularly so, because the manner in which President Trump has handled important issues like coronavirus, the economy, racial issues, all these are really right there in the front. And as regards the whole issue of postal ballots, I guess in the present context, when the United States has been so badly affected by COVID-19, there was no other way but to let people vote by postal ballots. Now, President Trump, of course, has been repeatedly voicing concerns, but
Ambassador Dayal, please hold your thoughts. We're getting a live input from the United States. Ira Spitzer is joining us from San Francisco, California. Good evening to you, Ira, there.
Good evening to you. We are here in the San Francisco Bay Area where polls are open for another 3 hours. Now, of course, as we're hearing there on the program, many states in the United States have now stopped voting, but that is not the case here on the West Coast. However, more than 10 million Californians had already cast their vote before Election Day even started, with a real focus on early voting and voting by mail here because of the coronavirus pandemic, as well as a tradition of voting by mail in the state. So the outcome of California's 55 electoral college votes, not very much in doubt. President Trump was trailing Joe Biden by about 30 points headed into the day. So we are expecting those 55 votes to go for Mr. Biden, but certainly a tremendous amount of drama here at the polls as people start to look at the rest of the country, at the results coming in for this extremely contested, dramatic, consequential election.
You're right. The media has already started giving out the trends. One of the media channels are saying that Biden has won Massachusetts, Biden has won New Jersey, Trump has won Oklahoma, Biden has won Rhode Island, and results are in for Virginia, West Virginia, South Carolina, Maryland, Connecticut, Alabama, Illinois. What are you picking up? I mean, it's changing very fast. It's early days yet, it's early time, but what would you say is happening? I mean, we've just started getting these so-called trends and projections.
Absolutely, a lot to unpack here with these initial results, and I don't think we can really make any predictions based on the states that are breaking in different directions. We haven't seen any state, as far as I am aware, go significantly against the polling that we've seen, nor have we seen the results from swing states such as Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, and those really and a few other states are the states where this presidency will be won or lost. So I don't know if it's too early to call this election to say that much about the trend, but that's all going to change in the coming hours. However, it should be said that the vote counting process is significantly different this year because of the vote by mail process. So we're likely not to have a winner by the end of tonight.
Right, Ira, a little bit more on the voter turnout. You know, what's been making news, as you also mentioned, the postal ballots, the early voting. What about the regular voting on the election day? How's been the turnout? How does it compare with the early voting?
Right, well, in the states across the country where we have seen the turnout numbers, when you combine the early voting numbers with the in-person numbers as they are available, it does appear that this is going to be the election with the largest turnout in modern American history. So that is certainly something that could very much alter the shape of the race. We don't know exactly what effect that may have on the eventual result, but it does appear that this is a much different election from what we had in 2016, where turnout was not what it appears to be in this 2020 election.
Ira, you're aware that elections are also on for the U.S. Congress, and California sends 53 people to the House of Representatives. What's the mood that you're picking up there? Is it, again, reliably Democratic? Because you are aware that Democrats do hold control over the House, and this would be extremely important for Democrats, isn't it?
Right, absolutely. Well, right now, the Democrats control the House of Representatives, but the Republicans, the party of President Trump, control the Senate as well as, of course, the presidency. So the real hope for Democrats here is to not only retake the executive branch, the presidency of the United States, but to also control the legislative branch, and to, I think they believe they need to flip 3 Senate seats in order to, and the presidency, in order to have the majority there. So the state of California, there are no competitive Senate races, but as you mentioned, certainly a number of House races, and those are not all Democrats favored to win, despite the fact that this is a blue state. It really depends on the region of California. California, a very large state, the most populous state in the country, so really a very important state when you look at the overall power in the U.S. Congress because of the large population here.
Right. Ira, if you talk about the two leaders, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, much is said about how this election looks like a referendum on Donald Trump's policy, and much of Biden's promises are about undoing what Trump has done, healing the perhaps quote-unquote damage done by Donald Trump. If you talk about the perception of the people that you've spoken to, the voters, broadly, how do they look at the two personas who are contesting against each other?
Well, the people that I've spoken with here in Northern California have been almost exclusively voting for Joe Biden, which would make sense when you look at the voting trends of cities like Oakland, where I am now. And the criticism of Donald Trump really goes everything from on a policy level, sort of some of the many steps that he's taken to deregulate various sectors, causing environmental damage, to, of course, the rhetoric and the divisiveness. That is something that Joe Biden has really staked his campaign on, is this return to greatness, or to at least normal politics, where America can regain what he says has been its lost moral standing in the world because of the rhetoric from Donald Trump. So that's, of course, had a big effect on people who, especially those who are voting for Joe Biden, wanting to return to some dignity to American politics. But on the other hand, President Trump's supporters, they certainly like the president's style. I think they've shown that over the past 4 years, and also bringing him into office. They like the fact that he does appear to stand up to his opponents in a way that really was unusual in American politics. So this election, a referendum, both on policies, but also just on character.
Ira, very quickly, if in 10 seconds you could answer this for us. Is it going to go down to the wire, especially in Pennsylvania? And how long before we can be reasonably sure? Could it still be days and weeks, like many analysts are anticipating?
Well, I can't tell you for sure. I hope it will not be weeks, just so we can all have an answer soon, but I would not expect to see any results in Pennsylvania by the end of the day, if it's in any way a close election there, given the vote counting process.
We are, of course, discounting the possible legal battles ahead as well. Ira, thanks very much. Appreciate you joining us with all those inputs from San Francisco.
And we're getting news that Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden has tweeted, as polls have started closing, Democratic presidential candidate Biden has appealed to voters to stay in line to exercise their franchise. Biden tweeted, if you are in line at your polling place before it closes, you are able to vote. So it's an appeal to voters to ensure that they come out in large numbers, even on polling day, and polls are in fact coming to a close. It's just a matter of a couple of hours before all polls close. Most states have already seen a close as far as polling is concerned.
That's a tweet appeal coming in from Joe Biden. And our panel of guests continue to be with us. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, so if I can come to you. Joe Biden's tweet, now he's been apparently tweeting more frequently than Donald Trump in this election. We talk about the persona of Joe Biden when we say that these elections seem to be a referendum on the performance of Donald Trump. So is that an advantageous space for Joe Biden? What does he bring unique to the table for the voters, if I may ask you that? Much of it, as we were talking to the correspondent, much of his promises seem to be in reaction to what Trump has done. Most of what he says has damaged American values.
You're right. A large part of the criticism of President Trump is that his behavior, his utterances have been sometimes quite outrageous. As far as Joe Biden is concerned, he's a veteran politician. He's been 2 terms vice president. He's been a senator of long standing. India has had a long experience of interacting with Joe Biden, of course, also with President Trump now. And I have been repeatedly asked this question in recent weeks as to who's going to win. And my response has been generally that what is more important is what will be the impact of the election outcome on Indo-US relations. Now, if you recall, Vice President Biden, candidate Biden, had in recent months taken up positions on issues like CAA, Jammu and Kashmir, which showed a lack of sympathy for the stand of the Indian government. And repeatedly, these were pointed out to me that this would indicate that he would be unfriendly. But my retort was that whatever he said in regard to these issues, he did it as part of electioneering. If he becomes the US president, he's bound to be more practical and show much greater understanding, because working closely with India has become an important aspect of US foreign policy. Now, let me mention, earlier in your show, there was a reference to the historical perspective. The historical perspective is indeed very important, yes, because history is a great teacher. Let me mention that in 1978, Jimmy Carter visited India, and then for 22 years, there was no visit by a US president to India. Then Clinton visited in 2000, George W. Bush in 2006, Barack Obama in 2010, and again 2015, and then Donald Trump in 2020. So while for 22 years there had been no US presidential visit to India, suddenly in 20 years there were 5 visits. Now, US presidents don't go visiting a country unless they are seeking to foster closer relations.
Yes.
And my analysis gives a clear demonstration that in the 21st century, India has acquired a lot of importance for the US. So whether Trump wins or Biden, I think Indo-US relations will continue to strengthen as they have been doing in the last couple of decades, because both India and the United States consider each other as strategic partners.
Absolutely. Let me bring our viewers up to speed with what various media channels in the United States are saying. The first races have been called for Trump and Biden as polls close in Florida as well. Remember, Florida too is very important. It's a bellwether state, and wherever Florida votes, usually the United States votes. And except for one instance, Florida has voted where the US has voted. So it is a bellwether state. There the polls have closed. Besides that, we still don't know about the battleground states. The polls haven't been called there as yet. So that's the latest update coming in as far as trends and projections are concerned. Not many surprises so far, because battleground states haven't been called as yet. Well, you know, on the India-US relationship, if I may take your views, Ms. Rajagopalan, would you agree that there is bipartisan support in the United States for a strong India-US relationship, and India would not be unduly wary about either Trump 2.0 or a Biden presidency, because India would be reasonably sure that things would be in continuity going forward?
Absolutely. There is a bipartisan approach to India, and I think therefore India does not really have to worry about whether it is going to be a Trump 2.0 or if it's a new Kamala Harris administration. But having said that, I think I would also mention that I think there have been some tricky issues that have come in the way, which could become some irritants. I'm not saying that this is going to set back. It's going to be a setback for the relations. For instance, the media freedom in the country, or the sort of a majoritarianism and kind of such kind of trends could be an irritant in the relationship. So I will not rule out these will come up as, you know, some speed bumps. But I think overall the China factor, for instance, and the COVID-19 situation have helped India and the US get even closer in a sense. And I think so there is going to be a greater likelihood. In fact, during the entire campaign days, you kind of saw as to how both Trump and Biden were kind of trying to see who is even harsher on China, who has a more hardline policy on China. And the fact that even I think that the overall, I think that Indo-Pacific focus and the China factor, and of course the COVID-19 pandemic and the need for reviewing and revising the multilateral institutions and kind of things, I think those are very appealing to both India and the US, and both are on the same page. So the China factor and the COVID certainly have put the relations back on a strong wicket, even if there are going to be some tricky issues from time to time if it is under a Biden administration.
Right, a quick update. We can see a Democrat lead in the big state of Texas. as we speak. The numbers, of course, are still to be revealed, but Texas there showing the blue shade. Moving forward, Mr. Puri, earlier we were taking a perspective on India-US relations, particularly in the context of the fight against terrorism. Now, some unfortunate incidents across the world have happened in the run-up to these elections. What happened in France, then there's been a terror attack in Vienna. How do these incidents play on the minds of the voters? Because as we discussed earlier, Donald Trump does present a very no compromise sort of position on action against terrorism, and on that front there is sort of more equated stance between India and United States represented by Donald Trump. How do you see it?
Well, President Trump, at least the persona, as you said, he presents as a tough line stance against ISIS and terrorism, and even internally his point of view when the protests happened was law and order. So if you see all the signs and billboards of Trump are about law and order. So that's the approach that he has taken, and he will continue. If he wins a second term, that's what he will take. It's unfortunate what's happening in Europe, and it does play, at least even though there are other bigger issues like COVID-19, economy, and other racial justice, etc., on the minds. But people do look at those news and say, hey, this could also happen in our country, even though we have been lucky so far with, at least for a period of time. So I think those do present, at least to some undecided voters, in terms of law and order, fight against terrorism. Those are clear choices.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Puri, Shubhendu just told us that one of the channels is saying that the Democrats are leading in Texas. Texas is extremely important. It has the second largest number of electoral college votes after California. California at 55, Texas at 38, no less. So Texas has always voted Republican, and if there has to be a swing from Republican to Democrat, and Texas being a battleground state, not a battleground state, but potentially a battleground state, then this could be big news.
We're looking at a 56-42% Joe Biden, Donald Trump contest as of now, the numbers that stand.
And we saw the intimidation tactics as well from the Donald Trump camp, which the FBI said would be investigating. All that happened in Texas.
Well, I would be a little careful. Texas is a pretty big state, just so that you understand that votes come in. When you look at the cities, when you look at Austin, when you look at Dallas proper, and some of those Houston, the city downtown, there are big chunks of votes come in. Those are Democratic strongholds. So it depends where the votes have come in. Again, just like California, Texas is like huge. It could be a country by itself. So it's just like Florida. Vice President Biden was leading, and then now you have President Trump, who is the head. So, Texas has historically voted Republican. If President Trump doesn't win Texas, which again, as I said, it's a pill, he does not have a part to the presidency. It's pretty much there. But as I said, right now, even though Texas has changed, and I would say it is changing significantly with a large Latino vote, a suburban vote, and you start looking at Austin and others, a diverse population. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in Texas.
Right. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, talking about Texas, it also has a sizable Indian American population, and many there say that the weather in Texas is quite similar to the weather that you see in north of India. The summers, the winters are quite extreme. How do you look at the significance of this small percentage Indian Americans, but their influence, they say, is greater in America? How do you see in these polls? Traditionally, we've seen the Democrat getting the advantage from them, but they seem to have been charmed by Donald Trump also in the recent years. How do you see their significance in these elections?
The Indian Americans are about, voters are about 1.9 million. And they are the richest immigrant community. They are politically quite active. And in fact, the interesting trend is that in recent years, both under Obama administration and more in the Trump administration, Indian Americans are occupying key positions. They are becoming more visible.
That's right.
Now, their numbers being what they are, they can swing the election one way or the other in some of the battleground states because the margins of victory are quite thin. And that is where their role comes in. They have traditionally been voting in favor of Democrats. This time also, about 70% plus of the Indian Americans are likely to vote a Democrat, but certainly the interest in the Trump presidency and in President Trump for all that he stands vis-a-vis India has gone up. But traditionally they remain Democratic, and that is what is likely to continue. If I may, I would like to touch upon a couple of other aspects also that we were discussing about the electoral system in the US. Interestingly, US, which is the oldest democracy, does not have an election commission. And every state is literally has its own rules, own regulations. So you have some states who do it one way, some do it the other, some do it absolutely differently. Even the shape of the ballots look different. And to add to the complications, in 2013, the Supreme Court allowed the states to change voting procedures without judicial oversight. So it presents a very interesting or a complicated cocktail where in one state you can have voting start early, counting early, one state may not allow it. And that adds to further complication and confusion and interest and excitement, if I may, in the process, electoral process that is unfolding.
Mr. Rajagopalan, you're talking about exit poll trends and projections. Well, they're all based on in-person voting, I understand, because mail-in ballots haven't been counted in many states. So it would be inaccurate to call the polls right now because a lot of the mail-in ballots are yet to be counted. In most states, you count the in-person votes first and mail-in ballots later. So whatever is being counted currently would be in-person votes in most states. So calling the election at this point in time would be a little too early, isn't it?
Absolutely. And unless there is a decisive sort of a trend in one direction or the other for one candidate or the other, it's going to be very, very difficult to call in the elections, because I think the one is the mail ballots. I think in some states it's going to be counted. It's going to take another few days to finish the counting. So I think it's too early to do this calling business for sure, and who's the sort of a winner, so to say.
Also, if I may add here, there is a view that early voters have gone predominantly in favor of the Democrat camp, that is Joe Biden, whereas those who had made a last day rush for voting would predominantly be in Donald Trump's favor. So could the projection totally change by the end of maybe tomorrow, because maybe the first 24 hours would focus on in-person voting and the next 24 hours on mail-in ballots, and the picture changes after 24 hours.
But even today, there is a large number of Republicans and independents who have come out voting. So again, not very sure that all of them are going to vote Republican in a sense. So it's very, very difficult to determine what's going to be the outcome, which way it is leaning in a sense. And
what I'm asking you, if projections can dramatically change after 24 hours.
Absolutely, it can change in significant ways. And even going by the early numbers, you're not sure which way it's going to go. Whether it's Florida, for instance, it looked very quite in a sort of a pro Biden, but it's kind of a very it's a little touch and go in a sense at this moment. So it's very difficult to say which way it's going to lean in a sense.
Right, and again, some glimpse into how the polling is coming along. Bellwether state of Florida, it goes in, it is going towards the Republican. There's a steady lead Donald Trump is maintaining of about 2%. Donald Trump, Republican, at 50.3% of the votes. Joe Biden has 48.7%. So we'll have to see how that proceeds. With Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, if I can come to you. When we talk about the polarizing elections that these have become, there are many levels and types of polarizations that have taken place in the recent times. If I particularly talk about the Black Lives Movement, the incident of violence against people of color, the black people in particular, and the manner in which, not the black people versus the administration, but how the American society at large also seemed divided. There were citizens, people who came out in support and against the Black Lives Matter movement. Such polarizations, how deeply do they sort of represent the racial problem that America has had, and how do they play out in elections as important as these?
The racial issue has always figured in US presidential elections. This time, because of, first of all, certain developments that have taken place, certain incidents, and to some extent because of the utterances of President Trump, the racial question has come into sharper focus. The aspect of violence is in very, very sharp focus. It's a matter of concern. I have seen video footage of the walls around the White House being barricaded. So there are great fears that violence may break out. New York has taken a lot of measures against such violence. So I am concerned, yes, that racial issues and violence may figure. It should not. I hope that there is going to be a peaceful process. Either President Trump will continue and the Democrats will accept defeat, or if the Democratic candidate wins, President Trump will accept defeat, though it doesn't seem very likely that this will happen. I would also like to briefly touch upon a point made by Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, my dear friend, regarding the fact that in the United States, the states govern the election process, even as regards federal elections, including the election of the president. And there is no such election commission as we have, which runs the entire election machinery. But interestingly, there is a body called the Federal Election Commission, which is an independent regulatory authority and whose purpose is to enforce campaign finance law. Unfortunately, this body is very often not able to meet because it can't complete the quorum. And I read sometime back in May that there were 350 outstanding matters, which is a very, very large number on the agency's enforcement docket. So it is quite toothless in that regard, and the states really decide how an election is going to be conducted, including that of the US president. That is why there are so many divergences. That is why there are so many questions raised about postal ballot and other such issues, because some states make it mandatory, some states allow, and some states make it difficult. So various aspects of the election process are left to the states.
Ambassador Dayal, hold your thoughts. We're getting a live input now. Kate Fisher is joining us from Washington, D.C., and she tracks Trump very, very closely. Kate, projections, trends fast coming in, and quite interesting at that, because 49.8% is the kind of popular vote projection for Donald Trump. That is just 0.1% less than what's projected for Biden at 49%. Things are changing by the second, if I may say, and the toss-up states are looking quite interesting as well. Texas so far going in favor of Biden, North Carolina also going in favor of Biden, Ohio also going in favor of Biden. So a lot happening there. What's the sense that you are picking up? I mean, is it likely to be what we've thought it would be from the pre-poll surveys, or could there be a large stage upset that Trump managed last time around in 2016?
It is really a little bit too early to say about that. Certainly you're right, there are some promising results for Joe Biden in places like Ohio. But Florida, which is a state that Donald Trump has to win if he wants to stay in this race, he is actually looking a little bit better there than some of his team had hoped. There's a county, Miami-Dade County, which went more strongly for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Joe Biden is not performing very well there, and Donald Trump is doing much better, which is at the moment swinging Florida in the direction of Donald Trump, which will be making him very happy as he watches these results come in the White House here behind me. But of course, Florida is just one state, and it doesn't necessarily mean that Donald Trump is going to be picking up the votes across the rest of the country. As you say, places like Ohio, Donald Trump trailing Joe Biden in the returns we're getting so far from there. That's good news for the Biden camp. But we really do need to know what's going to happen in Florida, because if Donald Trump was beaten there, it's kind of game over for him. So he is going to be really happy that he is still holding on there, and he'll be hoping that Florida is projected soon so that he feels a bit more confident.
Right, Kate, good evening. Now, it is quite tricky to take on someone like President Donald Trump, because someone says this election I either win or I go to the court. But in such a stance, how are people, how are his supporters, how are Biden supporters looking at this election when this particular almost threat of a legal action looms large on this election?
Absolutely, and that is something the Democrats are concerned about. Donald Trump has repeatedly said that he doesn't believe in the idea of counting votes after Election Day. He thinks it's silly and that you should be able to declare the winner on the election night. Well, in fact, never in America are all the votes totted up on election night. There are simply too many of them. Yes, people get a good sense. The projectionists working at news organizations tot up all the data, tabulate it, and make a projection about who is going to win. But the actual votes are not counted. All of them are not counted on the day. So it's perfectly normal and perfectly legal for these votes to be counted after Election Day. Yet Donald Trump has been trying to perhaps sow the seeds of doubt about the legitimacy of the vote ahead of today. I guess perhaps in case he doesn't win, it's a way for him to try to use legal means to challenge the result of the vote. So yes, particularly we're looking at Pennsylvania for that, because there is a law in Pennsylvania that allows the votes to be counted for 3 days after Election Day, which would give them till the 6th of November to count them all, as long as those votes were postmarked by today. And that is one of the places that if Donald Trump is not looking like he's doing well in Pennsylvania, he may well get his lawyers to launch a legal challenge over that.
Georgia is another state where there has been a lot of focus in a long time. It's voted for Republicans. It was expected to be a potentially a swing or battleground state this time around, but we see the lead that Donald Trump is enjoying even in Georgia. You would remember that he'd gone to Georgia as well during his campaign. So how important is Georgia in the overall scheme of things, and would it be more a matter of pride for Republicans to retain this?
Yeah, if Georgia does flip to Democrat, it will be massively disappointing for the Republicans, because it is a long-term Republican stronghold. But the Democrats have been doing a lot of work in the state to get out the vote, to particularly amongst African-American communities, going to speak to them, getting them to register to vote, because traditionally they have been very underrepresented in all election campaigns in Georgia. So it will be interesting to see if that work, that grassroots work has made a difference for Joe Biden, and will be worrying to Donald Trump. If he doesn't win Georgia, this is another state that he really does need to hold on to if he is to retain his place in the White House. If he was to lose Georgia or to lose Florida, things would be very difficult for him.
Right. Kate, now Washington looks quite lovely. It's lit. We can see it behind you. Tell us about the mood on the ground. The sealing of shops, barricading around the White House. Security concerns have been high. How does that show on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a strange atmosphere at the moment because there's music playing, people have been dancing and singing. There's been quite a jubilant atmosphere, really, amongst all the journalists who are here as well. But if you look around, all the shops have been boarded up. The hotel right by the White House, the church have got railings out there. The entire White House compound has been surrounded by fencing, which is highly unusual. You know, until this presidency, it was easy to, there was access right up to close to the White House, and in years gone by we'd have been able to be standing in the park in front of the White House. Instead, we are out on this street away from there because the president is concerned about security. I think following the unrest, the racial protests of the summer, where this part of Washington DC saw a lot of protesters come here. We are standing on a road that has been renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza to commemorate those protests, if you like, and to the mayor of Washington DC standing in solidarity with the protesters there. So ever since those protests, there have been fences up around the White House, and now the rest of Washington DC, who is concerned about repeats of that unrest because of potential results in this election, have taken security precautions here as well. So at the moment things feel peaceful and happy and there aren't any issues, but everybody here is prepared.
Yes, and if you're looking at Michigan, Kate, then Michigan, we know, has 16 electoral votes, and it voted for Democrats in 2000, and then again Democrats in 2004, again Democrats in 2008, again Democrats for 2012. But Donald Trump pulled off an upset last time around, winning this, and now the trends are showing him ahead in Michigan as well. And this was seen as a battleground state this time around, considering the upset that he'd pulled off last time. Good news, some heartening news coming in for the Donald Trump camp as of now, with the polls showing him in the lead.
Certainly, he'll be delighted to see those coming back. Michigan is one of those states that he is desperate to retain. Traditionally, as you say, it was a Democratic stronghold. A lot of white working class voters there who would traditionally be Democrats, but that was all changed by Donald Trump in 2016. And of course, famously, Michigan is one of those states that Hillary Clinton kind of assumed she would just win, and she didn't really need to put a lot of effort into. And clearly, that was one of the reasons that she did not win the presidency in 2016, because Donald Trump took all those voters away from her. But his majority there was pretty slim, and Joe Biden's doing a lot of work to flip it back to Democrat. And although these early votes suggesting that it's going well for Donald Trump, that is quite possibly because that is the Republicans, the result of the Republicans who have voted in person today at the polls, showing initially a good turnout for Donald Trump. It's not necessarily including the postal votes and the early votes that were cast in Michigan. They may still need to be added, and it's likely that they will be more favourable to Joe Biden. So I think it's really too early to say, and too early for Donald Trump to be celebrating over Michigan just yet.
Absolutely too early for any of the contenders to celebrate as far as battleground states or potential battleground states is concerned. You've put it very well. Thank you, Kate. Pleasure, and appreciate you joining us. So that was Kate giving us an idea about how things are in various battleground states, including Florida, Michigan, and others. And we continue our discussion with a panel of guests. Mr. Puri, your thoughts on the way it's playing out in the battleground states. We are saying it's too early to call the election because things may change dramatically after 24 hours, but all these states are extremely important. Florida, Michigan, and Republicans doing quite well there.
What's surprising to me, I mean, Florida, obviously, he had to have, now he's moved his residence to Florida, so that's his home state. And so he should win his home state, and obviously he needs it. But Ohio is where I'm a bit surprised, because as no president has won the presidency without winning Ohio. And Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania voters, it's that whole area that are very similar. So Ohio is pretty important for him, and it's Ohio and North Carolina which are really standing out right now. So let's see. I mean, as I said, things come in pockets and bunches from cities, which are Democratic strongholds, rural areas, which are Republican strongholds. So, but a little bit of a surprise in Ohio so far.
Right. Rajeshwari, Rajagopalan, ma'am, if you look at the projections in terms of electoral votes, because that's what counts at the end, Biden has a slim lead. It's 44 to 42 is what we're looking at, combining the sources that are presenting the news. Biden at 44 electoral votes, Trump at 42. If it indeed turns out to be a nail-biting close finish, who holds the edge in such a case? We've been discussing the manner in which it seems like a referendum on Donald Trump. Biden seems to be taking advantage of perhaps the public anger on Donald Trump related to COVID and related issues. In a close fight, who do you think has an edge between the two?
Yeah. No, I think at the end of the day, I think that whoever holds the highest number of the electoral votes, electoral college votes, will be the one to make it into the White House. The percentage of so in that sense, I think it'll take some time, but I think it's going to be fairly clear in a sense as to who's going to make it there. But looking at some of the early trends, it's still not very clear, because Florida, one thought that it might be leaning towards the Biden Harris, but I think that is not really true at this point of time, at least. So there are some surprises that are being thrown out there. So it needs to be seen how this is going to play out. Texas was the other state that was seen to be, again, now it seems that Biden is doing fairly okay there. Florida, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Texas, Georgia. I think these are some of the crucial states that we need to wait it out and kind of see. And Texas and Georgia in particular, because I think both were Republican states in that sense, and how they finally turn out to be. And if Biden is able to flip Texas, I think that will be a huge takeaway for him. But otherwise, some of the elections that have been already called, I think there is no surprise there, whether it is in terms of the some of the what we have so far is Vermont, New York, and so on and so forth. I think there is those won't be really New Jersey coming out, and kind of think that none of those are really surprising out there. But I think the surprising turn has been Florida in some sense, because I think there was quite an expectation, and I think that's where the Latino votes, for instance, you can't take it as it's not a single monolith in a sense. There are, for instance, the Cubans vote very differently, the Mexicans vote very differently. The Cubans are rooting so much for President Trump, I think, because especially given the manner in which the Obama administration reached out and opened out with the Cubans in a sense, and therefore the Latino vote is not a unified bloc. Each of them voted very differently. Venezuelans vote differently. Mexicans vote differently. So it's too early to kind of say how that's finally going to pan out. But I think going by the early trends now, I think Florida looks a bit tough for Biden in a sense.
Absolutely. There seems to be a shift in Latino votes, like you're saying, more towards the Trump camp than Biden. This is happening in Florida, this is happening in Ohio, and this is happening in Georgia. Remains to be seen find the final analysis how it turns out. But Ms. Rajagopalan, one more question to you on the issue of faithless electors, because we've seen that in at least 5 presidential elections to date, there have been winners who've won more in electoral college votes, but less in terms of popular vote. We saw that happening in 2016 as well. There was some anticipation that this could happen in 2022. But what finally matters is the number of votes that a particular candidate gets in the electoral college. So in that particular scenario, how much of a headache is the issue of faithless electors? Because electors are always pledged to one candidate, but how they vote is something which, can go either way. And there is the issue of faithless electors who pledge for one candidate but to vote for another candidate. There have been 165 instances to date. Last time around, there were 10 faithless electors who voted against Trump, but never have these faithless electors been able to change the course of an election. But nevertheless, Would all eyes also be on what really happens on the 14th of December when these electors vote for the president?
Absolutely. I think it's yeah. I can't say with kind of thing, but I think that it's fairly clear that it is going to be like you said. It hasn't had a determining effect on the outcome of the elections, but I think they still play an important role in how the elections are playing out. The role the elections will the final results will play out in a sense. But I think as of now, I think difficult to kind of say for sure if they will have a much more deterministic voice in determining the outcome.
Right. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, much of the focus is on the presidential elections, but as we mentioned earlier, the House Senate votes are also taking place today in the US. The concluding, there seems to be an edge in the House of Representatives for the Republicans. How significant are these elections in the larger system of administration governance in America? If you could simplify it for our viewers. The President, House of Representatives, Senate, how do they share the power?
Most certainly. At the moment, the Democrats control the House, yes, and the Republicans control the Senate. To transact the agenda of an incumbent quickly, successfully, their preference, their desire will be to control both the houses in the Congress. It is believed that if the Democrats manage to wrest 3 seats from the Republicans, they can then control the Senate. And it's generally, at least the wisdom till now was that the House of Representatives or House will again be back with the Democrats. I was looking at the map so far, and they granted that these are early trends. It's also not very clear whether the postal ballot has been counted, but the pink and the red seems to be spreading. And if that continues, for example, in Florida, according to what I'm seeing, 91% of the vote has been counted. And there is a 2 lakh vote differential, which is quite significant. So what I'm trying to say is that if the red wave is actually seen and it happens, then all bets are off. Otherwise, it was, as they went to the polls, it was, the Democrats were cautiously optimistic of controlling both the Senate and the House.
Right, important breaking that is coming in. Edison Research is projecting that Donald Trump has won Tennessee. The research also projects Trump having won Oklahoma. And trends coming in on Florida as well. Trump is leading by a greater margin. But for now, these are important updates coming in from Edison Research. Trump has won Tennessee. These are projected victories. Trump has won Oklahoma as well. These are, however, considered red states, Republican strongholds. So not much surprise here. But in Florida, some trends are coming in. Trump is leading significantly. The research says 5 out of 10 Latino voters are supporting Trump as compared to 4 out of 10 in 2016. 3 out of 10 non-white voters in support of Trump as compared to 2 out of 10 in 2016. And 5 out of 10 white female college graduates in support. But there, the support has gone down for Trump. 5 out of 10 white female college graduates as compared to 6 out of 10 in 2016. Mr. Puri, if I can bring you in here, how do you look at these projections? Tennessee, Oklahoma, not as surprising, though these are Republican strongholds, but Florida is interesting.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, Raji, ma'am pointed out, the Latino vote is not a monolithic vote. As she said, the Cuban Americans appreciate, especially the first generation Cuban Americans who are heavily against Castro, President Trump's, tough stand against the Castro brothers. Yes. But also you now have a very large Venezuelan population which appreciates his tough stand against Maduro. So you're starting to see, the Latino voters, there are many pieces of the Latino vote. It's not just they're not just a one issue vote of immigration. So I think that's something that you're beginning to see And with the African American vote, his message was that pre-COVID, I created record unemployment for you, and do you want that? And I'm going to keep your city safe. The biggest danger in many cases is, black on black crime, etc. And so some of that messaging has also worked for them.
Well, Ambassador Dayal, your thoughts on the kind of demographics that we have in the exit polls so far, besides Latino voters, which have voted in large numbers than expected for Trump. The other non-whites have also voted more for Trump than they did in 2016. Are you a little surprised?
Well, I'm not surprised because, first of all, there are always question marks against the authenticity of exit polls. There is this criticism that exit polls are not accurate. And therefore, to go entirely by exit polls informing one's perceptions may not be really.
That's
the
fair
right
enough.
thing to do.
2016 is case in point, sir, if we look at the previous elections.
Well, yes, generally minority voters have tended to vote with the Democratic Party. But individual candidates can have their own appeal, and therefore minority votes can drift to them. But in this regard, I would also like to mention that you had talked about the elections of the Senate which are taking place. Now the Senate elections are extremely important because the Senate alone has the power to confirm presidential appointments, except the appointment of the vice president. Now, this whole matter assumed a lot of significance in the context of the appointment of a Supreme Court judge, Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Because now the Republican leading judges are like 6 as against 3. Well, one could be a fence sitter. But if the election outcome has to go to the Supreme Court, then the composition of the Supreme Court becomes very, very important, which is why President Trump wanted to rush through with this appointment rather than wait for the Senate elections and for the Senate to reconvene, because he didn't want to take any chances. So the importance of these Senate elections cannot be understated.
Yes.
Of
Absolutely.
course, I must also point out, since there was an earlier reference, whether this matter will end up in the courts. There are indications that President Trump has shown unwillingness to peacefully transition out of the White House if he loses. Because there was a rally in Newport in Virginia where he was asked by a correspondent whether he would do so. But he evaded the question. And there are indications that he may not accept the election outcome and that the matter would end up in the Supreme Court, and both sides have prepared their battery of attorneys. But of course, who knows? I'm asked repeatedly, what do you think is going to be the outcome? Even at this stage, if you ask me, I cannot say for sure. What is important is the future of India's relations with the United States, to me. And I think that is going to be on even course, regardless of who wins.
Okay, so let's bring our viewers abreast with the latest trends and projections. Reuters is reporting that Trump is leading with 50.6% of the popular votes compared to Biden's 48.2%, but it's still early to call. At the same time, in toss-up states, it's quite interesting. In Florida, the Republicans are leading. In Texas, North Carolina, Ohio, the Democrats are leading, and in Georgia, the Republicans are leading.
Kansas is interesting. Mumu, if you look at Kansas, it's a red state, but we have Joe Biden, Democrats leading at 53.8%. So it's an interesting trend. Donald Trump trailing at 44.5%, but that's a projection.
Yes, and yes, in Michigan, of course, which is again a battleground state, we're looking at Republicans leading. Well, coming to you, Ms. Raja Gopalan, on the demographics further that the exit polls have pointed out. They say 5 of 10 white women college graduates are voting for Trump this time, as opposed to 6 of 10 in 2016. So a slight slid, so to say, a slight slide in support for Trump as far as white women college graduates are concerned on expected lines?
Yeah, it is somewhat unexpected, but I think the Democrats, the Republicans have generally done well when it comes to generally sort of a non-college graduates, male non-college graduates in a sense. But I think it's slightly surprising as the kind of shifts that we are seeing in the demographic today election scene in a sense. But it's still kind of early to kind of see how some of the battleground states are going to perform. How the demographics play in some of the battleground states, it's not entirely clear to me at this point of time.
Right. There, Mr. Puri, if we look at the broader issues that have been focus of American elections 2016 and also now, Donald Trump has been promoting, and he also falls into that category of leaders who've been promoting protectionist policies, America for Americans, priority to Americans, gates are better when they're closed to the outsiders. And we also see that playing out in the context of India vis-a-vis the visa reforms for Indian professionals. And we also understand that immigration issues would play out differently for people outside of the country as compared to the citizens. How do you see this as an influencing factor in these elections? Again, with also having the COVID and economy going down, that background, how is immigration issue likely to play on the minds of the voters?
Well, surprisingly, immigration, unlike the last election was build the wall, and won't allow Muslims or people from other countries in this country. That even slogan has not appeared much at all in this campaign. So as an issue, it's generally been COVID, it's been healthcare, it's been the economy, it's been safety, it's been racial justice, etc. So again, what President Trump was playing to was especially the areas of the Rust Belt or the states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, yes. Wisconsin, which have had, especially their manufacturing just get moved out to either Mexico because of NAFTA or to China. And a lot of the jobs that you talked about, the non-college degree whites who have lost their jobs, he has been saying you lost your jobs because of a lot of offshoring of manufacturing or immigration policies that allowed cheaper workers to come in. So, but this time around, I don't see that as much. I mean, his slogans, if you notice the signs in the streets, etc., it's about law and order, or I will fight for you. Last time it was build the wall, drain the swamp. So it's really been, law and order. So that's been the thing. And I built a tremendous economy pre-COVID, and I'll do it again.
Absolutely. And Ambassador Vishnu Prakash has been waiting for quite some time patiently. Well, thank you for your patience, Ambassador Prakash. Coming to the breaking news that we are projecting on your screens, Edison Research has projected Trump wins Oklahoma, and that's not all. There are more projections that are coming in. Edison Research projects that Trump wins Indiana, taking 11 electoral votes. So results have been announced by media channels. These are all projections. States are being called by the media channels. The final decisions will be known officially much later, but this is what we know in terms of trends and projections as of now for both Oklahoma, where Trump is ahead, as well as in Indiana. So in Indiana too, Trump is ahead, and so is in Oklahoma. Well, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, if we look at Oklahoma, I was looking at the map on when it turned blue and when it turned red, and I'm seeing that Oklahoma has consistently voted for Republicans since very, very long, since decades. Oklahoma has been voting for Republicans. So this is a red state. So it was important for Trump to retain this, and looks like he's been able to retain it.
Well, yes, he seems to have retained it, and this far, Almost 36% of the votes have been counted. The projection which you would have also seen is that that Trump has taken a lead in the electoral college vote. He's now 48 to 44 for Biden. That is the beauty of the democratic systems. As Prabhu was saying, the opinion polls are nothing but opinion polls, depends on the whom you are polling, whom you are sampling. And Trump had shown a lot of confidence. It is still early. I'm not saying nobody is calling the elections, but he is very much in the contention. And given the fact that Florida seems to be going his way, his chances at the moment appear brighter than what they were on the third morning when the polling started, or the voting started.
And coming to Indiana now, Ambassador Prakash, it's been red since 1972, except once that it voted Democrats, and Trump won this state in 2016. Trump is leading here as well. So no surprises in Indiana?
No, they aren't. Indiana has, as you very rightly said, has been generally voting red or voting Republican. So no, there is no surprise there. The heartland traditionally has been Republican. Yeah. And if we look at the map, other than a couple of states, and that especially Florida, where it was many people were betting on the fact that given the Latino population, given the elderly population, that it could go Democrat. I mean, still it could go Democrat, but other than that, seems that more or less things are on expected lines. Something which I find unexpected is Maine, because the northeastern US generally votes Democrat, and if Maine is going to President Trump, that would be a bit of a surprise as far as I am concerned.
Yes, and we were told that our correspondent Amritpal will be joining us with the latest on the trends and projections. As soon as we have Amritpal with us, we'll go across to him on the latest because it's a fast evolving story. As of now, we are looking at Donald Trump leading as far as the popular votes are concerned with 50.5% of the popular votes, and Biden trailing very, very closely at 48.2%. So coming to you, Ambassador Dayal, on the voting that's also underway for the House of Representatives. Like we know, Democrats control the House, but Republicans are leading as of now. What would you say?
Well, leading is not the final outcome.
Yes.
I will go by the final outcome when I know it. Incidentally, I must tell you that the Associated Press page has more updated results than what you are telling.
Okay.
According to the Associated Press, Joe Biden has already won 119 seats and Donald Trump has won 92 seats. According to the Associated Press, Trump has won Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri,
yes,
Alabama, Tennessee, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. He's won these states. And Biden has won Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut,
some would say that it's a little
Delaware.
too early to
So
call all
results.
of them at this point in time, considering that in-person votes are being counted now. Mail-in ballots in many states will be counted later, and we know that a substantial number of people in millions have sent their mail-in ballots, but that's how it happens in the US media, where you tend to call states early and then there are also some dramatic changes later. But I appreciate your updating us on the various states that you say have been won according to US media, Associated Press, you pointed out, for both Trump as well as Biden. But on the House of Representatives, how important would it be for Democrats to retain it, and how crucial would it be for Republicans to make a comeback there, considering that not having control on both the houses would mean a significant check on the presidency?
Well, the House of Representatives is made up of 135 elected members, and these are divided amongst the 50 states in proportion to the total population. And in addition, there are 6 non-voting members representing the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and 4 other territories of the United States. The House has several powers assigned to it exclusively, including the power to initiate revenue bills, impeach federal officials, and elect the president in case of an electoral college tie. So therefore, the House of Representatives is a very important body.
Ambassador Dayal, we'll talk about the importance of the elections to the both House of Representatives and the Senate, but for now we'll take a commercial break. Stay with us for our continuous rolling coverage in the US presidential elections. We are telling you who's losing and why, who's winning and why, from what the trends and projections are showing in the US media. Stay tuned.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Welcome back. You're watching Race for White House, continuous coverage of the US presidential election. And now let's get some latest updates from United States. Ira Spitzer is joining us from San Francisco. Ira, appreciate you joining us once again. You're reporting from the biggest state of United States. What trends are you registering?
Well, polls here in the state of California are open for another 2 hours, and we're still seeing people trickle in, those who have not either voted by mail or come in and cast their ballot already in person. But while America's most populous states votes, we are seeing all these results trickling in from other parts of the country. And of course, there is a tremendous interest in what is happening here what is happening in those swing states here in California, despite the polls being open. And we have a very good sense of what is going to happen in California. Joe Biden, the former vice president, was leading President Trump in opinion polls by about 30 percentage points heading into the election day. So no real surprises on the horizon here. But what we are seeing is a preparation for a very hard-fought and potentially contentious election, depending on how things play out in the rest of the country. We've seen businesses here in the city of Oakland, for example, boarded up in expectation of potential protests later. Perhaps if President Trump were to declare victory prematurely, that is certainly something on people's minds here. So a very important election, of course, here in California, as we've seen throughout the rest of the United States.
Ara, could you tell us more on the demographics of California? We know that for decades California has voted blue. It also has the biggest prize in terms of electoral votes at 55, because we are looking at a shift in demographics as far as Latino voters are concerned. More are voting for Trump in Florida, Ohio and Georgia than they were earlier expected to.
Right. Well, we have seen this year a somewhat unexpected surge for the president, or it may be too much to call it a surge, but we have seen a bit more support from Latino voters for President Trump than we saw at least for Hillary Clinton's candidacy in 2016. But much of that, at least in the contested state of Florida, may have to do with the Cuban community there, which traditionally does skew to the right because of the anger at the socialist Cuban government. Here in California, it's really a very blue state across the board, pretty much across most demographics. It's been a very long time, decades, since California voted for a Republican in a presidential election. So really here we've seen, at least on the national level, just a consistent level of support for Joe Biden's candidacy this entire time.
Right. Also, Ira, you mentioned about possibility of President Trump declaring an early declaration of victory possibly from his side. And on the other side, research and projections say that the counting could be delayed, the aspect of postal ballots. How put the two together? How does it impact the political landscape of the US? One very sure about his victory, the other, the counting might go on for many days.
Well, that was the big fear heading into this election, and nothing that we've seen here as the results start to come in would indicate that that is not going to be the case. We do expect to see a very long, drawn-out counting process. For example, here in California, none of the ballots will begin to be counted until the polls close in about 2 hours. Now, the rules vary according to the different states. Some states are able to count the early ballots before the election, which expedites things on the vote counting front. But one thing I think we can be pretty sure of is that we really will have to wait several hours, if not several days even, to have a final sense of where this election is going. So that's something that is new for American politics, with the exception, of course, of the 2000 presidential election between George W. Bush and Al Gore, which was, of course, very tight and contested. But here this year, voters are really expecting a long, drawn-out process, which is something that nobody wants.
And are voters expected to vote on traditional lines as far as the House of Representatives is concerned from California?
The Senate and House races throughout the country are certainly of immense interest as well. This is not only about the President of the United States, but also the Democrats have a very real chance of taking control of the Senate, which would most likely leave them in control of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Here in California, there are not any contested Senate seats, but when you look at the House races in California, we have seen largely consistent performances by the incumbents and the Democrats coming into the election. Now, of course, polls have not closed yet, so we don't really have a sense of whether there will be any surprises, but certainly something to watch here in America's most populous state.
Well, thank you, Ira, for bringing to us the latest, not just from California, but from various parts of the country. And if we could, press in one question, because we have some time, we are being told, where are the two contenders now, and what do they plan for the night, Mr. Biden as well as Mr. Trump, if you can press that in.
Well, both campaigns, of course, are making their contingency plans depending on how the night plays out. Certainly, the Biden campaign has indicated that it has no plans of declaring a premature election victory. On the Trump campaign, we're not so sure yet. There have certainly been concerns on that front heading into the election, and nothing that the president has said has really done too much to allay those fears. But really, I think we'll know so much more in the next couple hours. Despite the fact we won't have a final result, we should at least be able to have a much better sense of at least some of the overarching trends which could define this historic election in the United States.
Right, Ara, and if we have a few seconds left, if you could just bring us up to speed about the response of the voters, because earlier Joe Biden did tweet and say that stay in the voting lines. If you're there in the line when the voting officially closes, then you will be allowed to vote. So there's a lot of emphasis taking cue from the postal ballots earlier. Just take us through the response of the voters this time around, once again.
Well, there have been concerns, certainly, that voters who cast their ballots too late, especially if they did so by mail, would not have those ballots counted. And there is certainly the threat of legislative action. We've already seen lawsuits in many places, including Pennsylvania and the state of Wisconsin, where the courts are coming in and having to really delineate whose votes are counted and what the the official rules are. So if this election becomes an extremely close one, then I think all of those vote counting situations and procedural lawsuits could play a very large role in ultimately determining the outcome, which is sort of a sobering thought given the divisiveness and the animosity between the two camps and their supporters right now.
Mm-hmm. And, I'm looking at the trends and projections. Ira, if you could speak maybe for 10 seconds on this. If you look at the popular vote, Trump is leading. But if you look at what is projected as far as electoral college votes are concerned, Biden is leading, and it's a significant difference. Seems like Trump has, moved places, exchanged positions with Hillary Clinton of 2016.
Right. It really is too early to make any sort of predictions at this point, especially when you think about the difficulty and the different rules in counting the mail-in ballots and the in-person ballots. So despite some of that data coming in, until we have really definitive states being called, which we do in some cases, but in those swing states and the ones without the results yet, it's too hard to read into because of those differing rules which vary by state.
Right there, Ira Switzer. Appreciate you joining us from San Francisco with all those updates. Thanks very much. And our panel of guests continue to be with us. Rajeshwari Rajagopalan, ma'am, talking about the manner in which popular votes and electoral votes sort of have implications. Electoral votes have the final say, of course. But this form of election, how does that make the presidential elections unique? So it seems that the presidents have to aim to win the states in particular, if one were to simplify the format of US elections.
You're right, absolutely. It is the electoral college vote that counts. So even though, for instance, in the last election, 2016, Hillary Clinton carried more popular votes, but that really did not really make a difference.
It
in
went
the
to
final
3 million,
outcome.
I think, something
So
around
in
that.
Sorry?
Hillary Clinton, the lead in popular votes that she had went in millions.
Absolutely, but it is the electoral college vote that counts, and I think that's where Trump is betting for, in a sense, and I think he's hoping because I think that's where he has more confidence about gaining an advantage out there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Puri, how would you put this into perspective? Donald Trump leading in popular votes, but trailing in electoral college votes. So we've seen that happen 5 times in the US presidency to date. It happened in 2016 as well, where the person that carried the popular vote lost the presidency. How would you put this into perspective?
Well, I would say that California, which has the largest number of votes, hasn't come in yet, which is a heavily Democratic state, and there are several other states that have not come in, which have count for large numbers. And coming to your question about electoral votes and popular votes, the framers of the Constitution wanted to make sure that just large population hubs. So if it was just the popular vote, then the presidential candidates would just go to New York and California and campaign all day, all night there. And if they won there by large numbers, they would be the president. And Iowa or Wisconsin or Michigan or any of those states would not matter, even Maine or some of these things. So the whole idea was to make sure even the smallest states had a stake in electing the president, and they would see campaigning and their issues being addressed rather than just California or Texas or New York. So that's the whole perspective, ma'am.
Right, and California is expected to be called by the American media at around 9:30 our morning, that is 9:30 Indian Standard Time. That would be a little more than 1.5 hours from now, and then we'd know which way California is going. But having said that, again, let's focus on the toss-up states for a while, because Texas is going back to the Republicans as far as Reuters is concerned in the leads. So how would you see this? Ambassador Vishnu Prakash?
Sorry, I couldn't get the question. Would you please repeat it?
Republicans are leading in Texas. They won Texas all this while. It was supposed to be a potentially battleground state this time around, but Republicans are holding on to Texas.
Very much so. That is what democracy is all about. It throws up surprises, and till the last vote is counted, you really do not know how the election will go. It is becoming more and more interesting by the minute. It also depends on what percentage of votes have been counted in Texas, whether the postal ballots have been counted. So it is moving back and forth, and let's see how it pans out eventually. It is too early to say.
Right. On that note, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, Rajeshwari Rajagopalan Ma'am, Mr. Sanjay Puri, appreciate you joining us for these couple of hours in the morning, giving us all those insights and perspective. We'll have to wait and watch how this elections pan out, but thanks very much for your time and joining us.
Bye-bye.
Correspondent Amritpal is joining us with the latest as far as trends and projections are concerned from the US presidential elections, the House of Representatives, Senate. There are gubernatorial elections happening there as well, but the focus, of course, as of now is predominantly on the presidential poll. So Amrit, if you are with us, give us the national picture as it is emerging, though it's fast evolving. Amrit, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me, Munmun?
Yes.
So yeah, we can see you as well. Yeah,
Munmun, I was saying, as you said, Donald Trump has a clear advantage as far as the popular vote goes. That's contrary to what the pollsters were saying. They were earlier saying that Joe Biden would lead in the popular vote, but the electoral college's arithmetic could be tricky, and
Absolutely.
that could go the way of Donald Trump. But that has been reversed. What we know as of now, by this minute, Donald Trump is leading in popular vote, but the electoral college seems to be going with Joe Biden. That's the status as of now. If I can request my cameraman to show you what the map of the United States looks like right now. This is red, this is red, this is blue. So basically the states that have come in, California, the biggest state, hasn't come in yet, but that's what the electoral college looks like. Donald Trump leading and has got about 50.3% of the votes, while Joe Biden has got about 48.4% of the votes. But if you look at the electoral college's arithmetic, Joe Biden has got 89, or is leading. These are results declared and trends on 89 electoral college seats, and Donald Trump on just 54. Now the final results are trickling in, but right now what the US media is projecting is win for the Republican incumbents so far as Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and West Virginia go. Right. These were all states that were won in 2016. He's also projected to win North and South Dakota, Wyoming, and Louisiana.
Amrit, if I may just stop you for a moment. While you were speaking, Texas changed again from red to blue, meaning Joe Biden leading once again. They're very neck to neck. Donald Trump was both around 49% each. So that's a very exciting state to look at. One of the biggest, sends about 38 electoral votes.
That's right. I mean, this is this is completely neck and neck. Now we'll have to see which way it goes once the final results come in. But it's a very, very close contest, and clearly, it's proving to be one of those flip states. Yeah. Which could decide, who the next president of the United States is. It has a huge number of votes, so it is completely neck and neck there. And clearly, fortunes of the next president of the United States could be hinging upon this and other states. I was saying Biden has captured Connecticut, his home state of Delaware, Maryland, Illinois, Massachusetts, the Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, New York, and New Jersey, as well as the 3 electoral votes given to Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol, which were won by Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yes.
But right now, what it looks is that there is neck and neck fight in the key states, which are called the battleground states, but President Trump clearly leading with about 50.2%. Now that's the latest figures. This is live streaming that we're showing you, and Joe Biden with 48% of the popular vote. But clearly, if you see Joe Biden ahead on the Electoral College arithmetic in 89, and President Donald Trump with 63. So that's what the map of the United States looks like. By say midday, when we have a clear projection, when the results come in for the rest of the states, we'll know, will the red states go the red way?
Okay.
Will the blue states go the blue way? And how the flip states or the battleground states will perform, how these candidates perform in those states is what will decide their future.
Absolutely. So Donald Trump ahead as far as popular votes are concerned, but Joe Biden way ahead as far as electoral votes are concerned, and that's what matters. It's a very, very interesting picture in the toss-up states that you told us. It's a tie in Texas with 49% for Republicans and 49% for Democrats. And in Ohio also, it's very close on expected lines. The fight in all the battleground states is extremely close. Thank you so much, Amrit, for joining us with the latest.
Absolutely. Most of it is still shaded by projections. West Coast results, California and all yet to come. But we'll be carrying all the updates through the day as U.S. presidential elections unfold. Race for the White House will continue.
Absolutely, and my colleagues Sakal and Ramesh will take this forward. Don't go anywhere. This is the only place where you know all the credible action as it takes place.
Namaskar.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
और इस गीत के बाद
छाया गीत में
It has undergone 9 revisions. Coley, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith, 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Muy
India.
Nahnu Hunud.
India.
माँ हिंदी हस्ती
Mung Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
A global pandemic that's causing
Hello and welcome. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. It's 8 a.m. in New Delhi or 2:30 GMT and 9:30 in the evening in Washington, D.C. And you're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We're calling it The Race for the White House.
Good morning, Ramesh. Good morning, India. I'm Sakal Bhatt, and hello and welcome. Election day in the United States is inching closer. And we are at DD India bringing to you a 360-degree mega comprehensive coverage, rolling coverage of the US elections.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get started. Here are the top headlines this hour. US election early trends show Democrat Joe Biden establishing clear lead over Donald Trump. The results of key states can change the situation. Unprecedented security in place as authorities apprehend violence after the results.
Most of the polling drawing to close by 9 a.m. India time. Trends and results expected to trickle in around that time. Counting may be further delayed in view of overwhelming postal ballots, especially in the states like Pennsylvania, which allow postal votes even after poll date.
Even as America votes, both sides also gear up for a prolonged legal battle arranged for a battery of lawyers. Trump camp has already declared their intention to question the postal ballots, especially in Pennsylvania. Trump to host the election night party at the White House after the polls. Joe Biden to address the nation tonight.
All right, so over the next couple of hours, again, we'll be joined by our colleagues Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Nina Maria Potts will be joining us also from D.C. William Densilo in Wisconsin. Ira Spitzer is in San Francisco. She'll be with us in any moment from now. Kate is, remember, tracking Trump very, very closely and his campaign. She is following Trump wherever he goes. She's been with us on this broadcast rolling coverage. In fact, all our correspondents there on ground keeping a very, very close watch on everything that happens in the Trump camp. Kate is there with me. Kate, well, it's a very fresh morning here, but it seems that the evening is drawing to close, but then it's not all that simple. What we discussed yesterday, it seems to be a different picture altogether. With every moment, things are fluid, things are changing. First things first, what are you picking up from Trump camp? He has made his intentions very clear. Either I win or I go to courts.
That's right, he has. And at the moment, he's keeping himself very quiet inside the White House behind me. I'm sure he is glued to those results that are coming in gradually from across the country as the polls begin to close in different states. And he may be a little bit worried about some of the results. He'll be pleased by what appears to be happening in Florida. That very much looks like it is going to go Donald Trump's way. And of course, he must win Florida if he's to stay in this race. But he'll be concerned by what is happening in Ohio. There, at the moment, Joe Biden appears to be making a surprising lead. And there has not been a Republican president in recent times, certainly, that has made it to the White House without winning the state of Ohio. So he'll be concerned about the numbers that are coming out of there. It's still too early to say what is going to happen in the final, what the final result is going to be. But at the moment, I would say Florida looks like it's going to be a good night for Donald Trump. But in other states, it seems to be less positive.
Also, Kate, what are we hearing from the Trump camp in particular? We last heard Trump speak to reporters in Virginia at the RNC office there. Have you heard from them since? And what is Trump up to as we speak?
Yeah, that's right. He spoke to reporters when he made a visit to campaign staff in Northern Virginia earlier today. Since then, he's been holed up in the White House behind me, no doubt discussing what is going on with his closest aides. When he spoke to reporters earlier on today at that campaign headquarters, he talked about how winning was easy, but losing was never easy. Not for me, it is not easy. That's what he says. And I think that was an interesting thing for the president to say ahead of Democrats being concerned about this idea that he may launch legal action if he considers he is not winning in a certain state, and that state is counting votes after Election Day, which of course is a normal thing to happen here in the US and is perfectly legal. There are normally too many votes to be counted in their entirety.
No, but what does he mean? Remember, he also did mention in that fleeting remark, Ramesh, you would remember, that these are elections, Kate. He also said
before each individual vote is actually counted. So it did sound from what he was saying to reporters then that he was gearing up for a fight. He also, though, exuded confidence, said that he was looking forward to a great night and that he thought that he was doing really well. He did have something of a croaky voice, though. He had, of course, been on the campaign trail doing, 3 or 4 rallies every day over the past week. So you could certainly hear that in his voice earlier.
But he also did mention, though on a very lighter note yesterday when he was talking to reporters there. Well, yesterday, I mean your morning there, that at the end he said these are elections and it could go down the wire any which way. Somewhere dropping that hint, I wouldn't say really conceding a defeat, but then he is prepared for anything.
It did sound a little like he was acknowledging that perhaps things weren't all rosy, but it's,
Yes.
as he said, he does not like to lose, and he won't be wanting to really think about it. He was also asked, have you written a concession speech or an acceptance speech? And he said, no, I haven't written any of those speeches. We'll see how it goes. He also wouldn't commit as to whether he would speak to the American people this evening. He said, I need to see how things go. So yes, perhaps he isn't quite as full of bravado as he likes to give the impression of. Perhaps he does realise that there are some question marks over how he's going to do. Of course, he's been trailing Joe Biden in the polls throughout this election campaign. It's just that he was trailing in the polls in 2016, and that did not stop him, and he will be remembering that will be ringing in his ears. He feels like, you know, I've done this once, I can do it again. And I think he's a kind of guy that doesn't give up and doesn't like losing, and he will be in this fight till the bitter end, including potentially launching legal action.
And Kate, there were some fears of violence before the polling actually began, but polling has remained by and large peaceful across the US, isn't it?
Yes, it has. That was a big concern for many people, the idea that there would be some intimidation at polling stations, that people would try to threaten voters who were to vote the way that they wanted them to. But by and large, considering how many thousands of polling stations were in operation today across the country, there does not appear to have been any significant problems, which will be a big sigh of relief for all those involved. America wants, it's, you know, the biggest democracy in the world. It wants to show that it can still conduct these things without fear of violence and so on. Although standing here in front of the White House this evening, it feels very different from any other election I have covered. Okay. The roads around the White House are all sealed off. There are police cars everywhere. I can see flashing lights in front of me, flashing lights to either side. The White House itself is surrounded by fences, as are the buildings close to it. And then the shops and businesses around the centre of Washington, D.C. have been boarded up. Many shop owners, business owners concerned about the potential for violence if the supporters of the losing candidate feel the need to express themselves.
All right, on that note, Kate, thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast, and we'll keep coming back to you over the next several hours for more updates from Washington, D.C. and from the Trump camp in particular. But thanks for now. Right, let me just take our viewers through what to expect over the next couple of hours on this special broadcast. We saw Kate there from joining us from D.C. We'll also have Nina Maria Potts in Washington, D.C., William Denslow in Wisconsin, and Ira Spitzer in San Francisco. And we have a distinguished panel of guests joining us on the panel, 2 from India and 3 from the United States. Ambassador Arun Singh, Professor Sriram Cholia, Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, Dhruv Jaishankar, and Michael Kugelman. Now, they need no introduction, but just for the benefit of viewers who might be tuning in from around the world, Ambassador Arun Singh is a former Indian ambassador to the United States, France, and Israel. Professor Sidhu is at the NYU School of Professional Studies. Professor Cholia is the Dean at the Jindal School of International Affairs. Dhruv Jaishankar is the Director, U.S. Initiative at the Observer Research Foundation. And Kugelman is Senior Associate at the Wilson Center in the U.S. He'll be joining us, hopefully, in the next half an hour or so. Right, so if I can start with you, Ambassador Singh. First of all, welcome to all our guests for joining us, rejoining us on this special broadcast, if I can put it that way. Ambassador Singh, since the time we last spoke, things are becoming a slightly more clearer, but these are still early trends. But some results have been called by some American networks. What's the big trend you are picking up, looking at the initial results or trends?
Thank you, Ramesh. Good morning to you and all your viewers.
Welcome, Ambassador.
So I think looking at the trends so far, there have not been major surprises.
Okay.
The elections results that have been called have gone in favor of either President Trump or Vice President Biden, as was expected, and as have been the pattern also in the earlier elections. But again, remember that the elections have been called not officially. They have been called by two different organizations, essentially led by news agencies.
Yes.
And they do it based on detailed professional analysis, and normally they are correct. But these are not official declaration of results. And that process takes a long time. That having been said, from the results that you see, it seems that President Trump is leading in Florida and might carry Florida, and that would be important for him. Because without Florida, the calculation suggested that he was unlikely to win. From the Biden camp, the positive indicators are that in most areas where they're looking at the polling, he seems to have done better than what Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And in critical battleground states, Ohio, which tends very often to be Republican, it is going in his favor so far. In Pennsylvania, again a critical state for Obama's victory in 2008, Pennsylvania had been a very important state. For George Bush victory in 2004, Ohio had been a critical state. So in both Ohio and Pennsylvania, Joe Biden seems to be in the lead so far. So I think given the current indications, unless we see some dramatic changes happening, most indicators are as per the polls. And Biden seems to be doing well in Pennsylvania, Ohio, which tilts the scale in his favor. And the other interesting trend that has emerged is that he's doing reasonably well in Texas. And
Indeed.
Texas is normally a Republican state. So even if he doesn't carry Texas this time, it will certainly be an indicator where Texas is headed in the future, as well as in the congressional and Senate elections.
Okay.
So those are trends now.
Okay, let me quickly go across to Professor Sidhu now, taking it from where Ambassador Singh left. Do you think that as far as this current picture of blue and red pattern is concerned, Biden has managed to make those inroads, considering the kind of voices that we're getting to hear from Trump camp, considering what we see in Pennsylvania, considering that he's already talked about the battery of lawyers that are there. Somewhere down the line, no matter what the results really will be, because it's one thing is very clear, Professor Sidhu, it's going to take time. So he has somewhere mentally or psychologically conceded that defeat maybe.
Well, just to build up on what Ambassador Singh said, I think the Democrats and certainly the Biden campaign was probably hoping and looking for a landslide. That has not happened, and it does not seem to be likely. So it's really going to come down to 5 states, okay? Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida. And I think that is going to set it up for a contentious result in the end. Because if President Trump does not win one of those, he's going to challenge or question them.
Yes.
But the key, frankly, is going to be Ohio. Because until now, that's always been a state that has brought across a US president. So I think if that doesn't come through, then you know that President Trump's campaign is in trouble. But until then, I think it's at the moment open, but it's certainly not going to be a clear-cut victory that one or landslide that one might have expected. So it's probably more of a contested result that's going to be there, and with that, still the prospects of violence have not entirely gone away,
Right.
depending on where the contestation is happening.
Right.
And coming to you now, Dhruv, the projections, let me just quickly run our viewers through the projections. Projections are that Trump is winning or has won Kentucky, Indiana, Biden, Vermont, and Virginia. No surprises there. But as Professor Sidhu was mentioning, the pathway to the White House for Trump could go via Florida and Pennsylvania in particular, isn't it?
Haji.
Yes.
Yes. No, I mean, I think the early results that we've seen coming in, as the other panelists have said, no big surprises amongst the states that have been called so far. Trump does seem to have done better than expected in Florida significantly, and Georgia to some degree, another state that the Democrats had hoped would be in contention. At the same time, again, the early results, and this is quite preliminary, suggest that Ohio and Texas are both much more competitive for Biden than had been suggested. Pennsylvania is still very early on. I mean, a very small number of votes have been declared, have been counted yet. So we've yet to see which way that will go. So overall, I think as Professor Sidhu rightly said, if people in the Biden camp, if Democrats have been hoping that this would be a landslide election victory for Biden, that is unlikely now to come to pass.
Okay, very quickly, good morning, Professor Cholya. Could not be landslide, we don't know for any of them, but one thing is very sure, there's going to be a fractured mandate. What is the sense that you're making, just for the viewers to understand, the trends that we've seen, especially the swing that we have seen, especially the fluctuation that we have seen, especially between the red and blue in the last 2 hours? What's the sense that you are getting? Pretty much on expected lines or not?
Sakal, what I'm seeing is there is no blue wave or red wave, no, and it's a scrum. There's really a big fight, and the margins are rather small in many states, even as the counting goes forward. So yes, there's no one-sided outcome at all. It's going to be hotly contested. And the other point is, if you look at the big picture, Biden is on the attack and Trump is defending, because he's the incumbent. So that red wall that he created last time in the Great Lakes region, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the working class areas, where blue collar voters stood for Trump last time in massive numbers, that is really looks like is going to be the most decisive one now. And really the record is up for grabs. I mean, people are going to evaluate on the basis of, did working people, middle and working class Americans have a better time in the last 4 years or not? Did their lot improve or not? So on that question, it could go either way. And so I think this has really become a question of average Americans, ordinary people, of course, and how they perceive their interests. And here it's very interesting that on one hand, Ohio, it seems Biden has an early lead, but Michigan, it's being said that Trump might be leading. So it really comes, this belt up north is critical, because last time Trump broke the blue wall and created a kind of a red wall. And now is that going to crumble? And frankly, Joe Biden has one advantage over Hillary Clinton. although Biden also comes from the liberal establishment, he has portrayed himself as a union man, for trade unions, and he has mobilized the left wing of the Democratic Party, has really worked very hard on the ground to mobilize working people and to argue that you will have a better deal if Biden comes in. And of course, Trump fought for the working class, said he imposed all the tariffs on China. A lot of this was to keep his base happy. But it looks like some of the base are not so happy. And that's why it looks like Biden is becoming more competitive in these northern states. The other results, like you said, seem to be as per prediction. And really, it comes down to the question of whether these 4 years of Trump have really benefited average Americans. And I think that's really on the ballot today, and we'll see how it pans out. But
yes, Professor Chole, I think we're getting some breaking news. Please hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts.
Professor Chole, hold your thoughts. We'll come back to you momentarily. But news just coming in. According to Edison Research, Trump is projected to win South Carolina's 9 electoral votes. Also in Pennsylvania, more than 1 million votes have been counted, compared to just over 2 lakh in the year 2016. Also, Democratic challenger John Hickenlooper has defeated Republican incumbent Cory Gardner in the Colorado Senate race. Now, if I can quickly bring in Dhruv back in the discussion. Dhruv, now let's not forget there are multiple elections taking place as we speak, not just the presidential election. We have Senate races, House races, governors also contesting. Now, this news coming in from South Carolina would also go to bolster Trump's campaign, so to speak. But if I can ask you to comment, take a step back and look at the big picture of 2020 U.S. election. Some would say this is more a referendum on Trump than an outright endorsement of Biden. Now, how do you look at it?
No, I think that Trump is definitely the dominating factor, in the rhetoric around the election. Even the Republican Party, even in local races, his voice and his support for local candidates is something that is still sought after amongst Republicans. So it's very much. Trump is clearly the biggest figure in this election, and a lot of votes will be cast either against him or in support of him. But it is, of course, as you pointed out, a much more complex race. There's also all the seats in the House of Representatives are on the line. The Senate balance is on the line, and as the news has just come in that the Democrats have taken 1 Republican seat, they'll need to win 3 to 4 at least to gain control of the upper house, the Senate, if going forward. So I think that it'll be interesting to watch what happens there in the House and Senate, just as much as what happens in the presidential race.
Okay, let's quickly get one. Comment from Ambassador Singh also. Having said that, Ambassador Singh, what's your take? Trump seems to be a little bit on defensive, or Biden is more and more of an attacking personality, especially in the last 2 days, 48 hours window. We've seen things really changing. Look at their body language. It's a couple of times that yesterday Biden in fact tried to engage with the press there. He tried to engage with the people out there in his own constituents. We've not really heard from Trump that much, though we did have a reaction from him coming in Twitter, and then that one reaction with the press as well. Clash of personalities, we do know, but then the perception that it's going to be aggressive Trump and mild Joe Biden is all over. Things have changed.
As several of your guests have commented, the election still remains very, very close. It is as per anticipated trends, although on balance somewhat in favor of Joe Biden because he seems to be doing well essentially in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Now, Trump, as everyone knows, is not going to be a good loser. He's always talked about his performance being the best. the inauguration rally, the number of people that turned up, according to him, was the largest ever, although that was not true. The performance of the US economy under him was the best ever, although people know that that's not true. So he's always tried to project that he's done better than anyone else. Therefore, for someone like him to accept that he has lost the race fair and square is not going to be easy. And he's going to project that if he loses, it's because there has been rigging of the votes, the process has not worked out well, that the checking of votes has not happened, the mail-in ballots involve a lot of fraud. And even if he has to eventually leave and sort of find his way out of the White House, he would probably want to do it better by a legal process rather than his having accepted it easily, because then, you know, he can say that it was the courts that did it and not so much the will of the people. So we expect that to happen, although I'm sure he and his camp would be worried by the trends they've seen now. I think on the side of Joe Biden, there was some criticism that his campaign did not have enough energy. He was not doing the kind of rallies that Trump was doing. And especially last couple of weeks after Trump came out of hospital, we saw him holding a lot of rallies, a lot of energy in his rallies, and that he was pushing his base to turn out and vote. So there may have been some pressure on Joe Biden to come out and show that he has energy. He's been criticized because of his age. Questions have been raised, particularly by Donald Trump, about how effective, how energetic he can be as a leader. Therefore, to come out and show that he's aggressive, he's got what it takes, and that he can be an effective president. So I think that's how the dynamic's playing out.
Yes.
All right, let's take a moment to connect with our colleague Amrit Pal Singh in the Newspit. Amrit, fill us in on the latest that you're picking up on the results and the trends as well.
What's going on is that the popular vote for the moment seems to be going with Donald Trump, though the electoral arithmetic clearly Joe Biden has an edge there. If I can request my cameraman to put this out for you and show you this map. That's what the United States looks like right now. The US map looks like right now, with Donald Trump having a slight advantage of the popular votes. He's got about close to about 51% votes, 50.7% votes, while Joe Biden has got 47.9%, so about 48% votes. But the electoral arithmetic is favoring Joe Biden, with he getting, either getting or leading on 89 electoral college seats, and Donald Trump on 72. This is what the U.S. map looks like right now, on very much expected lines. If we minus the electoral college arithmetic, if we, this is what on 2016, it's very much on the lines of 2016. 13 states is what the Republican incumbent is leading, which includes Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Tennessee, and West Virginia. While Biden seems to have captured 12 states, including his home state, Delaware, the big prize, New York, plus Washington, D.C., the U.S. capital, Connecticut. This is what the situation as of now is, but then it will finally depend upon the swing states, that's Florida, Ohio, that will decide. The big states like California are still to come in. The coast is still, the results haven't come in, so that could decide what the two candidates get. But yes, clearly, as of now, it's a very neck and neck fight.
Yes.
But those 5 swing states, which Professor Sidhu was speaking about, are going to finally decide who the next president of the United States of America would be.
But a little bit more elaboration as far as those trends that you have with you is concerned, and talking about those swing states that you and Ambassador Singh also talked about. Any upsets that you see, especially in the Trump's bastion, just considering the trends that we are getting? And remember, because these numbers are really fluctuating very fast. There was a time that we had 40-80 projection, and now again the gap seems to be lessening, and then the next moment you see the gap is really widening more.
That's right, because results are coming in. There is no landslide as of now. At this hour, it doesn't seem that any particular camp has a landslide, because fortunes of as more results are coming in. But when we have bigger states, especially the swing states, what are being called the battleground states, is where when the results
that question addressed to me, or
come in, then you would know what the clear picture. So we'll have to probably wait a couple of hours for the clear picture to emerge. But right now, it's a very, very close fight. Zakal?
All right. On that note, Amrit, thank you for joining us with all the updates. We'll keep coming back to you for more as the morning progresses. But it is getting to 8:30 in the morning in India, and we still have with us our guests, Ambassador Arun Singh, Dhruv Jaishankar, Professor Cholia, and Professor Sidhu.
Yes.
And we'll get you all the leads as well and the early trends. Now, if I can run you through the trends and the leads coming in this moment, Biden is leading in Florida. In fact, Trump is leading Biden in Florida, seen as a must-win for President Trump. That's the news coming this moment, that Trump is leading Biden in Florida. And I'm told we have another of our colleagues joining us
from Wisconsin.
I believe it should be Nina Maria Potts in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Right. So, Nina, welcome to this broadcast. Quickly run us through what you're picking up this moment as we speak, the results or early trends, and the pathway to both Trump and Biden. How do they look like? Nina, if you're with us, I meant to ask you about what are you picking up about the early trends, the early leads from all these states across the U.S., and also the pathway for both Trump and Biden. What does it look like at the moment as we speak? We'll try to fix that link with Nina Maria Potts in DC in just a bit. But if I can bring in our guests at this moment, we'll try to connect with Nina in just a bit. If I can come to you now, Professor Sidhu. Now, an interesting statistic that came out in one of the exit polls just a couple of hours ago. 1/3 of the respondents said economy was the issue for them, and only 1/5 of the respondents cited COVID-19 pandemic as the key motivating factor or issue for them. How will that translate into votes in the next several hours, and what does it mean for either of the candidates, Trump or Biden?
Thank you very much. That's a good question, and I think essentially those who are concerned about the economy probably look at Trump's record as more welcoming or of more benefit to them directly, whereas those more concerned about COVID-19, and you can already see a certain percentage there, may be more inclined towards President or Vice President Biden, as it were. And I think that may explain a little bit of that split.
Yes. Okay, Nina Maria Potts, I've been told, is with us now, finally from Washington, D.C. Nina, just to fill you in and a quick update from what you see around you. Trump is leading Biden in Florida as of now. But then I would want to know from you especially what's really brewing in the Biden campaign. Because if you look at the red and blue pattern, there's a clear advantage for Biden. But you never know, this could go any which way.
Well, it's very early in the evening to be making any real projections, but at the moment, Biden does appear to be leading in terms of electoral college votes. He has 89 votes in the bag, and President Trump has 72. However, according to early predictions, President Trump appears to be winning in the popular vote by 50.7% to Biden's 47.9%. I can tell you that Joe Biden does seem to be outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5%, Hillary Clinton back in 2016. And I can tell you which states he seems to be leading in. North Carolina, Ohio is up in the air still, Pennsylvania. He's also been leading in Texas and New Hampshire. However, President Trump has clinched some very important states. It seems that he is leading in Florida, as you say, but also Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia and Virginia. So that's what we know so far. Still early days, and it's going to be a very long night ahead.
Nina, but also with the fact that Donald Trump minces no words, he's made his intentions very clear that either he is looking at a big win. We don't know whether it's landslide or fractured, but then he's also going to knock at the doors of the courts. Well, either it's win or it's legal.
President Trump has been making that threat for some time, but he really strengthened and hardened that message in the final hours and days before the campaign ended. And he even made comments through Election Day saying that he would challenge delayed votes that he wants discounted because he doesn't believe that they are legal. However, there are states, as you know, and counties around the United States that are allowing late counting. And we may not have some results from places like Pennsylvania until at least Friday. The question is whether or not at the core of this election those votes will make up enough to tip any sort of balance, and that really does hinge on what happens tonight.
But what's the sense, Nina, you've been getting, you've tracked these debates and campaigns very closely. Looking at the trends and looking at the contrasting style and strategies as far as the debates that both did in their respective constituencies, is it really seen by the people of America there as a referendum on Trump's governance only on the corona front, or for the people of America, the other parameters really make a difference when they come out and vote, what really goes on in their heads, from climate change to abortion to economy to gun culture, etc.? Nina.
Well, the issues that, according to polls, are very much first and foremost on the minds of Americans are the coronavirus pandemic, but also the economy and jobs. And President Trump continued to score highly throughout his campaign on the economy, partly because he upheld his pledge to keep the economy going, to keep the economy essentially open for business, even if it risked American lives. And Joe Biden, although he has put climate change very much on the agenda, he has made an appeal to the hearts and minds of Americans wanting to restore the soul of America. There's a big question over whether or not Joe Biden can heal the rifts, which also include over racial divisions, whether America has changed so much over the last 4 years that Joe Biden is able to bring Americans together. And I think that on that, the jury is out.
And Nina, very quickly, in fact, I have one and a half questions really. One question is about the fears expressed by the Trump campaign on the counting of the postal ballots. Now, a U.S. judge, I'm told, has instructed the U.S. Postal Service to ensure that all the undelivered ballots make it to the election officers on time. And that's one concern being flagged by the Trump campaign, to suggest that they don't have much faith in the mail postal ballot process in particular. And also, let's not lose sight of the fact that there are multiple elections taking place for the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives. How are those panning out for both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans?
Well, to take your first point first, President Trump has cast doubt on the U.S. Postal Service picking a fight from quite early on in the campaign. And if I told you that the Postal Service had slowed down across America, that there are reports that mail across Washington, D.C., which is quite a small city, has sometimes taken up to 3 months, I think you would be astonished. So the Postal Service has been plagued with problems, but that's mainly because the Republican Party has refused to prop it up with enough funding to make it really work. And of course, the U.S. postal system has been the great pride of America for many decades and many years. On the second point, I think President Trump's appeal to voters is that he is a robust and strong character, and sort of driven by a self-interested agenda. And I think that individualism in America is still very much at the forefront of Americans' minds. It's part of the psyche of the nation.
And stock markets are already reflecting that sentiment. Nina Potts, as of now, Big thanks, and you've put it so beautifully. Thank you very much for joining us. We, of course, will be coming to you, Nina, so please be with us. In fact, we're getting some more information and breaking news as far as the stock fronts in U.S. markets is concerned. They seem to be staging a broad-spirited rally on Tuesday. That's the election day officially in America, as investors bet that a decisive win, Ramesh, would lead to some sort of deal for a big fiscal stimulus package. Are we now looking, is America now looking at a big fiscal stimulus package? I'm going to quickly go across to our distinguished panel this morning, joining us on DD India. Ambassador Singh, thank you very much, sir, for staying with us so patiently. I'm sure you heard Nina Potts' live reportage from there. A very quick take on the way now the stock markets are behaving. It seems that there's some sort of comeback. This being Tuesday, there are already murmurs about the stimulus package that they are looking at.
Clearly, they would be looking at the stimulus package, hoping that once the elections are out of the way, that the administration and the Congress would work on having one cleared, because there has been discussion going on and there's been very deep division between the Republicans who lead in the Senate and Democrats who control the House about what should be the nature of the package. And the Republicans essentially want to incentivize business through this package so that their supporters are the ones that get the primary benefit, and then it reaches out to the rest of the economy. And the Democrats want to make sure that there's a direct payout to workers. Also that in some of the Democratic states, the needs for stimulus and for spending in those states are also addressed. So they would like to do that. Because of this, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and the Majority Leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, have not quite been able to come to an understanding of what that package should include. And at that time, Nancy Pelosi and the Treasury Secretary, Mnuchin, were working on a package, and McConnell basically told them to stop from going further. So he pushed the administration back from working out a package because he didn't want an impact on the elections. So I think the expectation right now, when the results are not clear, and it is not yet clear as to who will win the race.
Yes.
So the expectation right now is that the elections are out of the way, and maybe now the administration and Congress can work out a package, and therefore some money will be pushed into the economy and economic activity could pick up.
Professor Sidhu and Dhruv, I want you both to weigh in on the statistics pouring in at this moment. Biden 89, Trump 72 electoral votes after 18 of the 50 states have been counted. Remember, they need 270 to win. And also, interestingly, Trump leading the popular vote, Trump getting 50.7% at the moment as compared to Biden, who has got 47.9. Professor Sidhu first and then Dhruv.
Thank you very much. And this may be a very interesting irony, because one of the scenarios which might play out is that Joe Biden may actually win the electoral college votes, but may lose the popular vote. And if Donald Trump wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college vote, it will be something like a reverse of the last time, which I think would be quite interesting. But I think one of the reasons why you're seeing such a lot of swing is because, in fact, you're getting three different sets of votes coming in, which need to be counted separately in it, and different states are doing it at different times. The first are the early voting, which is there. Others are the votes which are cast today, and then the third are the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots as well. And states are not following exactly the same sequence. Some are actually counting the early votes first or the mail-in ballots first, and then the other ones. And we know that by and large, the early mail-in ones and the early voters have largely been Democrats, and particularly the ones today have been more Republican. So depending on how the states are counting it, I think that's going to fluctuate back and forth a lot as well.
And Dhruv, your thoughts on the numbers coming in?
No, I think it's too early to say anything. I also wouldn't put too much stock into the overall popular vote, because the West Coast, which is likely to go very Democratic, will skew the numbers significantly. So at this point of time, again, with very preliminary early results, it looks like Trump has done better than many polls had forecast in the Southeast, particularly Florida, Georgia, North Carolina looks neck and neck. Early results have just come in from Arizona and are looking very good for Joe Biden there. And there's also a popular Senate candidate there who's perhaps helping with the votes. It looks like this may come down to the key Midwestern states of Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania as well. And Pennsylvania, for sure, we will not know the result tonight itself, just given the large number of ballots that will be counted tomorrow onwards.
Okay, Professor Cholia, what do you really make of this very, very thin, wafer-thin difference as of now, talking about popular votes, 50% versus 49%, 49 point something percent of Biden. In a long run, how consequential is this going to be?
Yeah, Sakal, that reinforces the polarization problem that has really cleaved America apart for the last 4 or 5 years now. And the divisions are very stark over race, over class, between rural and suburban and big cities, between the coasts and the interiors, between, even gender-based. You'll find, I think once we see the analysis, definitely it looks like more women will vote for Biden and more men will vote for Trump. So on all the major axes of politics, you find extreme divisions, but it's not very one-sided. So what does it mean? It means that there is no United States of America, and as long as Obama was around, he could hold that whole thing together, and he had this famous line, there are no red states or blue states, there's just United States. But since then, that's not been the case. And I think the basic underlying problem is the failure of globalization.
Also have, I think most Indians, according to some studies by Carnegie and others, actually voting for the Democrats. So there is that kind of a distinction, but also, it has to be said, certainly from the US perspective, China poses both, certainly poses a set of challenges and problems. On the one hand, the economies are very, very intertwined, and it's very difficult to decouple, even for a country like the United States, simply given the economies of scale, etc. But on the other hand, China has also very much emerged as the #1 military threat.
Yes.
So how do you sort of deal militarily with your #1, importer or your banker almost in some ways, or your manufacturing hub? And that's the dilemma that I think the US is going to be faced with and is going to be constrained with, whether it's Trump or Biden.
All right. All right. And I think we need to take a short break here. But before we take a break here, some channels there are projecting that it's Trump winning Louisiana's 8 electoral votes and Kansas 6 electoral votes. We're not jumping the gun. We're not speculating. We're keeping a very, very close watch on the fluid situation that is still emerging. Remember, as we slip into a break, we'll tell you the only Indian broadcast, the only Indian channel, of course, we being the national and state broadcasters, we're getting you live ground reportage from action centers from both the camps. On the other side, our colleague Amrit is going to join us after a short break, telling us more about this whole complicated electoral system and the basic arithmetic behind it. All that and much more, and also let's tell our guests to be with us. We're taking a very short break.
Keep watching this special broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
guess.
Welcome back. You're watching this special broadcast here on DD India. It's 9 a.m. India time or 3:30 GMT, and it's 10:30 in the evening on the US East Coast. And we still have with us our guests, Ambassador Arun K. Singh, Professor Sriram Chaulia, and Professor W.P.S. Sidhu as well. And just to give our viewers the latest results or early leads and trends coming in, Biden is ahead on 98 electoral seats, 98 to Biden as of now, and 83 electoral votes to Trump. This after 22 of those 50 U.S. states have been tallied. Remember, they need 270 to win. And interestingly, the statistics also says Trump is ahead of Biden in the popular vote. Trump was getting 50.7% of the popular vote till about half an hour ago, and as compared to Biden, who was getting 47.9%. So %50 and above for Trump in the popular vote, and about 48 to Biden. At the same time, Biden ahead on the electoral college count, 98 to 83. Right, if I can quickly go across to our guests, starting with you, Ambassador Arun Singh. Now, over the last hour, we discussed about what's happening in the U.S., domestically speaking, counting taking place across the U.S. Let's take a step back and look at it from India's perspective now. You, by virtue of having served as ambassador to the U.S., know the U.S. better than anybody else. Talking about India-U.S. relations and looking ahead in particular, what kind of issues or agenda items can we expect going forward, irrespective of who wins or comes to occupy the White House in the next day or two?
I think whoever wins, we can expect the India-US relationship to consolidate further. You would recall that the new phase in the relationship was really started by President Bill Clinton in 2000 when he visited India. And he was a Democrat. Then the Republican George Bush advanced it through the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. Then a Democrat, Barack Obama, took it further by visiting India twice in his tenure, declaring support for India's permanent membership of UN Security Council and declaring India a major defense partner. And then a Republican, Donald Trump, built on that by putting India in the category of Strategic Trade Authorization Level 1 for highest level technology releases as compared to allies and partners. Therefore, there is a sense in the US that given the present US global priorities, where the major challenge they have is from China, economic, technological, military, they see India as an important partner. They have repeatedly articulated US leaders that they see the rise of India to be in US interest. They see India as a net provider of security in the region. Both Biden and Trump has expressed support for India in the challenge of cross-border terrorism and the challenge that we face on our other border. So we can expect that going ahead, they will be building further on the defense cooperation relationship. At the recent 2+2 meeting, for example, several measures were taken. A new agreement was signed for sharing geospatial information. Another understanding was reached that going beyond just cooperation with the US Indo-PACOM, which is based in Hawaii, India would also be talking to their Africa Command, to their CENTCOM, which looks after the US security interests in the Gulf and the African countries. So there are a whole set of new areas. And with the challenge from China, US is now also talking about alternative supply chains, trusted supply chains, secure supply chains, and therefore there'll be new opportunity for economic cooperation between India and the US, particularly in the emerging technology areas such as cyber, digital, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. So I think these are the areas where we can expect the relationship to consolidate in the coming period. whoever wins.
We'll see. Yes, as you rightly pointed out, Ambassador Singh, over a period of time, we'll have to see whether the template will change, emerge, irrespective of who really wins. Requesting you to be with us, sir, and I'm quickly going to go across live to San Francisco Live. Ira Spitzer joining us. Ira, well, it's good evening for you, but then how is United States of America? Well, some of the papers out there have headlined, one of the papers rather, it's United States of Anxiety. How is America really, yes, that's right, really coping up with this anxiety, and also in the midst of that violence looming large? Thankfully, it has been peaceful so far, so good on ground.
Right. Well, I'm speaking to you from the state of California, where the polls are actually still open. They will close at the top of the hour here, but we are, of course, hearing all of the reports from the rest of the country, and it is in the rest of the country where this election is going to be decided. And certainly in this state, which is strongly Democrat, is expected to strongly come out for Joe Biden. There has been a tremendous amount of anxiety in the past weeks. The memories of Hillary Clinton's defeat in 2016 still very fresh, and I think as the returns start to come in, many Californians, many Americans are perhaps having flashbacks, especially those that support Joe Biden. It does appear that the polls, at least from what we know so far, might be a bit tighter than some people had thought. So a lot of anxiety.
So you talked about Joe Biden. Well, he said that he's going to address the nation tonight. What is the sense that you are getting? We've seen a couple of times he's been engaging with the electorate in the last 24 hours, waving to them, dropping those sound bites. In sharp contrast, we haven't really heard from Trump. Well, that's fine. Trump says it's going to be a big election party. Biden says, I'm going to talk to America tonight.
Right. Well, we, of course, won't know what Biden will say until he actually comes out and says it. But one thing which we've heard, of course, in the big buildup to this election day is the time that it is expected to take to tabulate all the votes, and the difference this year, because with so many votes cast by mail because of the coronavirus pandemic, it's still not clear, at least in every state or in many states, how that dynamic plays out.
Is coronavirus the issue? We've been really discussing at length with our experts since last 24 hours, but for an average American, has this been a big factor? When psychologically, when they go out, the way America has dealt with the coronavirus, the numbers are bad. It still tops the list of countries, worst affected countries.
Well, America is certainly a very large country with distinct elements and different attitudes among different regions. I think coronavirus has clearly been the dominant campaign issue, and the aspect of life that has loomed so large for the past 8 months. But people's opinion about the government's handling of that certainly varies widely. Of course, you have many who are concerned about the health factor, but then others who want the country to open up more and say that the health risks are being exaggerated. Was this expected that
Biden initially would get a clear advantage over Trump on this coronavirus issue? Well, it just happened at that time of the year, very quickly.
Right. Well, yeah, there was certainly the sense that this could be a very fortuitous campaign issue for Joe Biden, especially perhaps with the surge that we've seen over the past month or so. But again, voters, it's hard to know exactly what is going through their minds, and perhaps President Trump has made more traction than we think with his let's keep things open, let's just move on argument. Perhaps that has more traction than people realize within the American public. It's really hard to say.
All right.
All right, Iris Pizza in San Francisco, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. By the way, Ira, did you vote?
I did vote. I voted.
Great.
I voted a couple weeks ago by mail, as most Californians did.
Great, fantastic.
Okay,
We'll keep coming
great.
back to you for more. Appreciate it. Thank you for now. All right, in news just coming in, according to Edison Research, Joe Biden is projected to win New Hampshire and its 4 electoral votes, and Trump is projected to win Utah's 6 electoral votes. That's the news coming in this moment. And before I go to a guest, let's go across to our colleague Amrit Pal Singh in the news pit. Amrit, over to you. Take it away.
Well, Ramesh, as the results come in of the U.S. presidential election, well, the important dates, November 3rd, that was yesterday, according to our time, but is still November 3rd night in the United States, is when the U.S. presidential election took place, when about 50% of the Americans who did not vote in early voting voted. December 14 is when these electors who will be elected will vote in their states. That means these guys formally cast their votes and go in to decide who the president will be. And January 6th next year is when the Congress counts the electoral votes. And in the same month, on the 20th of January at noon, the inauguration day of the president is, and formally the new president of the United States takes over or is formally confirmed as the new president of the United States of America. So, Ramesh, that is the complex procedure that is playing out right now, of which we are getting results and trends as of now. As the day progresses, as I say, the picture would be clearer of who finally has taken the United States of America as the next president.
All right, we'll keep coming back to you for more, Amrit, but thank you for now. And before I proceed any further, let me quickly also welcome our guest joining us on this broadcast. Michael Kugelman is joining us from the Wilson Center in the US. Michael, welcome to this special broadcast. But before that, a quick update. According to Edison Research Projects, Trump is expected to win Missouri and Utah, while Biden is projected to win New Hampshire and its 4 electoral votes. All right, if I can go across to our guests, Ambassador Arun Singh, Professor Sidhu, Professor Cholia, and Michael Kugelman. Michael, welcome to this. The results and the trends coming in this moment.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I think that so far at this relatively early point in the game, Trump has really done everything that he's had to do in order to have a chance of winning re-election. You know, he has won a number of he's won basically all of the states that he was expected to win so far, including a number of key states with a fair number of electoral votes in the Midwest. And of course, he's projected to win Florida, which is very significant. There have only been 2 times in the last 60 years when someone lost Florida and still managed to win the presidential election. So that says something about Biden. But, you know, I think that the night is still young, and certainly there are a number of swing states that are still up for grabs that are very close. And I think it's going to be a long night. But certainly, I think that for some people, there are some shades of 2016, because there is such a sense that, based on polls and other commentary, that it was going to be an easy victory for Hillary Clinton back then. And similarly, there was a lot of commentary suggesting that would be the same this year, with this being a relatively easy victory for Biden. But clearly, if there's one prediction that we could make safely right now, it's that this is not going to be an easy victory for either candidate. It's going to come down to the wire. And I think it's very, there's a pretty good chance that there will not be a victor by the end of tonight. This may drag out another day or so, and especially when you take into account all of those
mail-in
ballots
that
were
Michael,
postmarked late.
the legal spin to these elections, presidential elections in US is inevitable, unavoidable, whichever way it goes down the wire, Michael?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's so many unknowns right now. And of course, we also don't know how the president will react. If there's some states that are close and that he loses, he could well contest those. And so I think that he's toned down his threats to declare victory prematurely. I don't think he's going to do that. But given this is probably going to come down to the wire, there's a good chance that there'll be some states that will be very close, and that the results of several of those states could make a difference in the election on the whole. And certainly you could have Trump, but also Biden for that matter, contest those states. And certainly it's been a long time, it's been 20 years since you had a contested election in the United States. And I think we all remember 2000 when George W. Bush faced off against Al Gore. There were a number of legal challenges that went to the Supreme Court, but things were very different in the US back then. The country was not as deeply divided as it is now, not as tense as it is now. And quite frankly, it's just a much more toxic political environment in the US now compared to 2000. So if you have a contested result, it could be tense for quite some time. So we'll see how it pans out.
Right, Michael, stay on. Professor Sidhu, I know you want to leave, so one last question to you as well. Talking about India-US relations now very quickly, the so-called 3 Ts, trade, terrorism, technology. What's the sense you're getting on the way forward or the next big idea in India-US relations, irrespective of who wins the US election?
Well, I think 2 of those 3 Ts are very much on track for a number of reasons that we've already been discussing. But I think, you know, broadly, I'd say not just trade, but even kind of US investments in India is something that is really a potential growth area, and one where, frankly, I would fault India for not necessarily doing enough. And you know and you've heard about the opportunity of creating alternative supply chains, particularly in a way to sort of not be entirely dependent on China. And yet I would say, I think this appears to be a missed opportunity for India. In the sense that you see investment going into other neighbors of China, including Vietnam and others, which, by the way, are also equally comfortable with RCEP, which again India has had problems joining as well. So I think particularly in terms of trade, there is an issue. I would also go to the extent of including technology in there, because frankly, if you look at this virtual world that we've all been reduced to because of COVID-19, you really see the platforms which we appear to be using globally, including, by the way, this one is Chinese. Where are the Indian entrepreneurs? Where are the Indian technocrats? Where are the Indian equivalents of the Google or even the Alibabas? And that's one area that I think India needs to build up on. The US can certainly, and US business and companies would certainly be interested, but there has to be much more of an ability of India to take on that investment and really make it more attractive as well.
Okay, let me quickly go across to Ambassador Singh also, since the latest trends tell us, according to Edison Research, that Trump is maintaining a very comfortable lead, or perhaps is already poised to win Missouri and Utah. Now, talking about Utah, sir, in fact, it was the only constituency which saw the sole vice presidential debate, Pence and Kamala Harris locking horns when they were giving 10 minutes each on all that really matters, the issues most importantly. Why do you think we're getting to see such an oscillation or fluctuation in these trends in these elections? Is it because of this entire intense polarization that has been triggered particularly by Trump camp, or what do you think would be the reasons for that?
Missouri and Utah were always expected to go Republican. Therefore, the results have been along anticipated lines. I think the oscillation in votes that you are seeing is because, one, US is a deeply divided country. There's a difference in voting pattern depending on whether you are living in urban areas, suburban areas, or in the more rural areas. And the more rural areas tend to vote Republican, and they have essentially voted with Donald Trump. It is the suburban areas that oscillate between Democrats and Republicans, and that impacts on the trend. The other aspect that's impacting on the trend is what kind of votes are being counted earlier and what is their percentage in the total votes counted. So the early voting and the mail-in voting have tended to favor the Democratic candidate because those are people who are less well off. They feel that they may not be able necessarily to take the day off and go for the voting on the final date of voting, and they want to exercise their early voting. This time again, because of the coronavirus pandemic, it is more the Democratic-leaning voters who have taken the safer option of doing socially distanced voting or mail-in voting. Now, if those votes are counted early, the trend seems to favor Joe Biden. If they come in later, then the earlier trends favor Donald Trump. So depending on how this mix plays out, and also depending on which constituency is giving the result, is this the urban constituency or the more rural constituency? So those are the indicators of why we are seeing such oscillation. But as of now, the trend remains unclear, and President Trump continues to do well as of now in Pennsylvania and Ohio, which would be a cause of concern to the Democratic Party and their candidate.
Right. Professor Choliya, do stay on. I'll ask all other guests also to stay on. But the latest tally coming in this moment, Trump leading on 108 electoral votes, and Biden is leading with 118 electoral votes. That's 118 to Biden and 108 to Trump. That's the electoral vote, remember, viewers. And either of the candidates, Trump or Biden, needs to get to that magical number of 270 to become the next U.S. president. All right, if I can bring in my guests back in the discussion, Ambassador Arun Singh, Professor Choliya, Michael, and Professor Sidhu as well, if he is still with us. If I can come to you, Professor Choliya. Now let's, right, Professor Sidhu, you wanted to come in? Professor Sidhu, you wanted to come in?
Let's try and
We'll try to
reconnect
fix
with
that link with Professor Sidhu. Professor Chaulia, let's take a step back and look at the big picture when we talk about Trump's foreign policy legacy, or if it's Biden and White House come tomorrow or the day after, then looking ahead to what to expect from the US in terms of Russia, China, the Indo-Pacific, Afghanistan, Iran. From India's perspective, what are the concerns you might like to flag, or the benefits of having a closer tie-up with US on some of these key issues?
Well, you know, it's so interesting on Russia. It seems like they want Trump to win again. But China...
Why do you say that?
Well,
help viewers understand the dynamic here.
Well, that's because Biden will strengthen the US transatlantic alliance with Europe, which had become very weak and broken. And NATO was almost split down the middle. But if the EU transatlantic ties are strong, then it poses a direct geopolitical challenge to Russia. So Russia has been rooting for Trump. We know this in 2016 also, even this time. But on China, it's interesting. The Chinese prefer that Trump should lose. So even though, you see, it's so complex, Russia and China are supposed to be...
Sriram, if I may just come in here, 3 seconds. Despite Trump's alleged interference in Russian elections, remember, it grabbed international headlines way back then. Despite that, Russia would want this go Trump way. Why?
No, it was, the allegation was the Russians interfered in the US election.
Yes,
so,
yes.
That may have marginally helped Trump in 2016. This time we don't know. Look, after the results, you might start hearing all the claims about, you know, foreign interference once again. It's going to be nasty and messy. But what I'm saying is, if you go back to the question of foreign policy as a whole, every country is going to look at the US from its own prism. So Russians and Chinese are on opposite side on this case. But as far as we are concerned, I think because of the bipartisan nature of support that we have received, we will be fairly comfortable. We need to re-strategize if Biden wins, and we need to look at the areas of convergence. I wrote about it recently. I think with Iran, for example, it's going to help us if Biden wins, because then he will normalize ties with Iran again, or bring back a thaw. And that will help us with Chabahar and with containment of Pakistan on this side, and Sunni Islamic extremism. But with China, we have to actually be more proactive if Biden gets elected, because you know, we have to really push them harder on Quad and such things, and to make sure they make the military commitments, because Biden has a reconstruction agenda at home. He may not be willing to commit as much military assets to the Indo-Pacific as we would like. And so that rebalancing Dr. Jaishankar keeps talking about, for that to happen, we will need to be much more proactive and probably take the lead, and instead of being hesitant. And that's going to make you know, the onus will be on us.
Fair point,
But
Professor.
time, I think on
Do hold your thoughts. We'll come back to you momentarily. But if we can go across to our colleague William, who is standing by in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. William, it is getting what? It's past 10 p.m. local time. What are you picking up the latest trends or the results from your vantage, William?
Well, here in Wisconsin, it's still very much early days when it comes to votes being counted. We're over 30% now, but we've heard from the Election Commission here in the state of Wisconsin. They say don't expect to see any kind of categorical results until 5 a.m. local time tomorrow at the very earliest. The message from Megan Wolf, the head of the Election Commission here, says election night results are never, ever, ever official. So a very strong message there. Of course, what we are expecting to see is perhaps an early wave when it came to in-person voting from today, with potentially a later wave of those mail-in or early ballots to come in and to be counted a little bit later, because generally those take a bit longer to be processed. Now, what are people expecting? Of course, this is a state that Donald Trump won in Wisconsin by less than 23 1,000 votes in 2016, so the margin's so tight, less than 1% 4 years ago. People are looking for high turnouts in rural areas as far as the Republican supporters are concerned. For the Democrats, though, they're hoping for very strong turnouts in major cities like here in Milwaukee if they want to see their best chance of returning Wisconsin to switching back to being blue.
Right, and very quickly, William, what are you picking about the trends or the results in the neighboring states as well, in the Rust Belt and elsewhere as well?
Well, the Rust Belt is seen as absolutely critical, potentially a pivotal path to Joe Biden winning the keys to the White House in Pennsylvania, like here in Wisconsin, as well as the states of Michigan. Polling ahead of Election Day suggested that he enjoyed some slim leads there. Here in Wisconsin, for example, a Siena College New York Times poll suggested that Joe Biden was up by as much as 11%, but those votes are expected to be far tighter in Pennsylvania, which carries 20 electoral college votes. So that is expected to be absolutely on a knife edge.
All right, on that note, William in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, thank you once again for joining us on this special broadcast with all the updates from the Rust Belt in the U.S. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Right, so if I can go back to our guests on this special broadcast, it is just after 9:30 in the morning in India. And if I can go across to Michael now. Michael, now looking at the pathways of the two principals, Trump and Biden, it seems to me that Florida and or Pennsylvania will seal the fate of either Trump or Biden. What are you looking at? I mean, in terms of Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, it seems to be that Florida and or Pennsylvania could well decide the fate of this U.S. election.
Right, exactly. This is very true. I mean, Florida's got 29 electoral votes, it's electoral college votes at stake. Pennsylvania has 20. And, you know, it's too close to tell at this point, but Trump appears to be doing very well in Florida. And as I said before, if you just look at historical context, you know, typically whoever takes Florida takes the election. Bill Clinton won the election in 1992, he lost Florida. John F. Kennedy won the election in 1960, and he did not take Florida. But that's about it. There's been no other presidential election since 1960 that were not like that. So it's Florida is definitely a bellwether. But Biden could certainly win this election even if he loses Florida. Pennsylvania is certainly critical, and indeed Biden does seem to be doing pretty well there. Of course, he has his own roots in Pennsylvania, so I think it's a state that he and his campaign would be really disappointed and quite shocked if they didn't take. And I think that it's quite clear that the biggest prize of all, California, with its 55 electoral college votes, that will be, I would think, clearly going to Biden because that's typically a Democratic state. Texas is also an interesting one. Texas has been surprisingly close to this point. It's still fairly early in the game, but Texas, of course, is typically a state that goes Republican. It's one that Trump is certainly projected to win.
Michael, I want to quickly ask you a very
there,
specific point here, because you specialize in that domain besides everything else. US's alignment, relationship with India, Pakistan particularly, coming to that, how much of a foreign policy narrative really dominate the electoral discourse in these elections, particularly since we are talking about the polarization factor? Only on the voters' mind, how US is going to, or how Trump has dealt with Pakistan, Biden's promises to deal with Pakistan and India respectively.
Well, I mean, foreign policy is rarely a big issue in presidential campaigns, and this year was no exception. I mean, there have been times, you know, if you look at elections in 2004, when you had the 9/11 attacks that had happened recently and the war in Iraq, those are some recent cases where foreign policy was a big deal on the campaign trail, but not this time. Foreign policy was not a big issue. The main issues are what one would expect: the pandemic and the economic crisis that's come with it. But I think that to the extent that foreign policy fits figured in this election, it's not India or Pakistan or South Asia or anything like that, but it's China. I think that clearly China has been a huge issue just because not only is it a major foreign policy challenge for the U.S., and it's seen that way on bipartisan levels by both Republicans and Democrats, but the president has really been accentuating China in his campaign rhetoric by, of course, blaming China for the coronavirus and by accusing China of threatening and stealing U.S. jobs. And so that has really put it on the map, so to speak. But if you look at the two presidential debates that took place, there was very little focus on foreign policy.
Yes.
The second debate did feature national security as one of the core themes in the discussion, but they only spent about 5 minutes, I think, in that segment. And much of the focus was on China. There was also a bit of discussion on North Korea, a passing reference to the war in Afghanistan, but not much at all. So I really don't think that foreign policy has been a big issue at all. And this election will be a referendum on many things, for sure, but I really don't see it being a referendum on Trump's foreign policy, even though that certainly has been a very polarizing issue, particularly on a fundamental level in terms of how he's tried to take the U.S. in a very different direction by withdrawing or trying to start withdrawing from key multilateral global institutions and withdrawing from the sense of core U.S. global leadership. But bottom line is foreign policy was not a big factor on the campaign trail or in this election more broadly.
All right, time for a very short break, but I want to remind our viewers that the results coming in this moment is that Biden is leading on 118 electoral seats as compared to Trump, who has won 108 electoral seats. Keep watching this. On that note, I want to thank Ambassador Singh as well for joining us on this special broadcast. Appreciate it. Time for a short break. Keep watching this special broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
It has undergone 9 revisions. Coley, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
नमस्कार भारत.
Nous sommes l'Inde.
نحن هنود.
India.
ما هندي هستي.
Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
All right, welcome back. This is big news coming in from Maharashtra. The Mumbai police reportedly has arrested Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami for allegedly abetting suicide case of a 53-year-old interior designer. Remember, this case dates back to 2018. Meanwhile, lots and lots of reactions pouring in. First up, Information and Broadcasting Minister, in fact, Prakash Javadekar has slammed Maharashtra government's action against Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. The INB minister, that's the tweet right on your screen. He has said, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra." He has added that this is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this, quote unquote. Another reaction, big reaction, coming from former INB minister, the union minister, Smriti Irani, in fact, also tweeting, taking on to her Twitter handle, quoting, "Those in the free press who don't stand up today in support of Arnab, you're now tactically in support of fascism." That's a big attack on the current ruling dispensation, Shiv Sena there. She's adding that you may not like him, you may not approve of him, but you may despise his very existence. But if you stay silent, you support suppression. Who speaks if you are next? Question mark, quote unquote. My colleague Munmun Bhattacharya joining us from Newsroom. We're going to be joined by Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, in a bit from now, and also live reports are going to come in from Mumbai. But Munmun, over to you. First of all, the reactions continuously pouring in, and Shiv Sena, the current ruling dispensation. Remember, this is going to now take a political spin, but we'll have to do a lot of explaining. Mumbai police will have to do a lot of explaining because this case dates back to 2018, and many would say it was an open and close and shut case. Munmun.
Sakal, like you're aware, this case dates back to May 2018 of an alleged suicide of an architect or an interior designer and his mother. That investigation was reopened in May this year, but what's important is the circumstances in which this arrest has taken place. Arnab Goswami was roughed up, his son was roughed up, according to what Republic News is telling us, and he was not allowed access to his legal team. He kept saying that he will cooperate with the police, but they did not listen to him. So he was arrested in extremely cagey circumstances. Let's take a look at what the press release that has been issued by Republic has to say. It says that this morning the entire country witnessed the operation of a police state in Maharashtra. At 7:45 in the morning, Republic Media Network's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's house was encircled. His home was barged into. Cameras were forcefully turned off. He was physically assaulted and dragged out of his home in a police van. Republic calls it a black day of India's democracy, and this is also finding resonance in the various tweets that you were earlier talking about. He says, in fact, Republic TV says that Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh's cops shut off cameras, thrashed Arnab. They stopped Arnab from handing medicines to his parents-in-law and even physically assaulted his son. They refused permission for a written legal note be put on record. They paraded India's leading editor-in-chief, as Republic TV puts it, without a shred of evidence, as though he was a criminal. So Republic is saying that Arnab was declared a criminal much before the legal proceedings could actually take shape. Arnab was not served summons prior and not even allowed access to his legal team. And Arnab has also spoken to the media. At the time that this arrest was happening, he was speaking to the media, and this is what he said, and I quote, "They hit me, they physically assaulted me. Yes. I want to tell the people of India to fight for us. My son was beaten up." So these are the latest developments as they panned out, and this is the press release that has come out from Republic TV.
Right, Munmun, stay on. I want to share with our viewers another tweet this time, and we're running it in the scroll at the bottom of our screens, viewers. This is another Union Minister, Piyush Goyal, who is saying, and I'm quoting his tweet here, "Strongly condemn this attack on freedom of press in Maharashtra. This fascist move is a sign of undeclared emergency. Assaulting journalist Arnab Goswami is an example of misuse of power. We must all stand up against this attack on India's democracy," unquote. That's Piyush Goyal tweet for you viewers.
Yes, and Munmun, once again coming to you, we know that Arnab Goswami and Mumbai police have been at loggerheads over several issues, whether it is lynching of 3 sadhus at Falgar, etc. Then Sushant Singh Rajput investigation case reportedly. But then this arrest, the way it has panned out, according to Republic TV's official website, 8:42 a.m., it says encounter cops confirm Arnab Goswami arrest arrested in a case that was closed. The case was closed, and this is something which has triggered massive reaction, whether you talk about the union ministers, whether you talk about media by and large, because this is not about Arnab Goswami. It is actually about the freedom of press, and he definitely has and should have access to his legal team. That's the way it is supposed to be in democracy, Munmun, isn't it?
Absolutely, and none of that was adhered to by the Mumbai police, and that is why the INB minister, other ministers, the union government and people in the civil society are all in fact asking tough questions of the Maharashtra government and the Maharashtra police. And some of those questions have also been asked by Republic TV. It says, we appeal to the right-thinking citizens of India, to the honorable courts and the highest courts of this great country to come together to stand against the onset of an emergency in Maharashtra under Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and at the hands of Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. Prakash Javadekar, INB minister, has also spoken about how this episode reminds him of the emergency days. And Republic says, we urge the people of India to join this campaign. Republic Media Network will fight till the very end, and we have no doubt that the truth will come out. So like you said, this is not about just one particular episode. There's a history to it. They've been at loggerheads on the Sushant Singh Rajput case, and you are aware that an FIR was filed against the entire network of Republic TV, against each and every worker working there in the past. So there is a lot of history to this. This is just not a simple case on the looks of it of an investigation in a suicide case.
Yes.
Munmun, hang in there. We're also joined by another journalist, senior journalist, Shekhar Iyer is joining us. Mr. Iyer, unprecedented news coming in from Mumbai this moment. What did you make of Arnab Goswami's arrest and what it means for journalism, generally speaking? Right, we'll try to connect with Shekhar Iyer in just a bit, but the news coming this moment from Maharashtra viewers is that the Mumbai police has arrested Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami for allegedly abetting the suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer in the year 2018. These are the visuals from Mumbai after he was arrested, allegedly for abetting the suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer in the year 2018. And reactions coming in thick and fast. Information Broadcasting Minister saying that we condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this.
Yeah.
And another minister, Smriti Irani, saying, and I quote her here, those in the free press who don't stand up today in support of Arnab, you are now tactically in support of fascism. You may not like him, you may not approve of him, you may despise his very existence, but if you stay silent, you support suppression. Who speaks if you are next, she asks.
Okay. And in fact, this story is widely reported by Republic TV as well, besides other media houses tracking it closely, like we have mentioned. Shekhar Iyer is with us. Shekhar Iyer, this is not about Arnab, it's about freedom of press by and large. But talking about this entire case, reportedly, Section 306 has been slammed on Arnab by Alibag police, reportedly. Remember, as we're trying to get some inputs from Mumbai as well, and let's stay with those visuals of Arnab's arrest a while back. This apparently happened around 8:42 a.m. where encounter cops. Now, I'm also getting to hear from some sources in Mumbai, Shekhar, over to you, that there was a huge battery of cops that actually barged into his house with assault rifles. What kind of Gunda Raj is this? Why do we need assault rifles right outside the house of a journalist? You can contest this case legally, but this is absolutely unacceptable, Shekhar Iyer.
Absolutely, absolutely. One cannot but agree with what you're saying, because right from the way the whole thing has been done, you just saw that it's an old case, 2018 case, which was closed in 2019. And in May of this year, we saw the Maharashtra Home Minister giving out a tweet saying that this case is being handed over to Crime Branch. And then today, this morning, the way it has happened, one cannot understand. Just a few days ago, the Maharashtra government had assured Supreme Court that they would not arrest Arnab Goswami in connection with the other case which is going on relating to the so-called TRP scam. We have been seeing that the Maharashtra government, the Maharashtra ruling political parties have been very upset with the way Republic TV has been covering some of the events and incidents in the state of Maharashtra. So one cannot but conclude that this case has been just taken up just to teach Arnab Goswami a lesson. This is exactly the kind of attitude that one saw during the emergency. Now, one may not agree with the way Arnab Goswami may editorial coverage, or one may have differences with him on the issue of particular dealing with the subject. But the issue is
but you know, Shekhar, you are a seasoned journalist yourself. In our country, we are a democratic country, and the world watches the way we do our polls, the way our press is free to report, free to speak. Why was Arnab Goswami not allowed to meet his team? Apparently, according to the Republic TV website, 2 of the senior editors tried to meet him in the morning. They were blocked. The legal team was blocked. This is under which rule? You have access to your legal team. This is your right. This is right of every Indian citizen. Legal recourse.
Definitely. I mean, they should have followed all the proper procedure that is required under the law, because the attempt seemed to be somehow browbeat the journalists rather than carrying out any legal process, because the whole idea is to convey to Arnab Goswami that you are headquartered in Bombay and we are the state government, we are in power. So we will try to muscle you, we will try to teach you a lesson. Because somewhere along I can see a sense of attempt to browbeat the journalists, which is a very, very serious matter, because the state government is free to re-examine any case involving any individual as per the law.
Okay.
But here in this instance, we can see there is a definite method and definite madness, I would say, because this does remind us of what happened during those 19 months of the emergency. And a lot of us will have to speak about this, because this can happen to any journalist.
Absolutely.
In the future, in any government.
Mr. Iyer, do stay on. We are getting more reactions as we are speaking, and getting reactions coming in from all across the Mumbai film world as well as the government. First, let's listen in from actor Kangana Ranaut.
मैं महाराष्ट्र सरकार को ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपने आज अर्नब गोस्वामी के घर में जाके उनको मारा है, उनके बाल नोचे हैं, उनको असॉल्ट किया है। एक आवाज बंद करेंगे, कई उठ जाएंगी। कितनी आवाजें बंद करेंगे आप?
Also, another reaction coming in, this time from Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi.
कानून जो है वो सबके लिए समान है, लेकिन कहीं पर भी प्रेजुडिस माइंडसेट के साथ किस तरह की हरकतें नहीं दिखाई देनी चाहिए। अगर कोई प्रेजुडिस माइंडसेट के साथ दिखती है तो निश्चित तौर से वो सवाल के घेरे में खड़ी होती है।
Okay. So, my colleague Arun is joining us with more details. Arun, the visuals of Arnab being forced into a police van were shown by Republic TV. But Arun, what more are you picking up? What more are you picking up? Because this has definitely triggered a flurry of reactions, not only coming from the political quarters, but it's a larger question of freedom of press. And I think, if I'm not mistaken here, the entire Indian media firmly stands with Arnab, because remember, we have to go beyond competitive lines, and we have to consolidate our support for a journalist, for an Indian citizen who has all the right for the legal recourse, and the way he was denied.
Absolutely, Sakal. So the news that's just coming in right now is that the Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad has also tweeted and condemned this attack on the media primarily. Ravi Shankar Prasad clearly says in his tweets that the arrest of senior journalist Arnab Goswami is seriously reprehensible, unwarranted and worrisome. Now, we had fought for freedom for press as well as while opposing the draconian emergency in 1975. So yes, all the cabinet ministers, all the film fraternity, so everybody is coming in support of Arnab Goswami at this point in time. And let me tell you, Sakal, this is not about Arnab Goswami. You know this fact that the media or the press is known as the fourth pillar of democracy. So if you try to shake the fourth pillar of democracy, it's the democracy that comes down. The largest democracy of the world is primarily seen to be in threat as of now, because yes, the media is directly attacked. Now look at the series of events that has taken place right from the morning. Now, Arnab Goswami, the journalist, was not given any access to meet any of his family members or his official team, or primarily the editors of his channel, number one. Number two, the family members of Arnab Goswami were assaulted. Now, the team of the police officers that primarily reached to arrest Arnab Goswami, son of Arnab Goswami, was assaulted. He was beaten up. That's what Arnab Goswami is claiming. And the press statement of Arnab Goswami, the Republic TV primarily says that. Now, what I'm hearing from my source is that all the journalist body, all the press association in our country are working on a statement, and they're coming out with a statement condemning this horrific act that has taken place in Maharashtra. So let's not forget this fact that Arnab Goswami has been arrested in a case which was actually closed back. This case of this abatement of suicide of an interior designer that took place in 2018. This case was actually shut, and after that, this case was reopened again, and now Arnab Goswami is being arrested. So this actually is attack on the democracy primarily. And I also remember some of the words of a book written by former chairperson of Prasar Bharati, A. Surya Prakash. Now, he in his book of emergency clearly mentioned this point, that if you ask comfortable questions to the government, or primarily if sometimes at that point in time, if unsuitable circumstances are created, this kind of act started taking place. So that's what he mentioned in his book as well. Mr. A. Surya Prakash, former chairperson of Prasar Bharati, in his book of emergency, he also mentioned this point. The same kind of replica is being seen in Maharashtra, whereby unfavorable question, unsuitable questions were asked to the government primarily in Maharashtra, and of course the police taking the course and arresting Arnab Goswami for the case that was shut. Number one, no contact was allowed. No access of contact was given to Arnab Goswami as well.
Now the freedom of press is what is a very strong sentiment as we speak. Arun,
stay on. Yes. We're getting one more tweet, this time again from Minister Prakash Javadekar. He says, and I quote him here, "We condemn the Congress led by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for its fascist and emergency mindset, which is on display in Maharashtra." That's a tweet by Minister Prakash Javadekar on your screens right now.
And also, in fact, as per the Republic TV website, Arun, Mumbai Police Commissioner Paramveer Singh apparently has alleged Arnab was a Hawala operator. So Mumbai Police in the last few weeks or few months post Sushant Singh Rajput's investigative, when the investigations were underway, they were clearly at loggerheads. But the case was already legally contested. And this, shockingly and surprisingly, Arun, you would agree, the arrest is taking place on a case which apparently has been a closed and shut case. It goes back to 2018, and even if you want to open the case, anyone in India will have access legally to your legal team. And the whole... If you look at the visuals, can we play those visuals of Arnab being heckled and taken out in those vans? At least 10 policemen with assault rifles. They barged reportedly into his house.
Absolutely, Sakal. Now, let me tell our viewers over here that the government institutions are not meant to take revenges. That's the scene that we are seeing in Maharashtra as of now. Be it Mr. Paramveer, the Maharashtra commissioner, or be it the people who are sitting in power. If in case somebody is asking, or primarily specifically, if press is asking you questions that does not suit you, if press is asking you questions, that makes you uncomfortable, that does not mean that institutions, or primarily government institutions, government posts will be used to take revenge on that part. Now, as of now, what is happening, that if you try to recall all these series that have happened, be it the Palghar issue that Republic raised at that point in time. After that, the Mumbai police alleged Republic TV for primarily a TRP scam, but nothing could be found out as far as the TRP scam is concerned. So now again, a case that was closed and shut of 2018 of a abatement suicide case of interior designer. So this was again the shut case in 2018, the suicide that took place in 2018. So now again reopening that case, misusing the power, misusing the institutions, and again taking or attacking primarily media and attacking the press at this point in time. is clearly a message that yes, there are some people in this section of society that are trying to destroy the democracy, the oldest democracy of the world, primarily. Let me know that the largest. You can say that the largest democracy primarily is primarily in threat because of the fact that the Republic TV and the press primarily, the way it has been attacked going forward. So yes, it's the largest democracy that seems to be under threat. And that's the reason why primarily the media, which was attacked by the police, which was attacked by the people who are ruling in the Maharashtra, they have given a clear sense that they're ready to attack the democracy as well, because the uncomfortable questions were asked by the press. And yes, as my sources are telling me as of now, Sakal and Ramesh, that various journalist association, press association are also working on a statement condemning this entire horrific incident that has taken place in the morning. And yes, it's a kind of emergency, you can understand, as far as the freedom of speech is concerned, freedom of expression is concerned, as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Sakal and Ramesh.
Arun, stay on. I want to go across to our guest, Mr. Iyer, once again on this broadcast. Mr. Iyer, this is clearly political vendetta, a case of shooting the messenger, isn't it?
100% you are right on the dot, because the whole idea is to silence Arnab Goswami. The whole idea is to silence Republic TV, because its coverage has not been conducive for the powers that be in Mumbai today. This is coming out very clear. Otherwise, you would not need to, revive a case which was earlier closed by the local police investigation. And then, as Shakal Bhatt was describing, that you send police in the morning, and then you send people with assault rifles, and then there are reports of misbehavior with the family members of Arnab Goswami. Now, why are you doing all this? Isn't it to instill some kind of a fear, to intimidate the family, to intimidate the journalist?
Right.
This is very, very unfortunate. For political reasons, if a journalist has to be treated this way, I think it is really sad and very, very shocking.
Indeed.
That this has happened in the city of Mumbai, because we have seen for the last few days where the Mumbai police has been even investigating the so-called TRP scam, because in that also it seems to be that because of rivalry among some private channels, somehow the Mumbai police has got into I mean, how is the police connected in the case of about, what is essentially a commercial dispute? But we saw Mumbai police stepping in, probably at the behest of the political powers who ordered this kind of thing to silence Arnab Goswami. Because the big message that is coming is that the powers that we are very, very uncomfortable with the coverage done by Republic TV, which incidentally has enjoyed reasonably a good viewership compared to the channels. So you can see here the political...
When a police establishment, Shekhar ji, when a police establishment sends encounter cops to a journalist's house, drag him, assault him, and they stop him from meeting his own team. Forget your legal team, your family members, etc. This has to stop. And I think the accountability of Mumbai police is what we all as a nation should question. Mumbai police has to come out. Mumbai police has to explain, not a mere press conference. The nation really wants to know, Arnab, this is Arnab's punchline. He coined this punchline. Well, right now the nation would need to know on what grounds has this happened in the morning, and why was he not allowed legal access? They will have to explain it to the nation. Because it is Arnab today, tomorrow it could be anybody else.
Exactly, because that is the problem. That is what we all will have to remember, because what was the need for doing all this? I mean, you just saw that, the whole idea seemed to be, just a few days ago, the Mumbai police had assured the Supreme Court, the TRP case, that they will not arrest Arnab Goswami.
No, this is
and
deliberate.
Mr. Iyer, just for
This
your
is
information
deliberate.
as well,
Yes.
we are showing on our screens the visuals of Arnab Goswami being accosted by a Mumbai cop. These are the visuals of that incident that took place in Mumbai this morning, which led to the arrest of Republic TV's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami.
Yes, please continue, Shekhar, as we stay with this screen grab. It's a screenshot where you can clearly see. No guesses for it. You don't need to be an Einstein to actually decode this visual, Ramesh. I mean, look at the cop there holding Arnab's hand. Arnab is sitting there. Arnab is sitting there with the mask on. This is Arnab's residence reportedly, and a cop is holding, trying, in fact, apparently trying to drag him, pull him. You can tell the person verbally. There are other ways of doing it, but this is deliberate. And do you? Okay, I want to know from you, Shekhar, why this provocation? It's deliberate. It's very clear. You're provoking deliberately, aren't you? I mean, Mumbai police.
Yeah, I think the whole idea is to instill fear. This is a clear case of intimidation. The whole idea is to put in some kind of fear in a journalist who is seen as very gutsy, who has been quite independent. So therefore, the whole idea is to show that the might of the state can act on you if you displease our political bosses. Otherwise, why should they go about this? Because if it is simply pursuing a case, and if there is a necessity for Arnab Goswami to produce before a magistrate or a court, the simple thing would be to issue him summon and ask him to appear. Instead of that, what we are seeing is a physical show of intimidation, trying to put fear in the staff of the Republic TV, put a fear in the family of Arnab Goswami, to show that, look, we can do this to you, so be careful. This is a kind of a warning which interferes with press freedom. I think we must remember that the whole thing has been staged to show that we will not tolerate dissent. We will not tolerate the way you cover events in our state. So, because the Mumbai police is not acting alone.
But Mr. Iyer, I have to ask you something. How does it reflect on the journalists or media associations? He has been been attacked constantly, regularly for the last several weeks on end now, and not a statement condemning the actions against Republic TV or Arnab Goswami. At least today we expect the media associations, Editors Guild and other organizations to come up, step up and actually call a spade and call the bluff, so to speak, isn't it?
Absolutely, Ramesh. I agree with you, because all along we have been seeing that some media bodies have been crying wolf all the time, saying that, the central government is after press, the central government. But actually here is a clear case where you are seeing intimidation. So when you are crying wolf over nothing, here is a particular case, a very serious case, and I am sure the journalistic bodies will realize that
we'll have to see now the reactions that might come from Republic TV management. Now the focus also shifts to Shekhar. What happens next? If we can go back to Munmun or Arun, in the meanwhile, Shekhar, you can elaborate on it. Leave the rhetoric now. I think we should just kill the competitive divide at this juncture. And this is very serious, Shekhar Iyer. In your journalistic career, you being so seasoned and senior, have you seen this? Last we saw this was Indira Gandhi emergency. And I think this is worse than this. This is worse when you're, sending assault rifle and encounter cops to drag one of the leading journalists of the country, undoubtedly. And I can tell you from our sources, well, it may not be confirmed, that he was dragged by the hair.
I mean, these kind of reports actually are very disturbing. The fact that why are we being taken back to that emergency era? Why are we being taken back? I mean, the basic question is what's going on in Mumbai? Why is the powers that we are doing this? What are they scared of? What are they scared of Arnab Goswami? What are they scared of press? I mean, because this is an issue which is very clearly, because nobody is going to prevent, nobody is going to argue for any person being investigated for any under the law. But here what is happening is the law is being used and old cases being trumped up, I would say, in order to send out a message that we can silence you. Because we have seen, journalists in India have seen, previously when there was a black law.
It's important for us to tell our viewers, Shekhar ji, it's important to tell our viewers about the case which dates back to 2018, and Goswami was investigated and case was closed by court. There was a closure report. There was a closure report filed by the court. For God's sake, is Mumbai police challenging the top court of the country? Is Mumbai police challenging the judiciary? Is Mumbai police trying to tell the nation that we don't buy what the court of the country has to say?
Well, I think the Mumbai police is under instruction, because I still see Mumbai police as the tool, because the political masters are behind this. Because if a old case
can
is
you
being
dictate
tried-
to judiciary? There is a clear divide between executive, legislation and judiciary.
Mr. Iyer, there's something called the rule of law.
No,
we
absolutely.
are a law-abiding citizen, a democracy with freedom of the press. There are legal recourses available to either party, be it the government or the journalist in question.
We gave legal recourse
But
to
what we are
Kasab
seeing,
also.
what we saw happen this morning is unprecedented. This is, I mean, we have not seen like this anything in recent time, in recent memory, Mr. Iyer.
Exactly. I think the rule of law has been thrown to the winds in this particular case, because as you just mentioned, this is a case relating to some payment issues between the Republic TV organization and people who probably designed or did some architecture for the setting up of the studio. And subsequently, we understand the family members, the mother and son of that particular case allegedly committed suicide, and subsequent to that, the case was investigated by the Alibag police, and the Raigad police had closed the case. A closure report was filed. Suddenly, we saw in May of this year, Maharashtra Home Minister, who belongs to the Nationalist Congress Party of Sharad Pawar, he came out with a tweet saying that we have received a complaint from a member of that family to reopen the case. Now, this is the time when the Maharashtra government, the coalition, has been facing a lot of political problems. Now, obviously, there is some link between the media coverage of the political issues faced by the political masters of Maharashtra and the action being taken today. And in the last few months also, we have seen, the last weeks I would say, that where, that so-called TRP scam being used to muzzle a particular TV channel.
Right.
I think it's very clear that there is a lot of politics in this. There is no respect of law. There is no respect for procedure. And the whole idea is to convey to a particular news organization that we are powerful, we are rulers, we will intimidate you, we will silence you.
Right, Mr. Iyer, do stay on. Well, let's get some more updates from our colleagues. First to Munmun in the newsroom, and then we go live across to our colleague in Mumbai, Shama Mishra. Coming to you first, Munmun, fill us in on the details coming in this moment.
Right, on the aspect that Sakal was earlier bringing up on the context of this is not a simple case on the looks of it of an investigation that is going on in a suicide case for which there was a closure report that the Mumbai police had filed in a court of law, which was accepted. The Mumbai police had then said that there is no evidence. For lack of evidence, this case should be closed. However, that investigation was reopened just because one family member of the architect said that the case was not properly investigated. And there is a history to this. And in the press release, Republic TV puts out very clearly, it says the Mumbai police's nefarious designs stands exposed before the world, as they have gone from alleging a fake TRP scam to seeking editorial access to the Republic newsroom, from planting fake stories on Republic's advertising deals to booking the entire editorial staff under a draconian colonial act, from alleging a fake Hawala case to criminalizing public hashtags, and the latest forceful arrest of Arnab Goswami shockingly comes in a case that was closed by a court of law. So they've been at loggerheads, so there's much more to it than what Mumbai police or the Maharashtra police as a whole or the Maharashtra government would want us to believe. And at this point in time, I'd like to remind the viewers about what Churchill had said once in Parliament when he was taken on by an opposition leader very strongly. Churchill had said that I may not agree with you, but I will defend till the very end your right to speak. So this is what democracy is all about, which is what the Maharashtra government as well as Maharashtra police has forgotten. Journalists tend to do their jobs, and if state governments and if state police forces do not like truth being investigated and truth being brought out, then this is not the way that would be acceptable in a democracy, that you rough up someone, you rough up a child who's a teenager, you don't allow media access, you go in with an encounter cop and you mishandle him the way we've seen that play out in the visuals. And there are no summons, there is no access to the legal team. So it's all evident there on television. There's nothing more left to describe because it's really all there on the cameras. So this is how the Mumbai police has acted extremely unprofessionally, and laws have been violated in all of this, with no summons being allowed and no access to legal team be allowed.
Munmun, you've worked with Arnab I have worked with Arnab, but we have been repeatedly saying that it is not only about Arnab Goswami. It's about those journalists will align with a certain Mumbai police ruled by a certain political party who come up with vanilla questions. And Arnab was not a vanilla question journalist, right? And this is not going to stop, you know. I think this is going to really trigger not only flurry of reactions that continue to pour in from political dispensation, cutting party lines, Munmun. Now this is important, cutting across party lines, the kind of support that is continuously pouring in for Arnab Goswami, editor of Republic TV, besides the entire media fraternity. Munmun, the question is what happens next? If you could also give us a bit of a perspective how Republic TV is also tracking this, because obviously this is a lead story nationally now, and also reactions that would come in from Republic. Now I'm very sure that they're going to take it up legally. The focus now clearly shifts to next action, next course of action, legally from Republic and legally from Mumbai police. Apparently it's been taken to Alibag, and apparently it was Alibag police that the cops that walked in the morning, allegedly, they dragged him out of his house and took him to Alibag. What more are you picking up?
Sakal, it all started at 7:45 a.m. and like you are telling us, at Alibag police station is where Arnab would be at this point in time. We haven't heard officially from Republic TV after this press release on what they plan to do next, but rest assured there will be a legal team that will be preparing in the back room on how to take this further, because this is not just about one case. This is about the freedom of the press. This is about a reminder of the emergency days, and there are a whole lot of issues that are clubbed together. It is not about a suicide case or the investigation in a Sushant Singh Rajput case. There is much more to it. There are several angles. So we have to wait for an official word from Republic TV on how they plan to take this, whether they plan to take this altogether as an attack on the freedom of press, because on the looks of it, that's what the press release suggests, that this is indeed an attack on the freedom of the press, and that may well be the legal point going forward. And they're getting support on this from all across Twitter, from the cabinet ministers, from members of civil society. So we have to wait and watch on what the next step of Republic TV would be.
Right, Munmun, stay on. Let's go across now to our colleague Shama Mishra in Mumbai. Shama, fill us in on the details. What are you picking up from your sources on the ground in the Mumbai police as well? Now, clearly, there are a couple of issues here, legal issues, political issues at the same time. So this is a combination of political vendetta, personal attack, as well as freedom of the press, generally speaking, isn't it?
Well, definitely, yes. And if everything is seen by all the angles that you've mentioned, everything is considered, then definitely a pressurable amount, unaccountable pressure is mounted on Mumbai police and Maharashtra police currently, because we know for the fact that Maharashtra police, be it, you know, by saying of Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, he allowed or he directed to reopen the closed particular investigated file, but now it has opened, and they must have not maybe you know, expected or hoped that this would take such a drastic turn, coming in from all you know, central ministers, all cutting across party lines. All the media houses are condemning this particular assault on Arnab Goswami, because the media, we know for the fact that if today it's Republic TV, then tomorrow it could be anyone. So it's very important to raise your voices now. And seeing the fact that this is clearly from the NCP or the Congress, a lot of people are now also saying that, you know, Shiv Sena has also gone with the NCP and Congress government, the rule book of Congress government, by you know, playing the ways in which, in how they played in the emergency period. A lot of Mumbai or Maharashtra leaders, including Ashish Shelar from BJP, the leader of opposition, Devendra Fadnavis, they have condemned the assault and arrest, and they
Shama,
have
very quickly, I want to ask Shama very quickly. One thing is very clear, like Ramesh pointed out.
In fact, Sakal, if I can just come in.
Please, sure.
Minister Jaishankar has also tweeted, I'm reading from my phone. He says, and I quote him here, "Shades of the emergency, the arrest of Arnab Goswami is an attack on the freedom of the press. Those who really believe in this freedom must speak up," unquote.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Shama, What happens legally? We have to keep tracking Republic TV's official statement. We're expecting maybe in a while another statement. Number one. Number two, what are you picking up from your sources as far as Mumbai police is concerned? Because like Munmun said, there's a lot to it. And you would know, you're there in Mumbai, there is much more to it that meets the eye. There was a lot brewing between Republic TV and Mumbai Police Commissioner, the Mumbai Police camp. But they would stoop down to this level. I don't think this was expected. Are we having any pressure? Are we expecting some sort of statement coming in from Mumbai Police? Because remember on that fake alleged TRP scam, they were quick enough to do a press conference, which turned out to be a different case altogether in 48 hours.
Well, definitely, yes. And the number of calls that Maharashtra Police or Mumbai Police Commissioner, the entire PR of the Mumbai Police is getting, they would be coming out with some information, they would be coming out with some statement. But for now, we are not, able to talk to them. They are not able to give any information currently what is going to happen next. But yes, we are picking out that if the case is reopened and there could be some, there would be legal angles to it as well. So Arnab Goswami would be likely to be produced in court as well. That when that happens, we are yet to know. But yes, like I mentioned earlier also, an amountable pressure has been put on the Maharashtra police through Maharashtra government, as well as now all sides of the democratic wings, we can say, like
Shama, what happens legally? We have to keep tracking Republic TV's official statement. We're expecting maybe in a while another statement. Number one. Number two, what are you picking up from your sources as far as Mumbai police is concerned? Because like Munmun said, there's a lot to it. And you would know, you're there in Mumbai, there is much more to it that meets the eye. There was a lot brewing between Republic TV and Mumbai Police Commissioner, the Mumbai Police camp. But they would stoop down to this level. I don't think this was expected. Are we having any pressure? Are we expecting some sort of statement coming in from Mumbai Police? Because remember on that fake alleged TRP scam, they were quick enough to do a press conference, which turned out to be a different case altogether in 48 hours.
Well, definitely, yes. And the number of calls that Maharashtra Police or Mumbai Police Commissioner, the entire PR of the Mumbai Police is getting, they would be coming out with some information, they would be coming out with some statement. But for now, we are not, able to talk to them. They are not able to give any information currently what is going to happen next. But yes, we are picking out that if the case is reopened and there could be some, there would be legal angles to it as well. So Arnab Goswami would be likely to be produced in court as well. That when that happens, we are yet to know. But yes, like I mentioned earlier also, an amountable pressure has been put on the Maharashtra police through Maharashtra government, as well as now all sides of the democratic wings, we can say, like the press, the all party, whichever parties could be mentioned, they are putting pressure, because even the common people, even the common man is now asking, why did this really happen? Because anyone who's hearing this case will definitely say this is a political vendetta. This is just a kind of revenge taking entire case that was opened this just for a revenge taking platform.
True, yeah,
so now we are also expecting a presser or a statement from the Maharashtra police. And apart from that, legally what you've mentioned, we are yet to know when is Arnab Goswami likely to be produced.
Right,
in
Shama, it's getting to 10:30 India time. We'll have to wrap it at that. And with that, we come to the end of the special broadcast. But keep watching DD India. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, viewers, remember, what we do know is that Mumbai police physically mishandled Arnab Goswami, Republic TV's editor-in-chief. They dragged him to the police station, and what we can tell you is reportedly he has been taken to Raigad police station and he has been detained. We'll get more clarity. Is this a detention or is it an arrest? Because if it is an arrest, then there have to be specific sections that they may have slammed on him, despite the fact that already a closure report has been filed in this particular case. That's also the story, besides US elections, that we will be tracking for you only on a state national news broadcaster, Doordarshan. Thanks for staying with us.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ।
LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19.
World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19.
When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ. LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
और इस गीत के बाद
छाया गीत
और इंडिया
But won the first prize. बहुत रोमांचक रही है.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated
दिवस के साथ-साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith. 900.
Mumbai police arrest Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. State government faces condemnations from all across for curbing press freedom. Union Minister of Information and Broadcasting Prakash Javadekar says the arrest is reminiscent of the emergency days, condemns Congress for fascist mindset at display in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says assaulting the journalist is an example of misuse of power. Smriti Irani appeals not to support suppression.
Counting on for the US presidential elections as Donald Trump and Joe Biden fight it out. Media projections show Biden winning California, Florida projected to go to Trump. Good morning, you're watching DD News and I'm Preeti presenting the bulletin. Our top story first. Raigad police arrested Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami in connection with alleged abetment to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer in 2018. Arnab was arrested in a joint operation by Raigad police and the Mumbai police. A team consisting of API Sachin Vase picked up Arnab from his home. The case pertains to the deaths by suicide of Anvay Naik, managing director of Concord Design Private Limited in 2018. Union Minister Prakash Javadekar has condemned the arrest of Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami for allegedly abetting suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer. Union Minister tweeted, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when press was treated like this." Attacking Congress President Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, Union Minister further added that we condemn the Congress led by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for its fascist and emergency mindset, which is on display in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal assessed that assaulting the journalist is an example of misuse of power. In a tweet, he said, and I quote him, "Strongly condemn the attack on freedom of press in Maharashtra. This fascist move is a sign of undeclared emergency. Assaulting journalist Arnab Goswami is an example of misuse of power. We must all stand up against this attack on Indian democracy." Union Cabinet Minister Smriti Irani also tweeted, and I quote her, "Those in the free press who don't stand up today in support of Arnab, you are now tactically in support of fascism. You may not like him, you may not approve of him, you may despise his very existence, but if you stay silent, you support suppression. Who speaks if you are the next?" And here on your screens, we have the tweet coming in from Smriti Irani. "Those in the free press who don't stand up today in support of Arnab, you are tactically in support of fascism. You may not like him, you may not approve of him, you may despise his very existence. But if you stay silent, you support suppression. Who speaks if you are next?" Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Coal and Mines, Prahlad Joshi, has called the incident shameful. He said, and I quote him, "Shameful how Mumbai police have picked up Republic TV editor Arnab Goswami from his residence. Maharashtra government's this act of vengeance is against the freedom of press and highly condemnable." In a tweet, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi said, and I quote him, "Arrest of Arnab Goswami is a move to throttle nationalist voice in media. Congress emergency mindset is still there. Arnab, the whole country is with you. We have seen the press censorship and torture to i.e. Ramnath Goenka, Kuldeep Nair during emergency." On the arrest of TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Union Minister of Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi said that law is equal to all and prejudice mindset should not reflect in society.
कानून जो है वो सबके लिए समान है, लेकिन कहीं पर भी प्रेजुडिस माइंडसेट के साथ किस तरह की हरकतें नहीं दिखाई देनी चाहिए। अगर कोई प्रेजुडिस माइंडसेट के साथ दिखती है तो निश्चित तौर से वो सवाल के घेरे में खड़ी होती है।
And Bollywood actress Kangana Ranaut in a video message said, and rather she questioned Mumbai police and officials that how many voices will they try to shut.
ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपने आज अर्नब गोस्वामी के घर में जाके उनको मारा है, उनके बाल नोचे हैं, उनको असॉल्ट किया है। एक आवाज बंद करेंगे, कई उठ जाएंगी। कितनी आवाजें बंद करेंगे आप?
And our correspondent Yogesh Sheetal is joining us to get us more on that. Yogesh, voices of dissent, stern worded criticism is coming in from all quarters when we talk of the arrest of Arnab Goswami by the Maharashtra government and Mumbai police. I would want you to elaborate more as to what does the day ahead hold for Arnab Goswami? What legal options does he have in hand?
And we have seen the comments from all the fraternity, in fact, and especially the senior lawyers. They have made like Mahesh Jethmalani has said, the arrest is not legal, in fact, in those terms. So we can expect that later the matter will be gone up to the Bombay High Court, and that remains to be seen that what will be the outcome from the High Court as far as legal angles are concerned. Now coming to other points, so that we have seen a series of incidents have been witnessed in Maharashtra, particularly in Mumbai, over last few months, and the state government, it appears like that the state government is directly trying to threaten all the voices, all the all the dissents. In fact, whether they come from the civil society or actors like Kangana Ranaut. We had seen recently what happened when the BMC demolished her property. Also the veterans, like we had also seen how one of the Navy veterans was assaulted by some Shiv Sena workers when he allegedly posted some derogatory post on Facebook. Also journalists, the fresh case of Arnab Goswami. So a series of incidents have been reported in Maharashtra and particularly in Mumbai, and also they're joining here like Navi Mumbai, Thane. So this is not a new thing. This is completely, it is now at the peak, because this has come to the arrest point. So this is in fact a very important point as far as Maharashtra government. It seems that Maharashtra government and the rest of the people of Maharashtra are at the loggerhead at this point in time. So this is definitely a very serious incident in Mumbai, and we had earlier never seen such kind of threatening to the journalists, especially journalists, because Mumbai journalists are basically a good climate here as far as journalism is concerned. They have free voices. We have been working here since last decades, and we are witnessing a very good climate as far as journalists are concerned. But this is the first time it looks that they are threatening to the journalists and also the people of civil society. Now, as far as coming to this particular case in which the detention or arrest is made, this case belongs to 2018, and already the closure report is filed in this case. What happened recently that Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has said that they will again, ask the authority to reinvestigate this case. So this comes out of the blue, because there was no demand, there was no, a complaint filed, there was no plea before any courts to reopen this case. But despite everything, this was clearly, it basically establishes this is clearly an attempt to suppress the voice of the journalist through different mediums. You can threaten directly, you can threaten indirectly. So this is what we are witnessing in Maharashtra, and basically this is clear-cut, we can say in hard terms, we can say this is a clearly war between the Maharashtra government and the rest of the people.
Right.
If you see recently, a Wadala resident was badly assaulted and was shaved, and the Shiv Sena was...
All right, Yogesh, I'll take this thought forward to our guest who's joining us. We're joined in by Mr. Praful Ketkar, senior journalist. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on DD News. When we talk of the arrest of Arnab Goswami, from fascism to vendetta politics, to stern-worded criticism, we have it all coming in on social media from different quarters. I would want you to give in your first reactions. How do you see this issue pan out?
This is unbelievable and shocking, the least to say. If somebody has to see what is fascism, if somebody has to see what is vendetta politics, then this is it. If people have not seen emergency, then this is it. Simple thing is, as a media person, I would like to say this is about free speech. You can have differences ideologically, you can have differences of your type of journalism, but that doesn't mean that you will not speak for freedom of speech. This particular case was already closed. This was dug up specially to target one individual who is editor-in-chief, a self-made man. It is made into a Maharashtra or Marathi Manus issue for no reason. Congress has to answer whether they consider, a person coming from Assam and doing, entire life in Mumbai and building his career as Indian or not. Because, this particular thing, what is the crime? The real crime seems to be, calling out Sonia Gandhi with her maiden name, calling out Uddhav Thackeray and his son with with names, or continuing follow up with the Palghar Sadhu lynching case. All these things to be, and this is not individual case. If you go to Samit Thakkar's case, if you go to Kangana Raut case, the similar approach. And that's why I feel that everybody who stands for media freedom, everybody who stands for free speech, everybody who bats for the protection of Indian Constitution and the rights given to all of us, they should speak out. This is not individually about either the Republic or Arnav Goswami. This arrest is a blot on Indian democracy, simply because one person who is editor-in-chief could have been summoned. Even if there is a genuine case, he could have been summoned. Earlier we have seen that in many more cases, he actually, or his reporters went up to the police station, cooperated with the investigation. This is not the way. Harassment of family members or mishandling of a journalist cannot be accepted in any civilized democracy.
Yes.
Shiv Sena doesn't believe in civilized democracy. We know that. Whether Congress and Rashtravadi also support the similar kind of politics, they have to decide. And I'm more concerned about the other media houses. They may be having competition with now they may be having
right.
It's not that all the issues or all the styles
they may not be on the same page. So we'll talk about it in a while from now, but at present we'll get this tweet coming in from former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. He also joined the momentum on Arnab Goswami's arrest, and former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has said, and I quote him, "Although emergency was defeated in 1977, the mentality is still alive. Today, the supporters of emergency, Congress and Shiv Sena displaying the same undemocratic brutality to crush any voice of dissent. India has always fought such forces and the struggle will continue." And this is the tweet coming in from former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, criticizing Republic Chief Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami's arrest. To talk more about it, we are joined in by Mr. Praful Ketkar. So we were talking about the voices of dissent, and you were talking, reminding of the times, earlier times when, other means could have been adopted, but the government of Maharashtra came down to this standard and it arrested Arnab Goswami. I would want you to also talk more about how there is this tweet by Smriti Irani, wherein she's urging all to come together and in fact raise voice, because tomorrow it could be them then who would be there to question. So at this point in time, the need of the hour is for the media fraternity to come together and fight it out together, isn't it?
Absolutely. About one individual or one TV channel. This is about free speech. This is about our constitutional rights. If police they have some issue, they can always call somebody for investigation, and if somebody is a journalist, there is a protocol and a procedure. Only exception to this was during emergency when K.R. Malkani or Kuldeep Nayyar got arrested late night and picked up from their homes. Coincidentally, that time Congress imposed the emergency and Shiv Sena supported. Today, Shiv Sena is executing the emergency and Congress is supporting, but whoever is doing that, irrespective of political party, the state and the government had certain restrictions put by the constitution as far as executing this arrest right is concerned. And therefore, I believe that true Democrats, true proponents of free speech, true supporters of free media, they should come out and voice their concern, their dissent against this step by Maharashtra government. Remember, this can fall because like I'm appearing on your channel, I appear on many other channels. If tomorrow that channel something, I will also become culpable in this. So we shouldn't see this as an individual case. We have to see this as a collective attack on freedom of speech and expression. This is purely an attack, and if your silence can lead to murder of basic fundamental right of democracy, that is freedom of speech and expression.
All right, we'll talk more about it, but at present I'm joined by a correspondent, Arun Sharma. Arun, when on a morning when all eyes were on the US elections, we have this shocker coming in right in the morning. Arnab Goswami picked up from his home, assaulted and arrested. Very quickly, I would want you to give a backgrounder to our viewers as to what led to this.
That's right, Preeti. Now, let me first of all tell you this news that Editors Guild has primarily condemned this entire incident. They have come out with a statement, and they've clearly written a very strong worded statement. It says that the state power should not be used against critical reporting by the media. So that's the crux of the statement that's released by the Editors Guild of India, and primarily they've come out with a statement. But talking about this entire incident, we know this fact, Preeti, that media or the press is known as the fourth pillar of democracy. And today, early in the morning, this fourth pillar of democracy, that's the media and the press, were attacked by the people in the power in the state, and of course the police in Maharashtra. So importantly, what happened actually, this was a 2018 suicide abatement case, which was already closed by all the various institutions over there. But now again, this case was reopened because some of the relative of these people of the suicide case, primarily, they said that they were not satisfied with this investigation. And of course, this case was again reopened. And the journalist Arnab Goswami was arrested in the morning by the police. Apparently, Preeti, Arnab Goswami, his family apparently were, ill treatment was done with the family members as well, and of course with Arnab Goswami as well. That's what is written in the statement of Republic Media. But importantly, it's the fourth pillar of democracy, that's media, that's been attacked early in the morning. Important part is that various the cabinet ministers, various ministers all across the party lines have come forward and condemned this attack. A strong statement, a strong tweet has also come in from the MOS PMO Jitendra Singh. So the highest, you can say that from the highest place, that is the MOS PMO now tweeting, and he also has condemned this entire attack. A very strong worded tweet also being said by the MOS PMO Jitendra Singh, whereby he's saying that this is actually dictatorship, and Arnab Goswami or the Maharashtra police should immediately release Arnab Goswami. So that's what MOS PMO has tweeted. So looking at all the incidents, yes, the way Arnab Goswami, or primarily you can say that the way the press and the media in our country has raised questions to the government, the press and the media has raised uncomfortable questions to the government. So it seems that the government, or primarily the state government, and of course the police for that matter, is misusing their post, misusing the institutions. And that's the reason you can see when you talk about the Twitter, the top hashtags or the top trends on Twitter is Arnab Goswami. That means hashtag Arnab Goswami, hashtag vendetta, hashtag fascism, hashtag shooting the messenger. So all these are the top trends that's trending on Twitter. And yes, as primarily our sources are telling that the Mumbai police will have to come out with some statement or a presser, as it was done earlier during the TRP scam case. So it is expected that Mumbai police should come out with a presser as to what were the charges, why this arrest has been made, why why this kind of arrest case has been made, as far as this entire case is concerned.
All right, Mr. Ketkar, when we talk of this this particular issue, now we know that such an incident has not happened for the first time in Maharashtra. Earlier also we had an incident of head being shaved. Then we also had the way Kangana Ranaut was the way the government there, Maharashtra government was after Kangana Ranaut, and today we have this. So what is it? Where is the laxity? Why is it that the Maharashtra government feels so free to get to such low levels?
Oh, absolutely. Preeti, if you try to recall the kind of issues raised by the press, be it the Palghar issue, be it the issue of the Sushant Singh Rajput case. If you look at the Kangana Ranaut case as well, when the Kangana Ranaut's property or the assets were destroyed and demolished by the Maharashtra administration or the Mumbai administration at that point in time. So anybody who is raising questions, who is asking authority, anybody who is asking questions to the one who is in power, anybody who's asking questions to someone, or primarily uncomfortable questions to someone in power, they are being trying, that the kind of case is happening that they are being trying to primarily, kind of threatened as of now. Looking at the fact, Preeti, that today Should the media fraternity be scared? Today, the big question over here that rises that should the journalists in our country, should the media fraternity, should be threatened by these kind of incidents? Because once the leading journalist of the country, if in case he is being arrested for a case that was closed and shut, but just because he was asking tough questions, critical questions to the government over there in power in Maharashtra or to the Mumbai police at this point in time. So a case was created primarily, and of course the case was reopened that was already closed by the highest of the institutions of our system. So, and that after that also the case was reopened and he was arrested early in the morning. So should the small journalists in our country, should the journalist fraternity in our country, should they be threatened? Because if a leading journalist can be arrested, anybody, you, me, any journalist in our country can be arrested for asking any uncomfortable question to the government, to the uncomfortable question to the system. So the press primarily, which is treated as the fourth pillar of democracy, if in case that is attacked, yes, it's the Maharashtra police, it's the Maharashtra government. That should be questioned at this point in time because of the fact, because it seems that it's an emergency that has been created once again in 2020 as well. Preeti?
All right, I'll take that thought forward to Mr. Ketkar. Mr. Ketkar, what is your take on the free run which the Maharashtra government has been having? Because I put this question to our correspondent as well. We've had incidents of head shaving. We've had incident of how Kangana Ranaut tried to bully, the Maharashtra government tried to bully Kangana Ranaut, more so over, tried to pull her down. And today we have this incident. So why is it that Maharashtra government repeatedly has this free run to get to this low standards every time?
I think the way Maharashtra government has come up to power, the entire issue is rooted in that. See, as far as, a democratic system is concerned, it is always said that state has the monopoly over violence, and government has as in put with certain restrictions through the constitutional mechanism simply because there is a tendency in of people in power to misuse that authority, legitimate authority given by the constitution. The way this government has come up, ideologically there is no congruence, administratively there is no coordination, and when the questions are asked, now we have seen the tendency with Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, Mumbai and around, but otherwise also there is another case that is going on as far as some report related to the media house owned by Mr. Sharad Pawar and his family. And there are questions that were asked about Bollywood and the connection with some of the members from the ruling parties. Now, all these questions are uncomfortable questions. Media houses are meant to raise these questions that are coming up. They are, they have every right to sensitize the masses about the issues related to misgovernance coming forward, whether it is misgovernance related to COVID-19 or law and order situation like the way things happen in Palghar. So, but unfortunately, if you are thinking it as an attack on Mumbai police, attack on individually on some family or government, then you are actually shooting the messenger. You don't want to listen to what people are actually thinking. You want to echo your own voice. And this is a classic sign of fascism. This is a classic sign of the Nazi kind of, mongering where you use and misuse your power to, and you are sending somebody who is from, the encounter squad to, pick up a journalist. This gives a clear-cut message that you are not ready to listen individually against them.
Yes, eyebrows are being raised. Eyebrows are being raised, and stern-worded criticism has been coming in from every quarter. Thank you so much, Mr. Ketkar, for joining us this morning on GD News on the issue. So that was senior journalist Praful Ketkar telling us more and giving in his insights on Arnab Goswami being arrested by the Maharashtra police, by the Maharashtra government, Mumbai police. We'll get you more on that. Also, the Editors Guild of India has issued a statement on the arrest of Arnab Goswami, editor-in-chief editor-in-chief of Republic TV. It stated that the Editors Guild of India is shocked to learn about the arrest of Arnab Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic TV, in the early hours of Wednesday by the police. Goswami was arrested from his Mumbai residence on reportedly in an abetment to suicide case, and we condemn the arrest and find it extremely distressing. The Guild calls upon Chief Minister of Maharashtra to ensure that Goswami is treated fairly and state power is not used against critical reporting by the media. So that was it when we talk of Arnab Goswami's arrest by Mumbai police. We'll keep tracking it and we'll get you more on that through the day. But as of now, that's it in this edition of the News this hour. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Mumbai police arrest Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. The state government faces condemnation from all across the country for curbing press freedom. Union Minister of Information and Broadcasting Prakash Javadekar says that the arrest is reminiscent of the emergency days and condemns the Congress for fascist mindset at display in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says that assaulting the journalist is an example of misuse of power. Smriti Irani appeals not to support suppression. Counting is on for the US presidential elections as Donald Trump and Joe Biden fight it out. Media projections show Biden winning California. Florida is projected to go to Trump. Namaskar and welcome to the news. Our top story at this hour, the Mumbai police arrested today the Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. This is in connection with an alleged abetment to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer in 2018. Arnab was arrested in a joint operation by the Alibag police and the Mumbai police. And this case pertains to the death by suicide of Anvay Naik, managing director of Concord Design Private Limited in 2018, and his mother. Now, after Republic Television editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's arrest, the Union Minister of Information Broadcasting Prakash Javadekar slammed Maharashtra police's attack on press freedom and compared it to those of the emergency days. The Union Minister tweeted, and I quote, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this." Targeting the Congress President, the former Congress President Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the Union Minister further tweeted, and he said that we condemn the Congress led by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for its fascist and emergency mindset, which is on display in Maharashtra. The Union Minister Piyush Goyal said that assaulting a journalist is an example of misuse of power. He tweeted, and I quote, "I strongly condemn this attack on freedom of press in Maharashtra. This fascist move is a sign of undeclared emergency. Assaulting journalist Arnab Goswami is an example of misuse of power. We must all stand up against this attack on India's democracy." And slamming the Maharashtra government, the Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad said that the arrest on senior journalist Arnab Goswami is seriously reprehensible, unwarranted and worrisome. we had fought for freedoms of the press as well as while opposing the draconian emergency of 1975. In a series of tweets, the Union Minister said that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have openly attacked the Narendra Modi government through motivated charges of attack on institutions, yet they are completely silent when their own government in Maharashtra is blatantly suppressing the freedom of the press. Textbook case of hypocrisy. And he added that one can defer, one can debate, and one can ask questions too. However, arresting a journalist of the stature of Arnab Goswami by abuse of police power because of he was asking questions is something which we will need to condemn. And Sakal Bhatt now joins us with further inputs on this story. Well, Sakal, this has been brewing for some time when we look at, the confrontation that has been happening between Arnab Goswami and the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Less than, about 24 hours ago, the Mumbai Police Commissioner had accused him of being the largest Hawala operator in Maharashtra, and then it went back further. But this particular case dates back to 2018, and in May, in fact, the Congress had to some extent tried to push this case forward by releasing a video of the widow of Mr. Naik and at the time, and that also tried to generate some interest in this particular story. Fill us in with the details.
Basically, what we are picking up right now from our sources is that Republic TV is going to release another statement because they are in a huddle, the top management in the legal team. Because remember, this dates back to 2018 abetment to suicide case, which in fact already had seen a filing of a closure report. So Mumbai Police will have to do a lot of explaining legally and otherwise also on what grounds Arnab Goswami was allegedly dragged, assaulted and taken. And the sections that have been slammed on him, we'll get to hear on that more. But the focus also, in fact, Mark, clearly shifts to Mumbai Police producing him in a local court to actually seek his custody. Yeah. And when they do that, they will have to explain the grounds on which the morning episode reportedly took place. Number one. Number two, yes, you're right. This has triggered flurry of reactions cutting across party lines, whether you talk about Information Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar ji or other senior union ministers, including Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi Sahab and also Foreign Minister S.J. Shankar and others in line, condemning the way this has panned out at around 8:42 a.m. in the morning. Yes, could this really take a political spin? We'll have to really wait and watch because talking about Mumbai Police and Arnab Goswami, they have been at loggerheads on various fronts, whether it was alleged TRP scam or Falgar case. But then the larger question is about the way this whole exercise has been conducted in the morning. And there are some videos and pictures in public domain. And also we were just tracking Republic TV, or for that matter, the video and the footage, which runs, I think, into 2 to 3 minutes, clearly shows that Arnab and his family reportedly did comply with Mumbai Police. But then was Mumbai Police actually harsh, or did they actually assault Arnab while the way they took him in custody and he was out of his residence in those police vans and all those visuals there? This is what Republic TV claims, that he was assaulted. Well, Mumbai Police, I'm sure, will have its explanation ready. On the legal grounds, they have done this. But yes, the larger question is curbing of freedom of press. Has that happened? And how is this going to pan out further? Will it take a political spin? And what happens to Arnab Goswami next? One thing is very sure, Mark, that it's a long-drawn legal battle for both sides.
True indeed. But another question that also rises, Sakal, is intimidation. Because Arnab Goswami is quoted in the press as saying that his son was also roughed up. If we're not mistaken, his son is not very old. He's a child. And in that case, so that is intimidation of a minor. And so all these are quite serious when the charges could be framed later on of police action. We also know that this has been compared to the emergency where there's, and there was talk of a police state, one in which the police basically uses force to try and get its way. And we are seeing, I mean, at least examples seem to be suggesting that. So, well, try and put this into context, because Arnab is not only facing a backlash from the police. There are a number of cases in court also on defamation cases. All these are all sort of some form of intimidation against the freedom of the press.
Well, the legal team of Arnab Goswami has been working overtime for the last so many months, you rightly pointed out. But this is business as usual. I mean, legal war, legal contesting, all that, it's a routine for any media house for that matter. But then this has certainly for sure taken a very ugly turn. If you talk about the alleged TRP scam that Mumbai police, they slammed on Republic TV, which Republic TV way back a few months back vehemently denied and rubbished and snubbed that nothing like that really exists. Whether it was media warfare in the public, in private TV ecosystem. Having said that, what is legal will go down the wire legally. But Republic TV, remember, very important here, Mark, they're rubbishing it as a political vendetta. They're rubbishing it as a witch hunt, and also calling this arrest illegal. Now, we'll have to really wait a little more, really not jumping the gun and really not speculating. Is this detention? How Mumbai police is now going to justify this arrest/detention? The grounds we do know, because all that information is already there in public domain, because this is pertaining to the 2018 abetment to suicide case, which apparently, in fact, on which the closure report was already filed. So even if the closure report was filed, what was the need for Mumbai police to send at least 10 to 15 cops with encounter cops? This is what the channels, some of the channels or media houses are claiming. Assaulted cops with assault rifles, quote unquote. So we'll have to really see how this pans out during the day, because remember, but there's one underlying very, very overwhelming and very, very important question, because this also in a way tantamounts to crushing freedom of press. Crushing freedom of press, and how is Mumbai police going to rubbish that narrative that this is not actually crushing of freedom of press, but this all this exercise has been orchestrated pretty much on legal grounds. We'll have to see if at all they decide to do a presser on this or not.
Right, and on the side of Republic TV, they have said that they've always cooperated with the police. They've gone in for all the investigations that the police has asked for. They've gone for the questioning, and all this Sakal, we'll continue to talk to you, but you will also talk to us. But there are inputs coming in from the United States as well, is what I'm told. So let's go across live to the United States now, and the Democratic candidate Joe Biden is giving us some sort of an input.
Early vote and the mail-in vote is going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished, and it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Well, we were getting in some live footage there from the United States, and we were listening to the former U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, who was talking about the election, saying that the last result, the result is only declared after the last ballots are counted. But let's go across now to the BJP briefing, and let's listen into what the BJP is saying.
Is one of our fundamental rights. And the first sentence that I want to speak today is, Italian origin leader of Congress party brings mafia style politics to India. बंधुगण, 2014 से पहले 10 वर्षों तक जिस प्रकार की सरकार रही, एक इटालियन कुल की, इटालियन डायनास्टी की सरकार, और मैं आज परहेज नहीं करूंगा ये कहने में, I will not shy away from saying the truth, that as far as the leader of this Italian mafia is concerned, she is none other than one of the ones whose father was extremely close to Mussolini. Mussolini के right hand, Mussolini के दाहिने हाथ रह चुके पिता की पुत्री आज जिस प्रकार भारतवर्ष में माफिया राज स्थापित कर रही हैं, यह आप सबके सामने है, और इसको अभिव्यक्त करना यह हमारी आजादी है। बंधुगण, प्रेस के खिलाफ जिस प्रकार के कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं, कोई एक केस नहीं है, कोई दो केस नहीं है। आज मैं आपके सामने अनेकों ऐसे उदाहरण रखूंगा जिससे आपको मालूम पड़ेगा कि किसी एक चैनल के लिए नहीं, किसी एक व्यक्ति के लिए नहीं, मगर इस कमरे में बैठा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के लिए और प्रत्येक चैनल के अधिकार के लिए आज हम खड़े हैं, आज हम आवाज उठा रहे हैं। In fact, friends, such dastardly action against the press, against the people who dissent, is an attack on the fundamental right of not only the press, the reporters, the editors, but also the fundamental right, is an attack on the fundamental right of the core of this democracy called India. बंधुगण, माफिया hates anyone who seeks the truth. माफिया के कुछ गुण होते हैं। माफिया कभी भी सत्य नहीं सुनना चाहता है, माफिया चाटुकारिता चाहता है। माफिया हमेशा एक कमिटेड ब्यूरोक्रेसी चाहती है, माफिया हमेशा एक कमिटेड जुडिशरी चाहती है, माफिया हमेशा एक कमिटेड जर्नलिस्ट चाहता है, एक कमिटेड जर्नलिज्म चाहता है, एक कमिटेड मीडिया चाहता है। बंधुगण, यही वो माफिया सरकार है। माफिया, और देखिए विडंबना, माफिया मां बेटे का जो माफिया सरकार है, इसने केवल प्रेस के ऊपर आघात किया हो ऐसा नहीं। जब इनको फेवरेबल जजमेंट नहीं मिलता है तो ये चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया तक को नहीं छोड़ते हैं। दे अटैक ऑन द सीजेआई ऑफ इंडिया, दे मूव अहेड फॉर द इंपीचमेंट ऑफ सीजेआई ऑफ इंडिया, दे कॉल द सीजेआई ऑफ इंडिया बाय नेम्स। तो ये केवल प्रेस का विषय नहीं है, यह विषय हम में से प्रत्येक नागरिक का है। हर नागरिक इस देश में सर उठा के जी सके और सत्य के साथ खड़े हो सके, ये माफिया होने नहीं देना चाहती है। माफिया लव्स करप्शन, माफिया भ्रष्टाचार को पसंद करती है, और जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के विरोध आवाज उठाते हैं, माफिया उनको दबाने का प्रयास करती है। माफिया हेट्स कॉमन मैन, साधारण व्यक्ति। समित ठाकर एक साधारण व्यक्ति है, कोई अमीर व्यक्ति नहीं, कोई बहुत बड़े परिवार से नहीं आता, मगर उसके ऊपर काला कपड़ा ढक करके, उसको बांध करके जिस प्रकार आतंकवादी के रूप में एक कोर्ट के सामने प्रस्तुत किया जाता है, और जब कोर्ट उसे बेल देती है तो माफिया उसे पुनः गिरफ्तार कराती है और पुनः काल कोठरी में ढकेल देती है, ये माफिया का चरित्र है। माफिया लव्स ड्रग्स, ड्रग्स का सिंडिकेट खोलना, ड्रग्स का कारोबार करना, ये माफिया को पसंद है। और जो ड्रग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाएगा, जो सत्य के लिए खड़ा होगा, माफिया उसे पनपने नहीं देगी, चाहे उसे घुटने पर क्यों ना लाना पड़े, माफिया वो सब कुछ करेगी। माफिया बाहर से सुंदर दिखता है, हमेशा ये माफिया का चरित्र है कि जो माफिया का एक्सटीरियर होगा वो बड़ा डेकोरेटेड होगा, कॉलम्स लिखा जाएगा, आर्टिकल्स लिखे जाएंगे माफिया द्वारा कि देखो हम कितने चरित्रवान हैं, हम कैसे डेमोक्रेसी को प्रोटेक्ट करने वाले हैं। एक तरफ तो सोनिया जी आर्टिकल लिखती हैं पेपर में और कहती हैं कि डेमोक्रेसी की हत्या हो रही है। एक तरफ राहुल गांधी जी आर्टिकल लिखते हैं और कहते हैं मैं प्यार की राजनीति करता हूं, आई बिलीव इन पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ लव। इज दिस पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ लव? सोनिया जी, इज दिस love for democracy that you advocate and you write article about? This is the characteristic feature of Italian mafia, a beautiful exterior, decorating your exterior with articles and columns and speaking volumes about democracy, but in reality, you are the murderers of democracy. And in the words of Agatha Christie, murder, she wrote. This mafia is the one who has written murder of democracy as and when they have been in power and whichever state they have been in power. Friends, ये जो इटालियन माफिया और उनके अलाइज हैं, ये जो इटालियन माफिया और उनके साथी हैं, कंधा तो किसी साथी का है, कंधा तो शिवसेना का है, मगर वो बंदूक, वो ट्रिगर, वो बारूद और वो बुलेट, ये सारा कुछ इटालियन माफिया का है। ये सारा कुछ उन मां बेटे का है जो हिंदुस्तान में डेमोक्रेसी को समाप्त करने के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। कंगना रनौत एक साधारण महिला, मेहनती महिला, बाहर से जाके मुंबई जैसे विराट प्रदेश में, विराट स्थान पे मुंबई का दिल बड़ा है, सबके लिए उसका दिल खुला हुआ है। वहां वो जाती है, मेहनत करती है, आगे बढ़ती है, और उसको क्या मिलता है? ये माफिया उसका घर डेमोलिश कर देती है। ना कोई कानून, ना कोई आईन, ना कोई बही। देयर इज नो लॉ, देयर इज नो वर्ड ऑफ लॉ, देयर इज नो जस्टिस, and you demolish the home of Kangana Ranaut just because she demanded certain answers, just because she wanted to know about Sushant Singh Rajput, just because she spoke against the government, just because she attacked mother and son. Is this the way you would behave with an ordinary citizen? साधारण लोगों के साथ, समित ठाकर जैसे साधारण लोगों के साथ जिस प्रकार से ये माफिया व्यवहार कर रही है, वो अब आप सबके सामने है। बंधुगण, आपने देखा है, यहां सारे चैनल बैठे हैं, और मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगा रामधारी सिंह दिनकर का। रामधारी सिंह दिनकर वही हैं जिन्होंने कहा था सिंहासन खाली कर की जनता आती है। इमरजेंसी के समय जिन्होंने हम सबको जगाया था, हम सबको आगे बढ़ाया था, उसी रामधारी सिंह दिनकर ने कहा है, और मैं ये पढ़ना चाहूंगा, समर शेष है, समर शेष है नहीं पाप का भागी केवल व्याघ्र, समर शेष है नहीं पाप का भागी केवल व्याघ्र, जो तटस्थ हैं समय लिखेगा उनका भी अपराध। There is nothing called as being neutral. Being neutral is to stand with truth. जब भी कंफ्यूजन होता है, जब भी मन के अंदर भ्रम होता है, याद करिए इस पूरे विश्व में सबसे बड़ा रणक्षेत्र कोई है, जहां सबसे बड़ा दुंदुभिनाद हुआ था, वो कुरुक्षेत्र है। कुरुक्षेत्र में अर्जुन के मन के अंदर संशय था कि मुझे लड़ना है या नहीं लड़ना है, तो कृष्ण ने उनके रथ को बीच में स्थापित करके कहा था कि देख, एक तरफ न्याय है और एक तरफ अन्याय है, लड़ना है और अन्याय को समाप्त करना है और न्याय और धर्म के साथ खड़ा होना है। आज मैं सबसे अपील करता हूं, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो, चाहे वो आम नागरिक हो, चाहे वो संगठन हो, संस्था हो, एनजीओ हो, चाहे वो न्यूज चैनल हो, क्योंकि सभी न्यूज चैनल हमारे लिए बराबर हैं। सबसे यह अपील है कि रणक्षेत्र के मध्य में खड़े होकर ध्यान से देखें कि सत्य किस तरफ है। बीइंग न्यूट्रल is to be with truth. Being neutral does not mean to shun the truth and not show the truth. To stand with the truth is neutrality. So please, let's stand with the truth. बंधुगण, बहुत सारे उदाहरण हैं। ये हिटलर और मुसोलिनी की बात करते हैं, ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को गाली देते हैं। आए दिन प्रधानमंत्री के लिए जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग किया जाता है, उनको हिटलर शाह कहा जाता है। आज आप बताइए हिटलर शाही क्या है? घर से घसीट कर किसी व्यक्ति को ले जाना, उनकी पत्नी और उनके एक माइनर बच्चे के साथ जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार किया गया है, वो व्यवहार करना, एक केस जो बंद हो गया है उस केस को पुनः खोल देना, यह कहां का लोकतंत्र है? कोविड चल रहा है, द पैंडेमिक इज रिटन लार्ज इन द वर्ल्ड पॉपुलेस, अक्रॉस द ग्लोब द पैंडेमिक इज स्पीकिंग फॉर इटसेल्फ. Mankind is not only fighting, but fighting gravely against this pandemic. And during this pandemic, we have a government in Maharashtra which is arresting journalists, not of any particular channel, but across channels, those who have questioned the Maharashtra government on its fallacies in conducting itself during the COVID pandemic. जिन्होंने भी, जिस भी जर्नलिस्ट ने या जिस भी आम आदमी ने सवाल उठाया है कोविड को लेकर, उनके साथ जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार किया गया है महाराष्ट्र में, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस की सरकार ने, सोनिया सेना ने उसे गिरफ्तार किया है, यह धिक्कार योग्य है। और बंधुगण, मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहूंगा और एक डेट भी बताता हूं। वो डेट है 2019 का है, 13 मई 2019। एक आर्टिकल लिखा गया था, क्योंकि आप कहेंगे हम केवल एक चैनल के लिए खड़े नहीं बंधुगण, यहां बैठा एक एक चैनल के साथ हम खड़े हैं। इसलिए मैं 13 मई 2019 में इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में एक आर्टिकल लिखा गया था निरुपमा सुब्रमण्यम द्वारा, और वो विषय था इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का ही, और आर्टिकल का हेडलाइन था राजीव गांधीज इनफेमस हॉलिडे। उसका हेडलाइन था What vindictive Rajiv Gandhi did after Indian Express covered the story of his INS Virat vacation. आपको याद है जब राजीव गांधी प्रधानमंत्री थे और INS विराट के ऊपर फॉरेनर्स को लेकर वेकेशन पे निकल गए थे लक्षद्वीप के लिए, उस विषय में आप सभी के चैनल ने इसको दिखाया था। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी इस विषय पर बताया था। मगर उस समय जब इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ने इस विषय को छापा था, तो आप जानते हैं क्या किया गया था इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के साथ? इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के साथ वही किया गया था जो आज कुछ न्यूज चैनल के साथ किया जा रहा है। उस समय राजीव गांधी इस हद तक गए थे कि जुलाई 1988 में राजीव गांधी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड अ ड्रैकोनियन बिल, द डिफेमेशन बिल। मीडिया के लिए डिफेमेशन बिल लाया गया था कि कोई भी प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ कुछ लिख नहीं सकता है। यह तो धन्य है, उस समय मीडिया यूनाइटेड थी। You are all united. You stood the ground. You fought against valiantly against the suppression of media and you came out victorious. आप जीत के आए और वो बिल को राजीव गांधी को विड्रॉ करना पड़ा. मैं 2 लाइन जो इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ने 2019 में लिखा था वो पढ़ के बताता हूं कि किस प्रकार इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के ऊपर अन्याय किया गया था. एंड शी राइट्स, निरुपमा जी लिखती है, For those of us present in the office that day, the manner in which hundreds of armed CRPF and Delhi police personnel took a position inside and outside the Delhi office of Indian Express seemed way out of the proportion for a tax evasion case. Indian Express के ऑफिस को घेर लिया गया था और इस प्रकार से आक्रमण किया गया था मानो इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का ऑफिस नहीं, ये गोयनका जी का ऑफिस नहीं. आज गोयनका जी के नाम पे अवार्ड मिलता है. हम सब देश के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री सम्मान के लिए खड़े होते हैं रामनाथ गोयनका जी के नाम पर. वो इतना बड़ा स्थान है. इतने बड़े पत्रकार जगत के इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के साथ राजीव गांधी ने क्या किया था, यह निरुपमा जी लिखती है कि रेड करा दिया था. असीम त्रिवेदी, आपको याद होगा, एक कार्टूनिस्ट ने जब कार्टून बनाए थे अन्ना हजारे के समय, उसके साथ क्या हुआ यह बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. हजारों ऐसे उदाहरण हैं. हु ब्रॉट द इमरजेंसी इनटू दिस कंट्री? आपातकाल को किसने जन्म दिया? आपातकाल के समय बिजली काट दी गई रात को. टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया के यहां पत्रकार बैठे हैं, बहादुर शाह जफर रोड में उनका हेड ऑफिस है, अगर मुझे अच्छे से याद है तो. बिजली काट दी गई थी ताकि टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया का हेडलाइंस न छप सके. टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया अपनी हेडलाइन न छप सके और वो उनकी प्रिंटिंग प्रेस बंद हो जाए. पंजाब केसरी, आज हमारे बीच अश्विनी चोपड़ा जी नहीं है, हमारे सांसद रह चुके. अश्विनी चोपड़ा जी ने मुझे बताया है, मेरे मित्र थे, मेरे बड़े भाई थे, उन्होंने मुझे बताया है किस प्रकार का इमरजेंसी के समय उनके साथ और उनके परिवार के साथ अत्याचार किया गया, किस प्रकार उन्होंने कॉलम्स खाली छोड़े थे, बाध्य किया गया. किंतु फिर भी अश्विनी चोपड़ा जी ने कहा हमारे लोगों ने कलम उठाए और लिखा. एक एक पत्रकार जो यहां बैठा है, चाहे वो इंडिया टुडे हो, चाहे वो टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया हो, चाहे वो पंजाब केसरी हो, चाहे वो नवभारत टाइम्स हो, चाहे वो भास्कर हो, चाहे वो जागरण हो, सभी ने आपातकाल के समय जो सहा है उसके लिए उनकी पत्रकारिता को सैल्यूट है. हजारों पत्रकार अरेस्ट हुए, हजारों लाखों भारतीय अरेस्ट हुए. आई कॉल अपॉन द इंडियंस, let not this kind of mafia raj descend upon any state in India which is governed by the mafioso of Italy. ये जो माफियासो राज है, इटालियन में माफियासो कहते हैं, वहां से माफिया शब्द आया है. जिस भी राज्य में ये इटालियन सरकारें चल रही हैं वहां पर इस प्रकार की गिरफ्तारी ना हो, घसीट करके किसी पत्रकार को बाहर ना निकाला जाए, इसके लिए हम लामबंद होकर खड़े हो, यही हमारी पुकार है. बंधुगण, अर्नब गोस्वामी जी के साथ आज जो हुआ है यह पत्रकारिता के जगत के लिए एक काला दिन है. उनके माइनर बेटे के ऊपर अटैक करना, उनके घर में से उनको घसीट कर ले जाना, और वह भी एक ऐसे केस में जिसको 2018 में क्लोजर मिल गया था, द केस विच वॉज क्लोज्ड इन 2018. मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूं, अगर आज हम एकजुट नहीं होंगे तो कल बारी हमारी है. इसलिए हमें न्यूट्रलिटी के नाम पर युद्ध क्षेत्र के बीच में खड़े होकर देखना ही नहीं है, या युद्ध क्षेत्र के बीच में खड़े होकर न्याय धर्म की तरफ देखना है और अधर्म और अन्याय को त्यज देना है. इस विषय में आप सोचिए, हम सोचें, देशवासी सोचें. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत आभार.
Well, that was the BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra there speaking about the arrest of Arnab Goswami by the Mumbai police, and speaking about the situation that What it reminds one of is of the emergency days, and he put the blame squarely on the Congress party and reminded the nation about the times of the emergency when the freedom of the press was at the time heavily restricted under the emergency. And with that, we conclude this bulletin. Thank you very much for being with us. Namaskar.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide.
Mumbai police arrest Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. State government faces condemnations from all across for curbing press freedom. Union Minister of Information and Broadcasting Prakash Javadekar says the arrest is reminiscent of the emergency days, condemns Congress for fascist mindset at display in Maharashtra. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says assaulting the journalist is an example of misuse of power. Smriti Irani appeals not to support suppression. It's neck-and-neck race between President Donald Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden. Trump ahead in battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Biden leads in California, Arizona and Iowa. Good morning, you're watching DD News and I'm Preeti presenting the bulletin. The next half an hour we'll get you an account of everything that's making it to the headlines. Our top story first. Counting of votes is underway in the high-stakes U.S. presidential polls. It's neck-and-neck race between U.S. President Donald Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden. When reports last came in, Joe Biden was leading with 205 electoral votes with 49.7% of the popular votes. Trump was trailing at 171 electoral votes with 48.7% votes. Also interestingly, according to media projections, Trump is ahead in battleground states of Texas, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Winning the battleground states could turn the tide in favor of the Republicans. And FSN reporter Ira Spitzer is joining us from San Francisco. Ira, when we talk of the contest, it's a neck and neck battle between the two contestants. It could not have got more interesting than this, isn't it?
Hours have been a series of twists and turns in what we're hearing from these key swing states. And we heard finally from one of the candidates a short while ago, Joe Biden, who stressed that he was optimistic and believed that he was going to win this thing and that all of the votes needed to be counted. Now, of course, we don't really have any idea what will happen when we finally do count all those votes, but it does seem to be perhaps a closer election than many had predicted. And in response, perhaps to Joe Biden's statements, we've seen the President Trump now get on Twitter, and he's starting to make his own projections of victory for his campaign. And one tweet about 20 minutes ago, Trump says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it." Now, Twitter flagged that tweet as being in violation of its election guidelines for declaring victory early, perhaps, or for questioning the voting process without evidence. But certainly things seem to be getting into a strange territory here in America.
Tyra, when we talk of the battle, then Trump was ahead in battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and Biden is leading in California, Arizona, and Iowa. Any surprises that this contest has put forth? Because everybody was talking of how the swing states could, turn the tables around. Your reading of the results, though the counting is still on, but then your reading of the projections.
Well, I don't know if there have been any major surprises. I think some people thought that Biden would do much better in the state of Florida than he ended up doing. That was called relatively early by the news networks for President Trump. Biden, though, also had a surprisingly good showing, apparently, in the state of Arizona, another swing state. But when you look at some of the key states, specifically Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, we really don't know who is going to win those states, and we don't expect to find out tonight. So really all of the things have sort of come down more or less the way that they were supposed to, but that leaves us in this position of not having a president going into the next day.
All right, Tyra, I would also want you to talk more about, how important has been the Indian Americans' vote, because when we talk of the voters, they are close to like 0.89%, the Indian American voters there, and they are mostly centered more in the swing states. So how important and crucial has been the contribution of the Indian Americans in the U.S. presidential polls?
Well, Indian Americans have been a growing percentage of the electorate here in the United States, and by and large they are supportive of Joe Biden and the Democratic ticket. Now there's a lot of reasons for that, but perhaps this year one of the things that people are looking to is the background of Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris. She is of Indian descent. Her mother was from India. She's the first person of Indian descent to be on a major presidential ticket. So That has inspired undoubtedly some Indian Americans here in the United States who may want to follow in her footsteps, and also, of course, others who just look at her background and see sort of a very intrinsically American story coming from those immigrant roots. Indian Americans certainly a factor in key swing states, perhaps especially Michigan, which could prove key in this election.
All right. Also, Ira, I would want you to, talk more about what is it that would be the deciding factor, because we've seen, elaborate campaigning has been put forth by both the contestants. Also, when we talk of the present scenario, the present circumstances, the COVID pandemic, and also, say, Trump's legacy for that matter, what is it that could be the deciding factor once the results are announced?
Well, in terms of what voters are looking to make their decision, you mentioned, of course, a number of factors. I think the coronavirus pandemic sort of looms large over this entire election, the tremendous impact it's had on the health of Americans. The more than 200,000 Americans have lost their lives as a result of this disease, and, of course, the massive economic impact from the virus. So that is a major issue, campaign issue for Americans, and we don't know exactly what narrative will win out in the end, whether it will be President Trump's insistence on just sort of moving on from the virus and it's not that serious, or Joe Biden taking the more cautious approach. We'll have to wait and see. But in terms of what now could decide this election, we are getting into the territory of legal challenges to various vote-by-mail procedures. When you have a contested election, as we seem to be on the verge of having here, it could be the kind of situation where every vote counts, even those in a few small or random counties in swing states, but those counties and the legal ramifications of the vote counting there could ultimately decide this election.
All right, Ira, thank you so much for joining us with those inputs. We'll come back to you again to get more. Thank you for joining in. So that was our correspondent, FSN correspondent joining us from US, Ira Spitzer, and spelling out more details on how the day is panning out there in the US. We'll keep you updated. Let's get to other news. More news on the U.S. elections. In fact, first, addressing his supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, Joe Biden said that election is not over until every ballot is counted. He said that it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It is the voters' place.
Optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you.
And joining us more on that is Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi. She is expert on India-US relations. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on DD News this afternoon. When we talk of the neck-and-neck battle between the two contestants in the US, then President Trump is ahead in the battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and also Biden is leading in California, Arizona, and Iowa. Till now, how do you read how the day is progressing there? Can we say it's advantage Trump all the way? Or is it too early to say that?
No, not really. I think, there are too many races that are too close to call, especially in the battleground states. So even if Florida seems to go Trump way, Pennsylvania could go Biden way. So there are these very tight races. So as you very aptly described, neck to neck, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think we can call it at this point of even saying that somebody has an advantage, because according to your own, ticker, you say that Biden has 217 or 13 votes to 170, something like that. I'm not very sure. 209 to 171. So it's not something we can call till the last vote is counted. And that's where the difficulty is going to come, because there have been so many I would call as mail-in votes and absentee ballots, which need to be counted in almost all of these battleground states. So therefore, to be able to call for an advantage, you need to have some idea about the trends of these votes. And for that, the process of counting is very, very, I cannot emphasize this enough, it's very important. And that's where we would be today at this point.
All right, ma'am, any surprises which you expect from this contest? Because we're talking of how, swing states have been critical when we talk of the race to the White House. So your take on that? Any surprises that could be expected?
Well, one surprise would be, I think, if Pennsylvania decides to go for Trump, because this time I saw Joe Biden not only saying the usual, I mean, the entire platform of Democratic positions on various issues, but he also said that he is from Pennsylvania, the son of the soil kind of argument.
Yes.
And I think that really has to weigh in some point about the people who care, because there's this issue of fracking, which President Trump has emphasized and called out former Vice President Biden on the issue of fracking. He said this man will bring down even worse things because he's against fracking. Now, Biden has stepped back and stepped up and said, no, I did not mean that. I'm only saying that there will be no fracking on federal lands in the future, but nothing retrospective, as well as talking about why he feels that the new job plans are connected with new energy plans that he has, and he's unveiled a new energy plan. And so this is a messaging, and this is the kind of fight. So who will people believe? Will there be an actual job offer? That's what people need to know. Because there is not only the COVID pandemic, which is, I saw a very heart-rending video in which, a person was saying, should I worry about paying for my medication or paying for my food? I mean, can you imagine how terrible that is? So obviously, this is an issue, but this is also a serious issue for many Americans who are struggling to fight this pandemic on the health grounds and access to health facilities, but also on the job front. If there is unemployment, what kind of figures? There is a rebound, but who is getting the jobs? What kind of jobs are coming and going? So all of this will matter, especially in the battleground states.
Is it just the jobs and the COVID pandemic that would be crucial for the elections this time around? Because we've seen extensive campaigning by both the contenders. Also, while we have Trump's legacy to see, we also have Biden calling out to the voters to vote for Soul of America. So when we talk of the critical issues, the important issues that would be the deciding factor, apart from COVID pandemic in these elections?
Yes, I think, COVID pandemic has engulfed the nation because of the number of deaths. That's been quite severe. And I did see a report from North Dakota where the hospitals are now saying, we cannot even do contact tracing. You may have to do it yourselves. That is an admission that's really serious. And I mean, people are worried. People are scared. And there is a huge the engulfing is the right word. So it's a number one issue, which immediately connects all Americans across the country. But the jobs, taxation, policy of fracking and clean coal and against coal, all these matter. There are various ways of describing the regions of the United States and then states that fall within them. One is the Rust Belt. You might have heard this very often. The Rust Belt will vote according to its jobs, and how the economy is helping. And therefore, the economy matters in terms of also understanding whether the leadership has done something to improve the economy. So the job approval of the president based on his, revival of economy, that would also matter. So therefore, the votes then would go to a person who they think can handle the economy better than the other person. So that's one more point. And the third important point, which I find has made this election very, very interesting, is also the leadership qualities, which is a very, very difficult, I would say, almost amorphous, but, it certainly is out there. The approval ratings are one indication, but more than that, it's about the kind of rhetoric, whether it is campaigns or within the tweets, whichever way you look at it, the rhetoric that is used to drive your message across is also taken as a kind of a, a lead, or it explains the person's personality, that kind of thinking. So I think leadership issues have also come into play, but there are many other issues as well. I don't believe that it's just the economy and COVID are number one, but there are other issues. Like I said, jobs, economy is not just about taxation policy. Again, there's a huge division between Joe Biden and President Trump on taxation, which the president has repeatedly stressed that he has helped the economy revive because of least regulation and, least government. And therefore, this would mean a lot more for the country to be on the path to recovery. And Joe Biden has always stressed that, he would be taxing only those over $400,000, but still seen as, what would you call it? Big government and big taxation,
Right.
tax and spend. The old democratic message. Now, how does that resonate with voters, especially young voters and people who are entrepreneurs whose businesses have suffered under COVID pandemic closure? They have no way to sustain themselves unless you open up. So, these are the factors that would play in county after county. And there are, of course, local issues. There are other issues. So I think, it's a mixture of so many of them. But the COVID pandemic, the affordable health care, again, Obamacare, do you repeal it or don't you repeal it? That can divide people again.
Right. All right, so we'll have to see how the day there pans out. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this afternoon on DD News. So that was Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi talking more about the U.S. presidential polls. Also, as we speak, we give you this update that Donald Trump is leading on 212 electoral votes, and at present, Joe Biden is positioned at 209 electoral votes. We'll keep you updated. Also, we'll shift focus now to the other important news of the day. The Raigad police today arrested Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami in connection with alleged abetment to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer in 2018. Arnab was arrested in a joint operation by Raigad police and Mumbai police. A team consisting of API Sachin Vase picked up Arnab from his home. The case pertains to the deaths by suicide of Anvay Naik, managing director of Concord Design Private Limited in 2018. And in a press conference, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra condemned the arrest of Arnab Goswami and said that being neutral is to be with the truth. It does not mean to shun truth and not show the truth. In order to be neutral, let's stand with the truth. He further stated that it is clearly an attack to an individual's fundamental rights and four principles of democracy.
Such dastardly action against the press, against the people who dissent, is an attack on the fundamental right of not only the press, the reporters, the editors, but also the fundamental right, is an attack on the fundamental right of the core of this democracy called India.
And to talk more about it, our correspondent Shama Mishra is joining us on phone. Shama, we've seen how words of criticism have poured in from all quarters when we talk of the arrest of Arnab Goswami. But I would want to ask you, what next does the day hold for Arnab Goswami? What legal options does he have in hand?
If you talk about what happens next, we already heard the IG of the Konkan region from the Maharashtra police that he has already mentioned that Arnab Goswami will now be interrogated in this case, and then further what happens we will have to see. We also have to understand what the Maharashtra police overall has to say, because we were waiting for a statement or a presser as well. But what we are getting right now is that the BJP, Maharashtra BJP, two leaders of Maharashtra BJP are taking a press conference, they said they'll be taking it around 12. So it will begin, and we also will get to know what their stand or what they have to say about the entire situation is. Other than that, we already know that, in the TRP scam that was happening, the Republic TV and even Arnab Goswami alone, he had said that, they would be taking on legally with the Maharashtra police, Mumbai police. And now this has happened in another case. So we also have to see what legal angles the Republic channel will be taking as a whole. And other than that, how the interrogation proceeds, we have to see that as well.
All right, Shama, thank you so much for joining us with those inputs. And also, Union Minister PB-SHABD has condemned the arrest of Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami for allegedly abetting suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer. Union Minister tweeted, and I quote him, "We condemn the attack on press freedom in Maharashtra. This is not the way to treat the press. This reminds us of the emergency days when the press was treated like this." Attacking Congress Party President Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, Union Minister further added that we condemn Congress, led by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, for its fascist and emergency mindset, which is on display in Maharashtra. So stern-worded condemnation coming in from all quarters when we talk of Arnab Goswami's arrest by in the state of Maharashtra by the Maharashtra government. We'll keep you updated all through the day on the two big stories, that is arrest of Arnab Goswami and also the US presidential polls. We have this special coverage coming in on DD India all through the day to track the ongoing US presidential polls. Stay with us. With that, we'll end this bulletin here. Bye-bye.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Good afternoon, India. Good evening, America. You're watching our comprehensive coverage of the US presidential polls only on Doordarshan India. The projections are coming in and Joe Biden is saying that he's on track to win, and he is, as per reports, expected to speak at 5:30 Greenwich Mean Time on Wednesday. That is 11 p.m. our time, Indian Standard Time on Wednesday today. Donald Trump has tweeted he will be making a statement tonight. A big win, he says. Our team of reporters in the U.S. are tracking every move in the Biden and Trump camps and the trends and projections as well. Domain experts and former ambassadors will be joining us. I'm Munmun Bhattacharya. With me is my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran.
Thank you, Munmun. Hello, viewers. It's noon India time or 6:30 GMT, and it's just after 1:30 on the U.S. East Coast. And let me bring you up to date with the latest tally Biden is 210 as against 213 for President Donald Trump. It's neck and neck, 213 to Trump and 210 electoral votes to Biden. And we'll be joined by a galaxy of experts, including Ambassador Neeraj Srivastava, Ambassador Anil Trigunayath, Dr. Harinder Sekhar, Ambassador Meera Shankar, and Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni on this special broadcast. Also joining us from the ground will be our colleagues Ira Spitzer in San Francisco and William Denslow in Wisconsin. They'll get you all the latest from the ground as we speak. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines this hour. It's neck and neck between Donald Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden. Trump ahead in battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. Biden leads in California, Arizona, and Iowa. Polling closes all across the U.S. The final tally of votes to get delayed in view of the overwhelming numbers of postal ballots, especially in the states such as Pennsylvania, which allow postal votes even after the poll date. Even as America votes, both sides also gear up for a prolonged legal battle arranged for a battery of lawyers. Trump camp has already declared the intention to question the postal ballots, especially in Pennsylvania. Both Donald Trump and Joe Biden to address the nation later in the night. President Trump hosts election night party at the White House amid unprecedented security arrangements. And DD India gets you extensive coverage of the US presidential elections like never before. Get all the news, views and analysis on just one platform, DD India, and its social media handles as well.
So guests have now joined us. Ambassador Meera Shankar, if you are with us, former Indian ambassador. Ambassador Shankar, does it look like a prolonged legal battle going forward, considering what Donald Trump has already tweeted? He's claimed victory and he is claiming that votes are being cast even after polling hours have gotten over. It's a big allegation from the Trump camp, though Biden says we are on track to victory.
Well, we'll try to get that link fixed with Ambassador Shankar in just a bit. But I can see Ambassador Anil Trigunayath with us. Ambassador Trigunayath, if you are with us, your thoughts on the trends and results coming in this moment. It's neck and neck. Trump slightly ahead of Biden in the electoral vote count.
Yes, Ramesh, thank you for having me today on this show.
Welcome, Ambassador.
This is indeed a very interesting election, and in fact it has become far more interesting because President Trump is there, which shows the tremendous interest that we have in India also about these elections, unlike previous times. What we are seeing now is there are two things that are very clear. One is that there are deep-seated divisions in the American vote bank, and secondly, there is a biggest problem is with the various surveys and polls that came out. Quite a few of them are proving wrong to a great extent. If one were to see what is happening, because it seems like the Democrats were greatly counting on the mishandling of COVID-19 by President Trump, but that appears to be the secondary issue compared to the issue of economy. And fortunately for Trump, the economy has done reasonably well in the last quarter. As you must have seen, the 33% growth or something like that, that's giving him a handle. Secondly, a large number of voters the black voters have gone there. Hispanics are voting for Trump. That's how he has won Florida once again. And so the key states are, some of the key states are still there. But it looks like that it is going to be a very, very close call. And it will take some time before really one would have a firm outcome, and whether that outcome will be acceptable if Trump loses remains to be seen.
In fact, Ambassador, even as we speak, the tally has changed and flipped once again. Biden ahead of Trump now as we speak. Biden on 220 electoral votes and Trump at 213. So it's neck and neck, as you say, and it's too early to call one way or another, isn't it?
Yes, very true. Because see that like some of the key states are yet to come. The Texas has the largest number of votes, 38.
Right.
Now that will decide, and which is looks like going red. Then Pennsylvania is 20, but Pennsylvania will also have very many absentee ballots for the mail-in voting, which Trump is trying to somehow contain. And the problem is that there are more than 200 legal challenges that have been brought in about, and one does not know how that will play out eventually, because that depends exactly on how the legal system works. But today, as you know, in the Supreme Court, Trump was able to get his way in.
Yes.
And one really does not know how the smooth transition of power will take place.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Ambassador Trigunayat. Let's go across to Ira Spitzer, who's joining us from San Francisco now in California. Well, Ira, how is the picture looking to you? It's a seesaw that is continuing. Earlier, Trump was leading in terms of electoral votes. Now, in a matter of 5-6 minutes, that tally has changed. Biden is leading with 220 electoral votes, and Trump is trailing with 213. Popular votes, 2 are in Biden's favor as compared to Trump. Do you expect the seesaw to continue over the next few hours, maybe the next 24 hours as the counting progresses, or do you expect trends to consolidate from here?
Well, right. It has turned out to be as dramatic an election as anyone could have expected, at least from what we've seen so far tonight. And I think the key aspect here, as you alluded to, is the fact that we likely won't have a clear result by the end of the night. This is expected to stretch out through the next few days even. And the reason for that is the difficulties in counting some of these mail-in ballots, which have scrambled this election somewhat with the prevalence of mail-in voting due to the coronavirus pandemic. But I think when you look at what we do know so far, both candidates have some reason to be a bit optimistic. Trump outperformed in certain states such as Florida, and also has held key states for him, such as Texas, it appears, at least from what we know now from those projections. However, the Biden camp, according to other media projections here, is on track to win the state of Arizona. That's a key swing state, and I think when we learned that, that did perhaps shift the momentum in the direction of Joe Biden, or at least the campaign perhaps sensing that they did have a very realistic shot here. We heard from Joe Biden not long afterwards, going before the cameras, saying that we were going to win this thing, projecting an optimistic tone. And we also heard from the president, who says that he plans to address the nation at some point over the course of the night here. But he tweeted and said that the Democrats were trying to steal this election. Now, Twitter flagged that tweet as being misinformation, election misinformation, or based on unconfirmed reports. But certainly, I think that's a sign of what's to come here in the United States, a very contested and perhaps a bitter fight to the end for every last vote.
Ira, you referred to the exchanges between Biden and Trump. Biden holding an in-person media conference and a statement, while Trump stuck to Twitter. Now, Biden interestingly said that this ain't over till it's over, so hang in there, we're going to win eventually, while Trump claiming that, accusing the Democrats of, quote-unquote, ceding the election, as you said there. But how did Trump's speech go down with his constituents where you are in California? Because this is a blue state, and did it resonate well with his base, so to speak, where you are? Ira, if you can hear me, I wanted to ask you about the two exchanges between President Trump and Joe Biden. Biden holding an in-person media conference, whereas Trump tweeting as usual on Twitter. But given the fact that Biden addressed the media conference and put out a statement, how did that statement did that resonate with his constituents, his base in California, where you are? I believe we've lost that link with Ira, but we'll try to fix that video link with Ira in San Francisco in just a bit. But if I can ask the producers, let us know who all have joined on this special broadcast. We know Ambassador Trigunath is with us. What about Ambassadors Neeraj Srivastava, Ambassador Meera Shankar, and Dr. Harinder Sekho and General Kulkarni as well? But if I can go across to Ambassador Trigunath for the moment now. Ambassador Trigunath,
I don't know if you asked me another question. Apologies if you did. If you want to try and call me back.
Right. Ira, if you are still with us, I meant to ask you about your references to the two statements that we heard from the two camps so far. Biden addressing an in-person conference, whereas Trump tweeted as usual. Now, how did Biden's statement go down with his constituents in California, which is primarily and predominantly a blue state? Right, we'll fix that link with Ira. Apologies to our viewers. We'll try to fix that link with Ira in just a bit. But if I can go across to our guests on the panel, including Ambassador Trigunath for the moment. Ambassador Trigunath, looking at the numbers and the leads so far, and that it is a deeply, hotly contested election as well. We would not know the official results till a few days from now. But the fact that both leaders have said that they will be addressing the nation tonight, later tonight, what can we expect from the two camps, the Biden camp and the Trump camp? Do you expect anyone at all to have a concession speech, so to speak?
Well, I don't think that there will be a concession speech tonight.
Okay.
There is a major change in the trends that we're seeing from the battle states. But what you will see the repeat of
मेरा तो फिक्स है ना, ऑडियो लिंक और वीडियो सब कुछ उसको बता दीजिए मेरा.
Well, apologies, Ambassador. We're having some technical issues, glitches, but we'll fix that. But please carry on for the moment.
Yeah. So what we can see is what you have just told about, that he's in Pennsylvania and he spoke from there, Vice President Biden. Obviously, they like to hang on till, I mean, it's not over till it's over.
Indeed.
So obviously, the both sides will continue to claim victory until then. And I doubt very much that unless really there is a drastic change in the pattern that we are seeing right now, they're virtually neck to neck, 224 to 213 at the moment, and a couple of other states will come, so they'll go up and down. But the key states will really decide on which way it is going to go. And that is Texas, California, and Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Which will have some kind of deciding factor. So once that happens, secondly, you are seeing now the other important elections that are happening are that of congressmen and senators and some governors. And they're also going neck to neck, actually. It's pretty close. So that is something also will decide the fate of the next president, whosoever it is.
Absolutely.
That whether the Senate is red or the blue, or the Congress is blue or the red. So it's a mix of the things that will decide. But I don't think there will be a concession speech by the evening unless there is a drastic change.
Fair enough. Point taken, Ambassador Trigunath. But I'm told Ira is back with us from San Francisco. Ira, if I can quickly ask you, how did Biden's statement go down with his constituents where you are in California?
Well, I think for the people who have been following this election closely, Joe Biden's supporters, that statement was a real beacon of hope for those people who had really been starting to get demoralized by the idea of another Trump victory. I think certainly many Democrats were having flashbacks to the 2016 election where they went into it very confidently for the most part, and then just bad news after bad news from the Hillary Clinton race against Donald Trump. So I think to see Joe Biden come out and express that optimistic tone, whether it was warranted or not, did have a significant effect on his supporters and feeling like, okay, we can go to bed. We can, I don't think breathe easy, but at least we can go to bed knowing that there is a chance, maybe even a good chance, that Joe Biden could still become the next president of the United States.
Ira, we saw in 2016 how the battleground states sealed the fate of Donald Trump then. And it's all red territory this time around as well. Florida, Texas, Ohio are going to the Republicans, in North Carolina as well as Georgia. Republicans are leading in Iowa. We are seeing a lead that Republicans have. So the red territory is what the toss-up states are looking like. Could this also pave
Yeah, I was kind
the
of
way
wondering about that.
to victory of Mr. Trump?
I didn't see the Facebook post, but you know, we're going to win this election. You know, that's kind of towing the line of declaring victory. You know, I mean.
Absolutely, but
yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that the toss-up states, 6 of them that make up for 100 electoral votes, all of them are showing that Republicans are leading there.
So the IFB cut off again, but maybe they'll call back. But yeah, maybe now's a good time to.
Okay, Ira, we'll try and connect with you. There's an connectivity issue that we are facing with Ira.
That's
Let's
a good one.
go
No,
back
that's
to Ambassador Trigunayat. Ambassador Trigunayat, like I was asking Ira, that in 2016, the Red Territory, which was the battleground states, paved the way for Donald Trump's victory. We are looking at a similar color across the toss-up states. What can we conclude at this point in time?
So let's see. Yeah, all you need is oh no, I have it over here.
Right. We'll ask our producers to get back to Ira in just a bit. Let's go to Ambassador Trigunayat for the moment. And we are told we're also joined by Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni as well. General Kulkarni, if I can come to you now, since we are talking to you for the first time on a special broadcast, your opening comments on the way this election has shaped so far. It's neck and neck. Nobody is calling it one way or another. Your thoughts on the early results and trends as we speak? You know, it's neck and neck. Biden 220, Trump 213 as we speak.
I would look at it this way that to India as such, it really won't make much of a difference. Of course, we have a comfortable relationship with President Trump. We also have a very comfortable relationship with Mr. Biden because he was the vice president when all of this the entire security relationship with the Obama administration, 2014, 2015, and then he carried on forward. So as a government, as a nation, I think we seem to be having excellent relationship with both whoever could be the president.
Right.
And obviously, we are just not it's a relationship which is a mutual relationship, a bilateral relationship in which we all see that there are changes likely to occur in the world over. And obviously you have democracy, all the democracies coming together and ensuring that China is not necessarily to have its way and not become a wolf warrior, a predator, and to see to it that it goes along expansionist policy. So at least in that sense, I would look at it this way, that whoever be the president in America, India still stands to benefit primarily because it's a total relationship of give and take. It's just not taking, it's just not giving. And keeping in view the Indo-Pacific, what is very, very important for both the nations and the world over, since almost about 65% of the world's trade passes through Indo-Pacific, 60% of the world's GDP is dependent on Indo-Pacific, 90% of India's trade is Indo-Pacific. So keeping that in view, I think America needs India, India needs America, and the democracies the world over.
Ambassador Meera Shankar is also with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar, is irrespective of whether it's Trump 2.0 or Joe Biden, do you expect a policy of continuity as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned?
I expect that the strategic trajectory of Indo-US relations will continue because this is propelled by their strategic convergence in the Indo-Pacific and their concerns regarding an increasingly assertive and quite often aggressive China. I think this is going to continue. There may be differences of nuance in terms of what are the issues that each side prioritizes. For instance, President Trump has been very protectionist and unilateralist on economic issues pertaining to India, including the GSP, developing country status, tariffs on steel and aluminium exports from India, H-1B, L-1 visas, all that, which has made it quite difficult for our IT companies. Now, Biden probably would be less unilateralist on trade issues and would negotiate, and hopefully maybe a little more reasonable on the H-1B, L-1 visa issue because he has closer links to the IT and other services companies which use these visas, American companies, you know, Facebook, Google, Amazon, etc., who use these visas more liberally. He would probably lay more emphasis on democracy and human rights. President Trump would continue to push for America first, hire American, buy American. The strategic relationship would continue. The economic relationship will continue to have issues with President Trump taking unilateral action. Some of those pressures will be there on President Biden as well, because the constituencies in America who feel left behind by globalization, they are the ones exerting pressure for greater trade protectionism and unilateralism by America on economic issues. And those pressures will be there on a Biden presidency as well. But he is more likely to try to negotiate issues in an institutional way. On climate change, you really are going to see a big difference, because President Trump feels that climate change is a hoax. He has walked out of the Paris Agreement. Biden has made this one of the central planks of his policy, saying he will rejoin Paris and work for a more ambitious agenda than the Paris Agreement. He's also pledged that he would like to see the US carbon emissions free by 2050, and an electricity sector which would be carbon emissions free by 2035. A big emphasis on renewable energy innovation and research by Biden. On Iran, you would see a difference, because Biden has pledged to rejoin the nuclear deal with Iran if Iran continues to be in compliance with the agreement. I think these would be the two biggest changes. On China, we are not very sure of Biden's position. Trump has taken tough economic action against China and stepped up also the relationship with Taiwan, sending a cabinet level officer there. He's been tougher in recent years, though in the beginning, he basically said, "Why are we here?" and vacated space by walking out of the Trans-Pacific Agreement, trade agreement. Biden has said that he will not act, that he also feels China's challenge, but he will work with allies and partners to evolve a consensus to pressurize China collectively rather than going down the unilateral route.
Yes.
On the strategic side, I think this whole policy of rebalance towards the Asia Pacific actually was evolved during Obama's term, and it involved redeploying additional naval forces from the NATO theater to the Indo-Pacific theater. It involves strengthening US bases there. It involves strengthening alliance partners there, alliances, and strategic partnerships with countries such as India and Indonesia. The Trans-Pacific Agreement was the economic element of that policy. So I do see Biden following a more predictable and perhaps broad-based policy to try to head China in, though at the same time, they would seek to work with China on global issues such as climate change, which they see as a priority.
Ambassador Shankar, I'll request all of you to stay on, please. Ambassador Shankar, Ambassador Trigunayat, and General Kulkarni. But a quick update, Biden 220, Trump 213. So Trump is still trailing as we speak. Time for a very short break. Keep watching this special broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage on the US presidential polls, and our reporters from the United States are joining us to keep us abreast with the latest developments. Both leaders, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, will be addressing tonight, and it's a close fight. If you look at the numbers, Biden is leading with 220 electoral votes and Trump is trailing with 213. In fact, addressing his supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, Joe Biden had said that election is not over until every ballot is counted. Besides that, Donald Trump has tweeted he has already declared a victory. He said a big win, and he will be addressing tonight. So that's the latest picture as it looks as of now.
Indeed. Right.
I'm optimistic about this. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you.
All right, I want to welcome Ambassador Neeraj Srivastava on this special broadcast as well. Ambassador Srivastava, welcome to this special broadcast. Good to have you with us. Now, if I can start with you, Ambassador Srivastava, let's talk a bit, if you will, about the turnout. Now, in 2016, the last election was 55.7 or in the region of that figure. in 2012 that was slightly lower at 54%. What do you make of the turnout in this election in 2020, especially given the fact that 100 million plus people had already voted before the election, the polling day, and we're seeing numbers, in large numbers, even this on the 3rd as well. So what do you make of the turnout? Could we see a record turnout in 2020?
Reason is that the corona pandemic has hit the US, causing a great deal of casualties and leading to unemployment, leading to loss of incomes, destruction of businesses, and so on and so forth. So these events have impacted very strongly on people's lives, and that is why I think they want to come out and say or come out and have their say whether they want Trump to continue or they want Biden to be elected. So we are seeing this is a very unusual election, because we are seeing it against the background of an event which is a global event, which has not happened in living memory, which has killed hundreds of thousands of people and deeply affected their lives. And that is why people want to come out and they want to have their say. That's the reason, I think, for the high rate of voter participation in these elections.
Absolutely, yes. Stay with us, Ambassador Neeraj Srivastava. Let's go back to Ira, who is with us from San Francisco, California. Ira, as expected, San Francisco and California, the whole of California has voted overwhelmingly for Democrats, with a 67% popular votes going in for Joe Biden. But earlier I was trying to ask you about the picture as it appears in toss-up states in Florida, Texas, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia and Iowa. The Republicans are either leading or they are projected to have won. These states paved the way for Trump's victory in 2016. What do you think is happening this time around?
Well, certainly a lot of things to consider when you look at the electoral map as it stands right now, and I think both candidates could perhaps have some reason for a bit of optimism. When you looked at the polls coming into this election, Trump has already outperformed those polls, scoring what appears to be decisive victories in places such as Florida and Ohio. But just when it seemed that perhaps we could be seeing a repeat of 2016, Joe Biden showing some perhaps unexpected strength in places such as Arizona and now even Georgia, where the race has not been called yet. So it appears to be just as close as you could imagine that this election would be at this point. It's clearly going to come down to a few key swing states such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get a result on those anytime that soon, certainly not tonight. So we're going to have to wait to get real clarity. But we have heard from Joe Biden. He did speak earlier tonight and expressed some optimism, saying we're going to win this thing, and said that all the votes had to be counted, and really promising his supporters that that there was something to look forward to here. So really just a lot of tension. It's been that way this whole election season, and it continues to be that way through the course of this long night.
Absolutely. At the same time, Ira, given the fact that you are in San Francisco in the blue state of California, help our viewers understand the lay of the land as we speak in the neighboring states. And how do the numbers stack up as we speak? And what are you picking up from your sources on the ground as to which way the tally might swing one way or another, either Trump or Biden in other states adjoining California?
Right. Well, the states closest to here, which are in play, as they say, are Arizona and Nevada. The Fox News Network has called Arizona already for Joe Biden, which is a huge victory for his campaign there. We don't know the results of Nevada yet, but that is another state that Joe Biden may need to win. He will definitely need to win that state if he does not win Pennsylvania, I believe. So that is the state that borders California. But when you look at the West Coast of the United States, so we're talking about California, Oregon, and Washington, that is a blue wall. That is a strongly Democratic region.
Yes.
But people here in the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area, despite the lack of suspense as to how California will ultimately vote, very much on the edges of their seats, because the way that our system works, where it doesn't matter necessarily how much a candidate wins by in a state like California. What really matters is the swing states, and the people of California have no control over how people in places like Pennsylvania or Wisconsin ultimately vote.
Yes, Ira, if this goes down to the wire, could Pennsylvania play a key role? It voted for Democrats in 2000, in 2004, in 2008, in 2012, and in 2016 it voted for Republicans. And that's the place where mail-in ballots counting began after the in-person votes counting was done. So this could well be one of the last few states where projections would come in. And right now, as far as the trends now is concerned, there is a lead that Republicans have in Pennsylvania. So could Pennsylvania really play a key role?
Pennsylvania will very likely play a key role, and as well as the remaining swing states, which have not been called yet by the networks who make those sorts of calls. And I think really when you look at Pennsylvania and other places, the questions are now looming about the legal challenges to the votes and to the voting process. The president has long criticized mail-in voting without basis for that criticism, but has falsely claimed that it could be very subjectable to fraud. So now some of those claims are really starting to come into focus when, in fact, the mail-in votes in places like Pennsylvania could ultimately decide the election if that proves to be very close. So really a lot of possibilities here for how this will play out.
All right, on that note, Ira Spitzer in San Francisco, thank you so much once again for joining us on this special broadcast with all your latest inputs. Appreciate it. Thank you. Right, going back to our guests on this special broadcast, if I can start with Ambassador Shankar. Ambassador Shankar, you've served in the U.S. and you understand the U.S. better than many others. Help our viewers understand a number of elections also taking place simultaneously in the U.S. for the Senate, for the House, for governor, and at other levels as well. How crucial are these Senate and House elections, and could they change the complexion of the legislature going forward, irrespective of who wins the presidency?
Yes, I think the House election, how the House was with the Democrats during the last part of President Trump's term, and whether they retain the House, they are expected to, remains to be seen. Similarly, in the Senate, where the Republicans had a majority, in fact, they've had this majority right from the second part of the Obama term.
Right.
And so the Democrats have been hoping to prize that away from them because most of the seats which are up for, it's like our Rajya Sabha, where a certain percentage of seats come up for election on a rotational basis. And most of those seats are Republican seats. So the Democrats are hoping that they can, prize those seats away from the Republicans. Clearly, having the Senate and the House with the presidency makes the president stronger, because the powers of appropriation, the powers of finance are with the House and Senate, and therefore they can actually thwart or block a president's agenda. You've seen that also when Obama tried to nominate a justice to the Supreme Court.
Right.
He was blocked because they said this is an election year. And because the Republicans had a majority in the Senate, which has to confirm the appointment, they were able to block it. Just as because the Republicans had a majority in the Senate, they were able to confirm, the Chief Justice whom President Trump nominated in the last days of his administration. So clearly, the ability of a president to get his agenda through depends to a large extent on his having a sympathetic House and Senate, or being able to work across the aisle to create a centrist consensus between Republicans and Democrats, which was the case in the past, but which has become exceedingly difficult now that America has become much more politically polarized. The old central, moderate elements of both the Republicans and the Democratic Party, who used to work together to shape this centrist policy consensus, are no longer doing so.
Okay. Ambassador Meera Shankar, if I look at the national exit poll and look at the breakup of voters in terms of gender, ethnicity, age group and education, would like your thoughts on this, because more men have voted for Republicans, more women have voted for Democrats. If you look at ethnicity, then more whites have voted for Republicans, more blacks for Democrats, more Hispanics and Latinos for Democrats, more Asians for Democrats. And in terms of the age group, the younger you are voting for Democrats. The older you are voting for Republicans. Educational level, those with college graduation degrees have overwhelmingly voted for Democrats, and those without a college degree are tied at 49% of popular votes. All on expected lines?
Yes, I think to some extent these are on expected lines, going by the trends in the last election. When President Obama was elected, I think there were many elements within America. We thought that this was now a post-racial America, which had overcome its terrible traumas and divisions of race. But there were sections of the American electorate which didn't accept that election, and which have always had concerns about the whites have had concerns about their continued demographic dominance in America, and therefore dominance in the polity and the economy. So those were factors which came very much into play during President Trump's first election. And now we've seen that racial divides are sharper than ever, with the police having taken forceful action against African Americans much more frequently, that having led to protests and demonstrations. And so race is very much at the center of the American agenda this time. Of course, the pandemic is also uppermost in people's mind, as is revival of the economy and getting back the jobs which have been lost during the economic downturn. But there are some interesting shifts from last time. And you can see the Hispanic community has been divided. They haven't voted uniformly. The Cuban Americans, for instance, in Florida, or those who came from Nicaragua, they have voted Republican because they fled communist regimes and have a strong anti-communist, anti-socialist agenda. Whereas many of the Mexican or other Hispanic communities, the Puerto Ricans, have voted with the Democrats. So it's not been uniform. And that has also traditionally been the case. The Cuban Americans have been more conservative. But amongst older people who had voted overwhelmingly for Trump last time, many have shifted towards Biden because of the concern regarding the pandemic and the belief that President Trump has not handled it well. This has been his weakest point, his handling of the pandemic. So some shifts in the communities. Young people have come out in larger numbers than last time. Last time, there was not that much participation by young people or by African Americans. They had not come out in the numbers that was expected. This time they have come out in larger numbers. So there are some shifts. You're also seeing that women, last time, non-university educated women, particularly white women, had voted with Trump. And many university educated white women had also voted with Trump. This time you're seeing a shift in the women's vote. Many have been put off by, President Trump's mannerisms, his personality, and the manner in which, he's alleged to have behaved towards women in the past. So you're seeing some shifts in the university educated women's vote, whether white or non-white. Overall, President Trump retains his rural constituencies. He retains the southern states, which again is an interesting shift in history, because the southern states were always Democrat. Given that it was a Republican President, Abraham Lincoln, who abolished slavery. So they were traditionally Democrat, but in recent years, with the social conservatism of the Republicans, they have been able to turn most of the southern states towards them. So that's an interesting historical shift. And in this election, you're seeing that too, with Trump retaining Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and of course the Sun Belt states of Texas, which has historically been Republican, and Florida. The Democrats retain the West and East Coast, the liberal states, and the other states such as Minnesota, and perhaps might be shifting the election in Arizona. Now, the crucial thing
Ambassador Shankar, hold your thought, please. We are getting live visuals of President Trump about to speak. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much, please, sir. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
We love you.
I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us, all three of us. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%. Or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely? And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President. America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, big news coming in from Washington, D.C. this moment. President Trump has just finished giving a speech, combative as ever, not conciliatory at all. He spoke of a celebration that is due. But if I can quickly go across to my colleague, William Denslow, who is waiting by in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Will, if you're with us, quick overview of what you made of President Trump's remarks there. He has spoken about the big win for him in Florida, Ohio, Texas. He spoke about a record turnout in Florida in particular. Also going on to literally call the election in his favor in those crucial states such as Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia included. But the most important takeaway, if you ask me, Will, he's saying, and I quote him here, frankly, we did win this election, unquote. Again, a quote, a major fraud on the nation. He says we want to protect the integrity of the vote, and he wants to move the U.S. Supreme Court to protect his vote and others' vote, and also to stop all voting going forward as well, especially postal ballots and mail-in ballots. William, fill us in on what you made of those remarks by President Trump.
Well, this is certainly something that the president has been threatening to do for months, of course. Really, over the last number of months, he's been saying that mail-in ballots have a huge risk of being a fraud. That has been dismissed by analysts that say there's very little to no proof that there are fraudulent activities associated with these mail-in ballots. And the significance of this is, of course, this comes just a few minutes after we heard from former Vice President Joe Biden, who essentially said that he had good feelings and was confident when it comes to a few absolutely critical states, including Michigan, as well as here in Wisconsin. The reason for that significance is if we look at how a state like Wisconsin is currently reporting, President Trump is currently enjoying a lead, but what we are expecting in the next couple of hours is a huge slew of absentee votes to be recorded here in the city of Milwaukee. Now, why that's important is because Milwaukee is the biggest city in the state of Wisconsin, and it predominantly, historically, votes Democrat. So many analysts are looking at that kind of cachet of absentee votes that are set to be released that could potentially swing a pivotal state like Wisconsin more into Joe Biden's favor if indeed the Democrats get their wish, and a number of those early votes do indeed tilt in the Democrats' favor.
Donald Trump has clearly said that his side will be moving the Supreme Court, and this was widely anticipated. Having said that, if this moves into court, this could take weeks together, because that's what happened in 2000 in the battle between George Bush as well as Al Gore. Al Gore moved the Florida Supreme Court, that ruled in its favor, and then we saw how George Bush moved the US Supreme Court. That finally said that the recount needs to stop, so it took many weeks. Are we really expecting a replay of that in terms of the number of weeks going ahead?
Well, I think it's important first to see exactly how things play out in these individual states like Pennsylvania, like Wisconsin, in the coming hours, if not coming few days, considering the fact that the Supreme Court has, in these instances, already weighed in to at least a certain extent. Here in Wisconsin, for example, the Supreme Court has already ruled that any absentee ballots that are received after 8 p.m. on November 3rd, so several hours ago, will not be counted. This after Democrats wanted up to a 6-day extension for those mail-in ballots to be counted as long as they were postmarked by November 3rd. Looking at Pennsylvania, though, the Supreme Court ruled that up to a couple days after November 3rd, so later in the week, they will still allow these mail-in ballots to be processed and to be counted in the overall tally. So I think in these states it'll be important and interesting to see exactly how they're tabulated going forward, where the numbers lie, before we can talk about the next steps when it comes to potential of the Supreme Court getting involved once again. But clearly, as we can hear from the president, he believes that there is an injustice and something that he wants to see moved up to the highest courts in the land.
And also, William, what do you make of the turnout in Wisconsin and also across the U.S.? In 2016, for instance, we saw 55% voting across the U.S., which was slightly more than the voter turnout in 2012. Now, expectations are high that the voter turnout will be more than what we saw in 2016. What are you learning from people, interacting with people on the ground and officials there in Wisconsin and also across, to help our viewers understand the voter turnout that could be the likely figure across the U.S. at the national level as well?
Absolutely. First of all, for the Democrats, one thing that we're already gleaming is that Dane County, which is home to Madison, Wisconsin, which here in the state, that overwhelmingly and historically votes Democrat. What we saw is a huge amount of Democratic support in that county, in the region of 80%, exceeding what we saw in 2016. That's seen as a huge plus as far as the Democrats are concerned. As far as the Republicans are concerned, they're very much looking to more rural communities. Now, 18 of the 22 counties that were flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016, they were in rural areas. The Republican Party very much hoping for a similar success this time around. Now, all eyes are very much focusing on Milwaukee. In the next couple of hours, we're expecting a huge tranche of mail-in ballots to be counted here in Milwaukee. Democrats will be certainly hoping for a huge turnout that they hope could see them over the line. Republicans are hoping that they've chipped away at that normally solid blue base here in the city of Milwaukee.
Yes, and well, if Republicans indeed win Wisconsin, then what really would you attribute this victory to? Because it's been a Democratic territory since 2000 to 2012, before Donald Trump changed it to red territory in 2016.
Absolutely. Well, there are a couple of really key issues in the minds of voters. Of course, Wisconsin is currently third in the nation when it comes to COVID cases per capita. Now, for Democrats, that certainly fueled their support, that they think that President Trump has handled the pandemic poorly. In the minds of Republican supporters that we've been speaking to here on the ground, though, there's huge concern about what a Joe Biden victory would mean for the US economy and for their livelihoods going forward. They're really concerned about what a Democratic win would mean when it comes to putting people into more stringent lockdowns, to cutting off the economy. They don't want to see that. That, for many voters, is why they want to see Donald Trump re-win the state and re-win the US presidential election. The other key issue in the minds of voters is that of law and order. Of course, in August we saw the shooting of Jacob Blake here in Wisconsin, the city of Kenosha. President Trump, since that moment, has been campaigning on a strong issue of law and order. For Joe Biden, though, the message has been one of systemic change and racial reform in the country, and one as well of unity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Will, for bringing us those updates live from Wisconsin. Well, we'll take a breather at this point in time, but our rolling coverage on the US presidential elections will continue on Doordarshan India. Don't go anywhere.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Welcome back. You're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We're calling it the race for the White House. And if I can just quickly recap the latest news coming in from the US this moment, President Trump has just spoken. He says the Republican Party and he will move the US Supreme Court to seek a stop on all voting. He says all voting needs to be stopped pronto because he says He wants to protect the quote-unquote integrity of the vote. He says, frankly, we did win this election, and he says it's a major fraud on the nation in the manner in which he accuses the Democrats of stealing the vote, so to speak. He was combative as ever, and he says he has won Florida, Ohio, Texas. He also claimed victory in the Rust Belt states of Michigan, Wisconsin, also Pennsylvania, as well as North Carolina as well. So things are moving fast on the ground in the US as we speak. Let me quickly reintroduce our guest joining us for the second hour on this broadcast. With us is Ambassador Anil Trigunath. Also with us is Ambassador Neeraj Srivastava. Also with us is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. And joining us this moment is Dr. Harinder Sekhon. Dr. Sekhon, welcome to this broadcast. Now, we've been talking about how the US views the world. We've spoken about how India sees its ties with the US. Take a moment and help our viewers understand how would other countries around the world look at the US election, namely Putin in Moscow or a Xi Jinping in Beijing, or for that matter, even the Iranian leadership in Tehran as we speak. So put this into context for our viewers. Why is the US election so crucial for many a country, many a capital around the world?
As the world's only superpower or the most important country in the world, whatever happens in the US and who gets elected is of great interest to all countries around the world. The US has, the last 4 years of Trump have seen a reordering of US priorities, and what we've been witnessing is big power politics, big power rivalries, and shifting geopolitics. We have seen an assertive Russia since 2017, and initially one thought that US-Russia relations would be more cordial, would be more amiable with Trump. But unfortunately, because of the this issue of Russian meddling in US elections in 2016, there was some kind of pressure, and Trump and Putin were never really able to mend bridges. There is a responsibility amongst these two erstwhile superpowers, and they have started some kind of a START negotiation to limit their nuclear stockpile. So I think Putin would naturally look at a Trump victory, because he feels, though, if you remember, Obama had also thought he would be able to reset relations with Russia, but it did not happen. So Putin would look to a Trump presidency. China, of course, is going to be probably happier with Biden, because they feel that Biden would be less rhetorical than Trump, and they would be able to do business.
So, Dr. Sekhon, if what you're saying is correct, what Trump said a few days ago, is that fair, when he said that if Biden wins, China wins?
It's not really fair, because see, that's all election talk. Biden as vice president, initially even Trump when he got elected, he also tried to do the outreach to Xi Jinping, but he always called China the money manipulator. But what Trump said about Biden is election talk. Biden realizes that the world has changed in the last 4 years. China has emerged, and both sides, both parties recognize that China threatens US power and US strategic interests, especially in the Asia Pacific. China has been aggressive. China has taken advantage of the pandemic to further expand its aggressive footprint in Europe and in Asia and in Africa. So to say that Biden can afford to ignore that, no US president can afford to ignore China's strategic assertiveness. So I don't think Biden is going to be very soft. And I think what we'll see is, because if you remember that the whole US rebalance and the US pivot strategy emerged when Biden was vice president. It came up during the Obama presidency. So the China policy is not going to change much whoever gets elected. It is Iran which is going to be interesting, because if it's a Biden presidency, he is going to try and revive the JCPOA, because we would see some shifting dynamics in West Asia. Whether Trump comes or Biden comes, that's where the real difference would be visible. But for India also, I think it's going to be bipartisan support and business as usual. But of course, the nuances and the pressure points might change. Trade is going to be a tricky situation for both of us, with either Trump or Biden, because whoever comes is now going to look at reconciliation and reconstruction, bringing the jobs back. We've heard Trump say that make America great again. He has said again twice. So he's aware of the fact that whatever gains he may have got during his 4 years have been negated, have been washed away because of the pandemic. And this is a very serious and a real challenge for America to shore up manufacturing, to create jobs all over again, and also to build the bridges in America and provide affordable health care without going back to the Obama model. He's aware of black lives, race, all these issues. So I think even Trump would need to give some attention to the social issues and economic issues within America.
Ambassador Trigunayat, on the trade aspect between India and the United States, for months together, India had been hoping that there would be at least a mini trade deal between India and the United States after additional tariffs were imposed by the US on India. We've dragged each other to the WTO since, but we haven't seen a mini trade deal so far. So do you expect one under Trump 2.0 or under Biden?
Well, I think that there is no other option but to continue to work together. What happened, during President Trump's visit to India, it was expected that perhaps there would be some kind of a mini deal that would be signed, but the two leaders agreed to continue because there are certain basic differences. But if Trump comes back again and it's a Trump 2.0, what you would see is a greater focus on opening the Indian markets and the kind of issues that they have been always raising with us. And that will be, the USA will be probably far more sanguine about these than it has been until recently. But at the same time, they also realize the strategic importance of India, and I believe that they need to work together. I mean, because see, they cannot dissociate the trade from the defense deals that they are enjoying. And you know that in the United States, from California to Connecticut, this is the defense industry which really dictates the policy of the country in many ways across the board. So we'll have to play one against the other. I mean, if we are going to be one of the major consumers of the US defense equipment and they are ready to support us after all the agreements that have been signed in the meantime, and we have become truly global, strategic, comprehensive partner, then obviously, I mean, whether it is against China or whether it is against between the two simply on transactional basis, it has to be a give and take on both sides. But I think that the Indian negotiating side will have to really gear up for various kinds of unpredictable sentiments or the issues or the demands that might come up. For example, you remember, Harley Davidson, we don't buy so much. It's not such a great consumption in India, but it was made into a very big issue by President Trump because that country essentially is run by lobbies, whether the pressure groups, interest groups, and so obviously that is what really goes ahead. Secondly, since if it's Trump 2.0, and as Harinder mentioned, I mean, obviously the manufacturing is going to be for both of them. They have realized that this is absolutely imperative. They cannot do without. But at the same time, the Biden would probably be more open to negotiations and being a bit more reasonable in that sense compared to, I think, the Trump's trade team.
Right. If I can bring in General Kulkarni in the discussion. General Kulkarni, you are the military person, the military brain on this panel. So I want to probe you a bit on the American policy towards the Indo-Pacific in particular under a Trump 2.0 or a Biden in the White House. What do you make of their policy towards the Indo-Pacific and their policies going forward as well? Because India has an abiding interest in the Indo-Pacific region, given what we know about our relations with some countries in the neighborhood and beyond.
watching this interesting elections in US, I'm reminded of the academy days when there would be a nice boxing bout and the referee wouldn't know who had won. Is it the red who has won or the blue has won? He would lift both the hands, waiting for the judgment to come so that he could bring one down immediately to say, well, the one is the one. That's the kind of situation that we have in the United States.
Right.
Both claiming victories. But whatever be it, for India as a seat, I don't think there'll be much of a change. It won't be much of a change. But whatever it be the pandemic, or you can see the racial divide, or you can see the trade, or you can see the polarization that has taken place in USA, or unemployment that has caught up with USA. All said and done, America today, what was seen to be slight sunsetting seems to have been on the rise now. See, America is being counted, and that is what is important, and that is what Trump wanted America to be counted, and America is being counted, there is no doubt. But for the racial divide, again, when we say sabka saath and sabka vishwas, that is where it is important, and that is where Trump probably is on the back foot in terms of polarization is concerned. But to India as such, it really doesn't matter who wins, because there is a strategic convergence. There is a need for us. We have a shared strategic value, kind of agreements that have been signed. America feels that yes, it needs India. India feels definitely we now need to have a relationship.
Right.
Everything can't be done. But yes, battle with or the disagreements with China or whatever be it, so that is our battle. We have to fight that battle. Nobody is going to come to our rescue as regards Eastern Ladakh is concerned, or as regards LAC is concerned, or as regards LOC is concerned. It's ours, and we have to fight it out.
No, absolutely.
Yes,
we have to fight our battles, General Kulkarni, but look at the kind of support that we've got under the Trump administration on the issue of China, because they've constantly backed India in this border dispute at Ladakh. And Mike Pompeo, when he came over, said that the CPC is following its malicious designs. So we've seen a very, very strident Trump administration as far as its China policy is concerned, isn't it? And that goes in our favor.
Definitely, and that is what matters. All said and done, America seems to be standing with India. Chinese can't do what they want to do. You see Indo-Pacific now. In entire Indo-Pacific, the very fact that we have a Quad, we have an agreement which is there with the United States, Japan, Australia, India, people are looking at France and others joining in. That itself is indicative enough to give China, well, it would lose its sleep knowing fully well that if these democracies have come together, there is something that China needs to look at it, needs to do some introspection, cannot just carry on expansionism, cannot do its wolf warrior tactics everywhere and anywhere. That's a very important thing. And Chinese themselves seem to have realized it. But all said and done, China decided to take advantage of what was happening the world over with what it did in the South China Sea. It could not have converted artificial islands into airstrips. How come the whole world said, how come they never said anything? How come the neighbors were quiet? So all said and done, China was able to assert itself in the world politics in a manner that it wanted to, slowly and gradually. And today with pandemic, it seems to be now asserting itself aggressively to see, let us see what can America do, or what can the democracies do. Let us see what can India do. If we have to be a powerful nation in Asia, then let us see whether India can stand up to it. But the very fact that today India could stand up to China, India could show itself that yes, it counts, and therefore the Chinese are on the back foot right now. You find the Indo-Pacific, all the democracies have got together. They have now put China in check. Yes, at purpose, I would say the very fact that we have America today with us, the very fact that the various agreements are there with America, if all of them play, we really have a very big advantage, because what matters ultimately is knowledge is power. And when you know what's on the other side of the hill, and that is half the battle won. So with the kind of, I would say the strength that India has, and the ability to get to know what is on the other side of the hill, and the Chinese being isolated gradually, it's a real win-win situation. And with America on the side of India, and all the democracies standing with India, and the Indo-Pacific, insistence of America for freedom of navigation, that is what it is. Values, democracies, to ensure that nobody can have his way, and insist on wanting freedom of navigation to be stopped. All of it, I think we are the beneficiaries. And what within the Indian Ocean region, we are the country that really counts. The Malacca Strait is a dilemma. It makes it difficult for China. We may not be able to do everything, but whatever it be, the very fact that CPEC is coming is indicative that the Chinese do feel the pinch of Malacca, and that is why they're looking at coming all the way from Kunjara Pass and getting into Wada. Why are they doing that? It's such an expensive thing. Nobody will be able to transport oil the way they're wanting to do it. But they're looking at an alternative because they have deep pockets today. They're looking for an alternative. But yes, China is in check. If India and Russia, I would just say a second, Russia is something which is, not being able to decide for itself, or the Chinese overall, after a long time, seem to have an upper hand with their relationship with Russia is concerned. Russia is a good friend of India, but all said and done, today, India, America, Australia, Japan, the Quad being extended, the relationship that is going up, and what the ambassador just said, that the global strategic partnership that's emerging, India is being seen as a world market. The Chinese are feeling the heat of India's relationship with America. In that context, I would rate the relationship. Trump really brought that up in a manner that would shake China up nice and proper, without to say that, look, you try and do something, we stand with India. And it has been with Taiwan, and that is where it matters. I think
indeed
Trump has stood with India, and definitely we have to say thank you to Trump on that count. Whoever comes as the president will have strategic convergence with India, will definitely we have shared strategic interest, and they will stand by India, because China is indulging in expansionism, which I'm sure the democracies the world over don't like it.
Ambassador Srivastav, I want to touch upon a point that was flagged by Dr. Harinder Sekho. And thank you, Dr. Sekho, for flagging that, because we seem to have forgotten about that issue altogether in this discussion. And that is due with the 2016 allegation of Russian meddling in the US election. Now, cut to 2020 with a lot of rhetoric in the run-up to the election. But looking at things as they stand today, as we speak right now, is meddling allegation a thing of the past, and that both parties, the Republicans and Trump, are looking for other issues, and they have put this on the back burner, so to speak. It's no longer an issue that polarizes the two political parties in the US.
Well, you see, they may have alleged that Russia meddled in the US elections in 2016, and the Democrats tried very hard to find, some proof of that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they could not produce even one shred of evidence to prove Russian meddling. So, so really, without proof, you can make any allegation, but without proof, it's of no use. Secondly, the second thing which you said, about the two parties, that is something which is more serious, because I find that at this point in time, both Biden and Trump are claiming victory.
Right.
And that is not good as far as democratic values are concerned. And Mr. Trump has gone ahead and said that in his tweet, he said that the election was being stolen, first thing. Then he said, we have won, we are going to go to the Supreme Court. Now, the thing I want to just remind all the viewers that an election result is not final till it is final, till the last vote is counted.
Absolutely. Ambassador Neeraj, we'll take that forward in a bit, but Ira Spitzer, our correspondent, is joining us now from California. Ira, we've heard from Donald Trump already. He says the votes should be not be counted any longer. The counting should stop forthwith. He says he'll be moving the Supreme Court, whereas Joe Biden is saying that it's not my place or Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It is the voters' place. So they are head-to-head. The face-off continues, and it is far from over, it seems. So all eyes would now be when courts open tomorrow in America, isn't it?
Well, it's almost a nightmare scenario, really, for the American election. What many people had feared, that we would see a closely contested election and that one candidate, presumably the President Donald Trump, would declare victory early before the votes are counted. Well, that is exactly what we saw. I would say that the press conference was surreal, except we've seen just so many surreal moments over the 4 years of the Trump presidency that it felt sort of shockingly normal to hear him say that. But it certainly opens up a lot of possibilities here for legal challenges potentially to finishing out the counting of the votes in those swing states. It also certainly will affect Americans' confidence in the entire process here. I think people on both sides right now are feeling like they are perhaps not getting a fair shake from the votes because of the allegations of fraud from the president's side, or from the Democrats, the suggestions that that President Trump is trying to disenfranchise them by not allowing this vote counting to continue. So really, I think it's going to be a difficult few days here in the United States.
Indeed. Ira, as we speak, I'm looking at the map of the US on my screens here, and I can see many red and blue states, but also pink and light blue states as well. Now, viewers, those pink states is the pink color used to denote the leads, not the win or the result of that particular state. And I was taken in, Ira, by what Trump had to say there. He spoke about how he has, quote unquote, won the states such as Florida, Ohio, and Texas. But he went a step further and almost called the election in his favor in those crucial states, including the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, including Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Georgia included. So what did you make of that assertion? Now, as you mentioned, neither Biden nor Trump have seemed to be conciliatory at all. Trump was combative as ever. But what did you make of his claim of having won those crucial states? Because Pennsylvania might well seal the fate for either Trump or Biden.
Right. Well, he sort of started, as you mentioned, with the states such as Texas and Florida, where it appears that Trump legitimately is on a path to a victory and doing better than many had predicted in those states. But then he slowly shifted to the states where it is not so clear. And certainly in Georgia, at least when he spoke, there were certainly questions about whether he was actually going to win that state. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, we don't know who won the state, but when you listen to President Trump, it does seem like a foregone conclusion in his telling of it. And I think what that all sort of amounts to is controlling the narrative around this election. And, we're seeing that coming from both candidates, not just from the president, but perhaps with President Trump obviously going a step further and making a declaration of victory in the election. But certainly when America wakes up tomorrow, it's already after midnight here in California. On the East Coast, it's the middle of the night. So when the United States wakes up tomorrow and sort of tries to unpack what has happened here, I think the presentations from the candidates and just the perception of fairness or the lack of fairness will really start to become core issues in how people are viewing what we're going to see over the course of the next few days, with either the votes being counted or the votes stop from counting by a potential intervention from the Supreme Court.
Ira, I was particularly intrigued by Trump's choice of words. He said, and I'm quoting him here, "Frankly, we did win this election," unquote. Now, I'm taken in by his choice of using the past tense for saying that we did win this election. But what does it mean? Is he saying, what is the implication here, that we won and that people are not calling the election in my favor, or that we won and probably lost?
Well, I think the implication here, and it's a great point that you raised, he didn't say we're winning this election or we're going to win.
He didn't say we won or we are winning. He says,
this election.
frankly, we did win this election. And I wonder why he said that.
Yes, and that choice of words really is indicative of this strategy of stopping the vote count and implying, likely without basis, that any further vote counting will introduce some element of fraud into the process. So really saying, and this isn't a surprise, he has signaled that he wanted the vote counting to stop at the end of Election Day, but now it's become serious because we've reached the end of Election Day, and he has come out and said, basically, the election is over, I won, and one way or the other, this is going to have to be accepted. Now, of course, many people don't accept that, and we'll have to see what happens on a legal basis.
Absolutely. Ira,
after Trump's remarks.
This is a close election because currently Biden is leading by 7 points or 7 electoral votes at 220 to 213. If you look at the percentage of popular votes with Biden, it is a little less than 50%, 49.8%. With Trump, it is 48.6%. The pre-poll surveys spoke about the 7 to 8 points lead as well, and we are seeing that happen. So this has been a very polarized election, and that is evident in the results as well. There's a sharp divide between Republicans and Democrats, isn't it?
The divide in America appears to be as wide as ever. This has been an ugly presidential campaign, a campaign where we've seen certainly the president use tactics such as attacking members of Joe Biden's families that in previous campaigns might have been off limits. So there is an animosity, not just among the candidates themselves, but also among their supporters. We've seen violence over the past few months between supporters of the president and supporters of protests, for instance, from the Black Lives Matter movement, and this is all really building up to this election day where we had hoped perhaps to have a decisive result where we could say, okay, the country has voted, we have a president, but that is not the case. We have an extremely close election right now, which hasn't been decided despite the fact that all the votes have been cast.
All right, on that note, Ira Spitzer in San Francisco, thank you once again for joining us. As Ira says, this might well be decided by the court, not the vote. All right, time for a very short break. Keep watching this special broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, thanks guys.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage on the U.S. presidential elections, the race to the White House, with our reporters joining us from the United States of America and our domain experts and subject specialists with us to analyze every move of the Biden camp and the Trump camp. As Donald Trump has spoken, he said he will be moving the Supreme Court to stop further voting, and that, frankly, he did win. So those are his words and quotes. Let's listen in once again to President Donald Trump's reaction on the U.S. presidential election.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely? And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. we need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President.
All right, you're watching President Trump speak just a few minutes ago, talking about how he has decided to move the U.S. Supreme Court to stop all further voting wherever it is still being held. But he was combative as ever, and he says he's already called the election in his favor in those crucial Rust Belt states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and also Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia in particular. Right, we have about 10 odd minutes left on this special broadcast in this particular hour, and we still have with our guests Ambassador Anil Trigunayath and Dr. Harinder Sekhon with us. If I can ask our guests to sum it up for us and for the benefit of our viewers, your expectations from the next U.S. president, whoever that might be, a Trump or a Biden, and your views on the way forward or the next big idea in the India-U.S. ties, starting with you, Ambassador Trigunayath. All right, I'm told he's not with us. Let me go across to Ambassador Srivastav for that comment now. Ambassador Srivastav, if I can repeat the question to you, your view on your expectations from the next U.S. president and the way forward in India-U.S. ties.
Well, as an Indian, I would naturally like the present trend to continue in the sense of growing cooperation and concern for each other's interests. I would be, there are two areas which are particularly important. One is the area of defense, where important developments have taken place, and which is also important because we have a situation on our borders with China. Right. And the other area is trade, where, with President Trump, we could not conclude a trade agreement in spite of our good intentions. Third is on immigration, on things like H-1B visa. Again, on immigration related issues, President Trump has not been as helpful as we would like him to be. So, of course, the general direction of a strategic partnership between India and the United States will continue, whether it is Trump or Biden. But as an Indian, I would surely welcome, more positive developments in these areas of defense, trade, and immigration.
Dr. Sekhar, your wish list?
More or less the same, but what I would like to stress upon is that when it comes to the H-1B visas and defense, while we've been moving ahead in the strategic part of our relations, the economic part has not gone in the manner in which we wanted. And this is where we need to have a very serious talk. It has to be a leader to leader kind of a talk and a frank talk that India has developmental challenges. So to kind of censure and India, because, and put some tariffs on us is not very good. And we have to speak about the agriculture sector. So this is where there's maximum US pressure. And since 2008, I remember that the US feels that India should open up its agriculture sector to US products. And this is something which has to be explained to Trump, especially, if it's a Trump 2.0, and also to Biden. And I think this is where we need to leverage, and I think it came up during the discussion earlier, that we need to speak about, link up our defense purchases along with other trade issues which do not find too much traction with the US. So, if we are signing checks and buying so much of military hardware, the US needs to go a little soft on certain areas like agriculture. And I think the area where we can collaborate more is on healthcare. We have very major developmental challenges in our rural healthcare and other things. And this is where, if we can go for training our manpower and seek US help. So we need to look at technically not high-tech areas, but these, skilling India, seek greater US assistance in skilling India so that our youth is channelized in a more positive manner and can become a part of India's growth and success story.
Dr. Sekhar, very quickly, coming back to the trends, the Democrats are leading by around 7 electoral votes. In the Senate, we are looking at a lead of just 1 of Republicans, and in the House, we are looking at a lead of around 9 of Democrats. So, if there is a Democrat presidency with a House that they'll continue to hold and a Senate in the hands of Republicans, would that ensure a strong presidency?
I think even Obama had to, it's a system of checks and balances which is built into the American system. And when President Obama, he also had to face those challenges. And I think he did pretty well on some of the core issues, which were then, of course, overdone or overridden by President Trump. So I think on merit, if the president is able to get across his viewpoint to the Senate, they do vote pretty responsibly, and
need of one is not really such a major one, and the Congress is where the real policy making.
Absolutely.
And
Dr. Sekon, if I can just bring in the other guest, Ambassador Trigunayat, one last time on the discussion before we wrap it up. Ambassador Trigunayat, your thoughts on the next US president and what that might mean for India in particular?
Well, one thing I know that if it is a Trump 2.0, then it will be more of the same.
Okay.
But if it is Biden regime, then obviously we could negotiate, and I agree with the previous two speakers exactly about the wish list. My wish list is that we should get a fair deal, frankly. And as I have also mentioned earlier, that we are one of the biggest, or probably going to be the biggest buyer of the US defense and technology. So we might as well have. Secondly, if it is the Trump term, then we'll have a major problem in multilateral institutions. And that will continue to be there. I do not know how we will be able to prevail upon them, but that is going to be, because that is our major, whether it's climate change or ISA or whatever it is, that is our major foreign policy outreach is multilateralism, which is absolutely at odds with President Trump's style of work. So I believe that bilaterally, they are our largest trading partner. They have significantly invested in India. We have invested a huge deal there. So whoever comes, it's going to be, in my view, let us look at every relationship as transactional, whether it is with Russia, whether it is with China, or with the US. We need not put in a lot of emotional content in it.
Fair point.
Fair enough. That's all the time that we have for this special broadcast. But I and Ramesh will take your leave, and thank you to all the guests for having joined us and for sharing your perspective with us. Another panel of anchors will be joining us now to take this forward. Thanks for watching.
And please use our hashtag Race for White House to send us your views, news, and all the comments on our Twitter handles. Thank you.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
बहुत रोमांचित हुई है.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated,
दिवस के साथ-साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith. 900.
All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार.
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata. Nous sommes l'Inde.
نحن هنود.
India.
ما हिंदी हस्ती.
Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
मास्क अप इंडिया.
Mask Up India.
Welcome back. You're watching Race for White House, a special broadcast from the US presidential polls. This is the most comprehensive and credible coverage that you'll see anywhere in the US presidential polls. It's a tight race. Biden is ahead on 220 electoral votes and Trump is trailing with 213 electoral votes, and it's a tight fight even in terms of popular votes, with Biden leading on 49.8% popular votes and Trump just a little behind with 48.6% votes. This is a coverage where our reporters are joining us from the United States to give us the latest from both the Trump and Biden camps on the trends and analysis, and former ambassadors, other domain experts and subject specialists are also joining us to give their perspective on what this election could mean for a US relationship with India and the world. I'm Munmun Bhattacharya, and with me is my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran.
Thank you, Munmun. So viewers, the update, the latest tally that we have for you is Trump has got 213 electoral votes as opposed to Biden, who is at 220 electoral votes. So it's a neck-and-neck fight even as we speak. Counting is taking place in those crucial Rust Belt states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, going all the way across to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and further down to Georgia as well. But we heard from Trump in the last hour or so, and he remains as combative as ever. He did not sound conciliatory at all, and neither did Biden for the matter. So we'll get you all the latest from our guests and our reporters on the ground in Wisconsin, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. as well. But first, let's take a look at the latest news coming in from the U.S. at this moment in time. Munmun.
Yes, as the counting of votes for the 2020 United States Presidential election continues. US President Donald Trump thanked the voters for the tremendous support from the White House. He said that we are getting ready for big celebrations. Listen in.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good.
All right, joining us is our special guest, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. Ambassador Prakash has served as India's ambassador to South Korea and High Commissioner to Canada as well. And by the way, he was also the spokesperson of the Indian Foreign Ministry. So he has been at the interface or the intersection of media and diplomacy. So Ambassador Prakash, I can't think of a better person to walk us through the import of what is happening in the US as we speak. As I mentioned before, Ambassador Prakash, Trump at 213 electoral votes as compared to Biden at 220. It's neck and neck. It could go either way, but both leaders are combative. They are not conciliatory at all. So as things stand now, we are still waiting to call the election one way or another.
Very much so, and thank you very much for the gracious introduction.
Welcome, Ambassador.
I would slightly, I have a slightly different take on the matter. Vice President Biden was quite measured. He said it is not for me or anybody else to call the election, it's for the people of the US. Whereas President Trump has been very aggressive. And to say things like that it is a big fraud on the American public, that we have already won, that I do not want to hear that there are more votes found at 4 a.m. in the morning, that they know they cannot defeat us, etc., is almost an incitement. And the worrying part is that only on the basis of 1/3 vote, give and take a few percentage, he wants the election to be called. Now, what about the 102 million votes which were cast early? Only a fraction of them have been counted.
Right.
How can you have election results declared on mere 1/3 of the vote count? It is beyond understanding. But when it comes to President Trump, there is a lot that one needs to be educated about and understand. But it is a turn of event which people were dreading. And one hopes, as a friend of the US and as a fellow democracy, that it doesn't descend into something that everybody comes to regret.
Right.
Yes. But
also joining us is Ronita Chaudhary, an entrepreneur, author, and an Indian American from Connecticut in the US. Ronita, thank you for joining us on this special broadcast. I know it is very early for you. It's almost, what, 4 a.m. your time? Am I correct?
Right now, it's quite early in the morning.
And may I begin by asking, Ronita, did you vote?
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely voted, and I made sure that all my friends, family, were able to get their votes in. And I'm very, very, very. No matter what the decision is, I'm incredibly proud of all my. And have voted this election. It's something to be very proud of. I think the voter turnout at the moment is in the high 60%, 67, 69%, and it's something we should be proud of, no matter what the results might be.
Ronita, you are an Indian American and you voted in this election, so have many Indian Americans. And if you look at the number of Indian Americans in the United States who are eligible to vote, that number comes to 1.9 million. And we've also seen a shift take place from 2008 to 2016, a little towards the Republican strides. That's just a slight shift, because earlier, overwhelmingly, Indian Americans were voting for Democrats, and that shift started in 2008. Remains to be seen how it will play out in 2020 elections. But would you say it's a noticeable shift that's happening?
I think there's a few things going on here. I think number one, there's a generational divide. And that you can clearly see between the older generations of Indian Americans, Southeast Asian Americans, and the younger generation. I think the younger generations overwhelmingly do vote Democrat versus the older generation, where thoughts around small business and taxes might play a larger role versus some of the younger generation. So that's number one. I think number two, what we're seeing with this election is that it's coming down to the importance of the economy versus the pandemic. And people are voting along these lines. You'll see that people and populations that have been more affected by COVID, the East Coast, the West Coast, populations that have been affected by COVID are voting much more towards Biden, who recognizes that the pandemic needs to be solved before anything can get back to normal, whatever that might be. But then for those that have not been as severely affected by COVID yet, and hopefully aren't affected by this terrible disease, they're voting on the economy. They don't want to go into another lockdown. They don't want to they don't want businesses to shut down. And so that's what they're voting on. And depending on, where you are in the US, you're going to vote differently on these things. So, it is, of course, Indian Americans, just like any other citizen in the US, you vote along different priorities, and whatever your priorities are at that time, you kind of, you push for that. So we'll have to see the voter turnout data to look at how did Asian Americans vote?
Indeed. Ambassador Prakash, in the run-up to the polling, there were some disconcerting reports coming out of the US, especially Washington, D.C. in particular, where we saw the White House being boarded up, fearing violence and voter intimidation. But fortunately, as things panned out, it's been by and large peaceful. But that said, the election remains as uncertain as ever, and that is not a particularly good advertisement for the world's largest or the oldest democracy, isn't it?
Very much so. You are absolutely right, Ramesh. Fortunately, the elections, the process went off quite smoothly. Lots of people would have heaved a sigh of relief. But, there are also reports which are pretty disturbing that people have the arms sales has gone up. FBI has issued some alerts. And the supporters of President Trump tend to be quite aggressive. And now, if what he has said today, unless he reaches out to them and calms them and say that, look, we are going to follow the legal process, we'll await the outcome, etc., etc. Unless that happens, and if there is a spark even, and we saw some sparks fly today at the White House, outside the White House itself, then it will become difficult. And as it is, the society is so divided, so angry, all you need is a spark for things to take an untoward turn. And as I said, I really hope that for the sake of the democracy, for the sake of not just American democracy, but democracies as a whole, that we can demonstrate to the world once again, and we need continuous regular demonstration, reiteration, that the name of the game in democracy is smooth transition of power.
Ronita, you said that there are two issues which were by and large the most important in this election. One of them being economy, the other being coronavirus pandemic. And I'm looking at the national exit poll on issues, and the respondents were asked which one of these 5 issues mattered the most in deciding how you voted for president. So most of them said that the economy mattered the most to them, 35% of them, followed by 20% who said racial inequality, followed by 17% who said the coronavirus pandemic, 11% who said crime and safety, and the 11% who also said that healthcare policy was the most important. And if you further look into economy, they were asked, do you think the condition of the nation's economy is excellent, good, not so good, and poor? Then 35%, the highest number, said the state of the economy is fairly good. Do you think that that explains why there is a close fight in terms of popular votes between Biden and Trump, that Trump has by and large moderate or good ratings on his handling of the economy?
Yeah, I think, the viewpoint that the economy is doing well is, it's dependent upon who's saying that. There's right now there's plenty of data saying multiple different things. I mean, I can, you know, I hate to say this as an American, but no matter who wins this election, we're going to be going through a very, very difficult phase going forward, the next few months, the next 1 year. I mean, we're already looking at an 8% unemployment rate at the moment. Coronavirus is not under control. Small businesses are closing left and right. Cases are going up. You know, the economy is, no matter who wins, is going to be in for a really, really difficult time. And that's scary for a lot. And, you know, it's different. India has done a lockdown. But India in general is a very resilient nation. There is a lot of self-sufficiency, you know, such a great population here. And there's so many different resources that can be tapped.
Right. Ambassador Prakash, if we can come to you now. Now, you've served in the Americas. You've seen how the US and Canadian politics shape up over the last several years now. And these two countries are home to a large number of Indian diaspora. Indian Canadians, Indo-Americans. In that perspective, looking at the Indian community in the US in particular, what do you make of their coming of age, so to speak? Have they become a consequential political force in the US? And even though their numbers might be minuscule as compared to other ethnic communities, but they wield a disproportionately bigger influence on American industry, American economy, and thereby, by extension, American politics as well?
Well, yes, and perhaps no. Now, have they come of age politically? I don't think so. Have they become visible? Yes, they have. Are they respected? Yes, they are. Are they a success story? Yes, they are. Because the numbers, as you very rightly said, are limited. And they are about 1.9 million Indian Americans can vote, which is not even 1% of the total electorate. And they are a community which are highly dispersed, and they have an impact of swinging an election one way or the other in some constituencies, but not that much. What is the reason why Indian Americans are becoming quite visible is their success story, is their hard work, their ability to adapt, their ability to assimilate. And that is why today you have Indian Americans who have been at cabinet positions. Nikki Haley is an example. And you know, even in the government at the federal level and the state levels, you have increasing number of Indians. But it will take some more time for them to become politically a more effective force or more impactful force.
Ronita, is there a sub-classification, if I may ask, of Indian Americans in terms of their voting preferences? Would the more wealthy vote for the Republicans? Would those who've been there longer in America vote for the Republicans, as opposed to those who are in universities or who are professionals, or who've been there for maybe 14 years or 15 years?
Yeah, you know, there are. No voter is exactly the same, and that goes for Indian Americans as well. You know, you have the Indian Americans who, you know, have started businesses in the country. You know, they came over in the 60s and 70s, and they experienced a certain type of America. And, you know, maybe their priorities are more along the lines of, you know, yeah, we want less taxes, we want less government regulation. And then there are other subsets of Indian Americans that are like, what does our democracy mean? You know, who are we? How do we participate? How do we make sure that our administrations reflect the diversity of the country that we are? So there's lots of different, there's generational issues, as I've mentioned, there's professional gaps as well. Of course, you know, there are a lot of Indian American doctors, and, you know, they do vote in the past, you know, in a certain pattern. And now, given COVID, they might vote very differently. So I think, yes, income inequality and wealth does play a factor, just as it does with any other American, on, you know, which side do you want to vote for? And then there also is, though, you know, do we want America to continue to be diverse and have diverse voices and have different people of color representing us in our halls of government. I don't think there are Indian Americans that are wanting to go back to that US of the 1980s and the 70s where there wasn't, Indian American representation. So there is this push and pull between economics and the soul of the country.
Right.
Absolutely.
Ambassador Prakash, now you have the dual benefit of having served as an ambassador or High Commissioner in the Americas as well as in East Asia. Now, how would the America's Indo-Pacific policy shape up under, say, a Trump 2.0 or a Biden, and how concerned or sanguine might India be that irrespective of who occupies the White House, the Indo-Pacific will remain a focus area, an area of strategic convergence, so to speak, between India and the US going forward as well?
I think that's a very, very important question. My take is that Trump 2.0 would see continuity of emphasis on the Indo-Pacific construct. They are very keen, as we saw recently in Tokyo, where the Quad Plus Quad meeting, ministerial meeting had happened. And I'm talking of Quad because Quad in some ways is the core of the Indo-Pacific construct. That's at least that's how I look at it. And the US is quite keen to take the process forward and also put a structure to it. So President Trump has already signed in. And, given the fact that there is power, an aggressive power, which is threatening the interests of the US directly, I don't see a change. President Joe Biden would perhaps have to pick up the threads. He would perhaps want to get a better feel of how he wants to go about it. By nature, he is said to be more conciliatory. Instead of his tone will change because he deploys softer tone. But given the fact that China has directly threatened the American dominance in the field of the military, in the field of navy, in the field of economy, in high technology and innovation, no American leader is going to blink. So it's only a question of emphasis and a bit of nuancing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, for having joined us on this special broadcast. And let's once again take you through what US President Donald Trump had to say. He's spoken from the White House saying that he's in fact accused Joe Biden a campaign of election fraud and said that he would move the US Supreme Court to be all want voting, counting to stop. And Trump added, we want the law to be used in a proper manner, so we will be going to the US Supreme Court. Let's listen in.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the US Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
All right, we still have with us Ronita Chaudhary, an entrepreneur, author, Indian American, joining us from Connecticut in the US. Before we go across to her, there's one more bite of challenger Joe Biden. Now, Biden had said he was optimistic of a win in the US presidential elections and thanked his supporters for their patience.
I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you.
So that was Donald Trump as well as Joe Biden putting forth their points of view on what's been a very, very polarized election campaign. Well, Ronita continues to be with us. Ronita, you would have observed the last few U.S. presidential elections. What do you make of the way the campaign has been and the statements that we are hearing from both sides? Are these on expected lines? Is this a further extension of the kind of polarization that we've witnessed this time around, which is very, very sharp?
Yeah, I mean, this has been an unprecedented campaign. These have, even Donald Trump as a candidate, I don't think that would have been even thought about 10 years ago. And here we have him, running for his second term. So everything is very brand new. With how things are operating. Even the fact that, certain rallies were done in person, close contact, while other rallies were done from cars, maintaining social distancing. It's unlike any other time in the past. So yeah, I think this might, put down the marker of, 2020 election, one of a kind. We do hope that going forward, whoever the candidates are, there is more of a conciliatory, united tone to both sides. Having a divided United States is not how it works. It's always been a United States. And I think we do need to make concerted efforts to maintain that going forward. No country can stand divided, right? And so we do need to find some bridges between both these sides. Has that happened enough? This campaign, I think, there's people on the left and people on the right who would agree that there hasn't been enough done to bring people together during this whole campaign experience, and let alone the last 4 years.
Indeed. Right. I want to introduce another guest who is joining us on this special broadcast. Professor Harshvardhan Pant is with us. Professor Pant is Director of Studies and Head of the Strategic Studies Program at the Observer Research Foundation. The ORF is a privately held think tank, a public policy think tank headquartered in New Delhi. Professor Pant, welcome to this special broadcast. We're calling it the race for the White House. Very quick opening comments from you based on what we've heard from the two principals, Biden and Trump, and what did you make of the results so far, including the early leads? 220 to Biden and 213 to Trump as we speak. It's neck and neck. It could go either way, but neither of them sounded conciliatory at all in their interventions and media appearances over the last couple of hours.
Well, I think it has been quite a roller coaster. I think it has also been an election where a lot of the assumptions that pollsters were making had come to naught. Right. We have seen how Donald Trump continues to hold very, very strongly. We were told that this is going to be, this can potentially be a wave election for Democrats. It has turned out to be none of that kind. That the Republicans continue to hold on to the Senate apparently, and they have not done very badly in House. Yes, right. House has gone to the Democrats, but Mr. Trump has done much better than I think anyone was expecting him to, given what all is going wrong for him, from economic mess to a pandemic. To this wider climate that Mr. Trump is, somehow very, very problematic. So I think a lot of those assumptions have fallen by the wayside, given the numbers we have seen, given the swing states, given the tightness of this race. I mean, if Mr. Biden was such a great candidate as at one point it was seemingly made out that he was 10, 11, 12, 13 points ahead of Mr. Trump, we don't see that happening. I mean, at the moment, nationally, in the national average, he leads by Mr. Trump by 1%. Or 1.5%. So I think, a lot of the assumptions that we were making about Mr. Trump have not come to pass, and it's going to be a long haul because both candidates have given indications that they will take the litigation route. They will move forward with litigation in some ways, especially in Pennsylvania and in North Carolina, it seems. So I think we are going to see this extending now to the next 2, 3, 4 days.
Absolutely. Professor Pant, since you mentioned about how the assumptions about Trump have come to naught, I want to quickly cite statistics. Now, one of the exit polls suggested that 1/3 of the respondents cited the U.S. economy as the issue for them when it matters to casting their vote, and only 1/5 of the respondents cited COVID-19 pandemic as their big issue or the decisive factor. That should give you a sense of their priorities, but what did you make of the issues at play here and how they translated into votes in the result that we've seen so far?
See, I think it's quite clear with the numbers that we are seeing that this issue has been around the economy.
Right.
Because Mr. Trump made it about economy while Mr. Biden wanted to make it about the pandemic.
Right.
And people have not bought into the pandemic logic. They seem more concerned about bread and butter issues, about the economy losing traction, of course, because of the pandemic itself. But clearly they have voted because they feel that Mr. Trump perhaps is better candidate for managing the economy. And given in key battleground states, the way Mr. Trump is holding, and the key battleground states that he has won, Ohio, Texas, Florida, I mean, these are very important states in terms of the class factor. So clearly working class has gone in a big way for Mr. Trump. There are some numbers which suggest that even the numbers are higher from last time. So I think a lot of these questions around pandemic seem to have transformed into larger questions about economy, and people have voted considering Mr. Trump to be a better candidate on a number of these fronts. Now again, we don't really know how this will pan out eventually, but
Indeed.
I think on the economic front, we do seem to be rallying around Mr. Trump.
I want to quickly ask Ronita as well. Ronita, for the Trump voter, it seems the economy trumped all else. How do you look at it and the issues that were at play in this election?
So different parts of the country have been experiencing different relationships with the coronavirus. So if you are in more of the rural places where, social distancing is almost a norm, right? Where there aren't too many people, the population is less, you will think that why are we going to shut down the economy? The economy needs to run. We're part of it. Let's keep it going. And you hear the other guys saying, we might need to lock down, schools might need to shut, this might need to shut. And you're going to think, that's not what I want. I'm fine here. There's no cases around me, or there's few cases here. Let's keep it going. And I think that messaging that the Republican Party kind of hit on for those areas, those large chunks of the country in the middle where the population density is less, I think that's going to resonate much more than a place like New York, where even my sister, got COVID in the city early on. And clearly there were, people in New York City and the East Coast where COVID numbers have been much higher. They know that we need to get COVID fixed first before all else. So it's a huge country. People are experiencing different realities, and then they're voting based on that.
Right, Ronita, Ramesh was referring to the exit poll, and a question that was asked to respondents was, do you think U.S. efforts to contain the pandemic are going well or not? So 34% said they went very badly, and then somewhat badly at 16%, somewhat well at 31%, very well at 17%. What Donald Trump has been trying to do perhaps is that he's trying to send out the message that livelihood is more important, because he's been saying that we can't simply shut down. It is important that we open our schools. So his message has been livelihood. He's been saying that many people will die if this is not taken care of. Besides, of course, the numbers of deaths that have already taken place because of COVID-19. So would you think that there would be some takers for this, considering the numbers in the exit polls?
I think so, I think especially around the schools, and this is, very important for families, women, mothers, the idea that if the students aren't able to go to school, how can a mom or parents go to work? What happens to their child? And this became a very, very hot button issue where there's not a clear answer, right? What is the best thing to do? And so, yeah, I think it's a very hot button issue. The management of the coronavirus, it could have gone better. No matter what, it could have gone better. There was no reason, I feel, there's no reason to polarize mask wearing. Look at India. If everyone is wearing a mask, there's no reason to make that a political statement. It's something that can save everyone. But, if we get back to the economy, it is about livelihoods. All of us, it is about livelihoods. And there are certain populations that, maybe with higher incomes, higher education, can just work from home, get on the computer and work. But there's a lot of parts of the population that don't have that luxury. And then they're looking at, the Republican Party, at Trump who's saying, yeah, I go to work. And they're like, okay, I'm going to go to work because I don't have that luxury to work from my house.
Professor Pant, on the handling of the pandemic, Joe Biden said that on the first day of my presidency, I'll come out with an action plan to combat COVID-19. Donald Trump doesn't wear masks as much as one should in public. Many people believe that he initially listened to the set of advisors, but then he stopped listening to them, and now he's even talking about the prospect of firing Anthony Fauci, who is a top infectious disease expert in the United States. So is he acting out of instinct on the issue of mask wearing? What do you think?
I think, there is certainly his approach seems to be driven more by the political underpinnings of this question than by science. And I think in some ways that has helped him. I mean, we can't begrudge him that he's ultimately a politician. But I think what happened initially is that his initial response left much to be desired. And as the scale of this crisis mounted, he was forced to become defensive. So if you see his response, it is largely about two things. One, laying all the blame on China. Wuhan virus, this is a Chinese virus, and China is responsible for it, which is, I think, a fair point to make. But he wanted to shift attention from his misgovernance to the China factor. The second part of his approach has been to push the economic argument front and center. So once he realized that it's not working out, as I think your previous guest pointed out, that the numbers are very big, lots of infections, lots of deaths. I think he realized that what is at stake here, because if he doesn't do it politically well, then he would have lost, he could have lost the elections. So what he did was he pivoted around that question. He made it about economics. He said, well, it's your livelihood. Unless we manage your livelihood, you are not going to, we won't be able to manage anything. So therefore, his message became about economy, that we are going to go ahead, full steam ahead with the economic regeneration, and we will not let pandemic come in the way. And on the other hand, you had Biden, who took a public health approach to this question. Again, it was politically driven because he knew that this is something that would hurt Mr. Trump. So both took political decisions for different reasons. And I think we know that at the end of the day, what the results are showing today, that perhaps Mr. Trump was more successful in A, lay the blaming part of the blame on China, B, on making this issue front and center about economy, because he knew that when he would talk about economy, Mr. Biden would get hurt politically. And that's what seems to have happened.
Right, it's 2:45 p.m. India time, and I want to take a moment to update our viewers about the latest information from the U.S. Now, when the results last came in, Joe Biden was leading with 220 electoral votes, 220 with 49.7% of the popular vote, and Trump was trailing with 213 electoral votes with 48.6% of the popular vote. Interestingly, according to media projections, Trump is ahead. I repeat, is ahead. We are not calling it one way or another. The leads are that Trump is ahead in battleground states of Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, while Biden leads in Nevada and Arizona.
Yes. Yes, Professor Pant, looking at these numbers, there's a difference of 7 electoral votes currently between Biden and Trump, with Biden leading. Now, the kind of votes that have been accounted for is an addition of 220 plus 213, which comes to 433. 105 electoral votes are yet to be accounted for, and these votes will carry a lot of weight. We know that in North Carolina and Georgia, which are toss-up states, the Republicans are leading, and in Arizona and Nevada, the Democrats are leading. So what can be a game changer in terms of a shift or in terms of some more states being called here and there? What do you think?
Well, I think most of these states are relatively clear, in the sense that I think if you look at Arizona, for example, many American networks have called it for Mr. Biden, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to be about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one state where both sides are going to fight for the last ballot. It is a very important state, given the kind of projections that are being made, with Wisconsin and Michigan likely to fall in Mr. Trump's lap. ultimately both sides will have to focus their energies on Pennsylvania, and both sides have indicated in their own ways that they will fight for till the last vote is counted, and they might even go for litigation. Mr. Biden, in his comments to his supporters, said it's going to be a long haul. Be patient, and we will make sure that every vote is counted. So he's signaling that his team is ready to take this to the logical conclusion, which is in the courts. Mr. Trump has openly said that he's going to the Supreme Court. In the past, if you recall, in 2000, there was a lot of back and forth before this issue reached to the Supreme Court. I think Mr. Trump is indicating, he has already said that he has won in his speech. He's saying he has won, and there is a possibility of this being rigged, and therefore he's likely to approach Supreme Court very soon, in which case he's going to focus his energies on the postal ballots and how they can be manipulated or not manipulated, and therefore for both teams it's going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Right, Ronita, let's talk a bit, if you will, about Kamala Harris now. Many see her as an Indian-American vice presidential candidate, but Kamala Harris, for her part, has chosen to play up her African-American identity as opposed to her South Asian identity. Now, how does the Indian-American community in general look at her candidacy? Does her candidacy resonate with a large cross-section of the Indian-American community in particular?
Yeah, this is a fabulous question, and I think Indian Americans don't get enough conversations around this topic. I think as one myself, Indian Americans are used to hyphens, used to being half this.
Yes,
Indian American identity exists in that.
You're facing connectivity issues with Ronita at this point in time. We'll try and re-establish. Yes, Ronita, if you can continue.
Americans do the same thing. There's certain elements that are very American.
Okay, so it's not the perfect connection that we have right now. We'll try and re-establish that connection with Ronita, but Harshpant, if you can take that to you. Yes.
Yeah, so it's different, and so I think she does a fantastic job showcasing the elements of her personality that is rooted in her father, and elements of her personality that's rooted in her mother, and still holding her own as someone who's of mixed identities. So I don't think Indian Americans are too concerned with her. Of course she went to HBCU, she has deep ties with the African American community, but that's what America's about, mixed identities.
Yes, Professor Pant, there was an opinion poll that was taken on various factors ahead of the elections, and one question that was asked to Indian Americans was that whether the candidature of Kamala Harris would enthuse you more about voting this time around, and majority of them agreed that this would be a draw for them. So, how do you analyze this?
Well, certainly, I think, if you have an Indian American on the ticket, it energizes Indian Americans, just as it would do to any other constituency. My I think sense is that Kamala Harris, notwithstanding, what we are looking today at, today's reality is that Indian American vote is getting more nuanced, in the sense that in the past it was a given that Indian Americans generally vote for the Democrats. What we are witnessing now is a gradual shift, not a huge shift, but a gradual shift to the Republicans as well. And I think two factors have played an important role. One, Mr. Modi, who has a direct connect with the Indian diaspora, and therefore has been able to articulate some, this idea that he has a great relationship with Mr. Trump, and therefore some voters have shifted to Mr. Trump, have started looking at Republicans more positively. Also, the fact that Mr. Trump has been relatively good for India on foreign policy matters, and therefore that has also energized a certain kind of response in the Indian American community. But clearly, the majority of them still continue to vote for Democrats, and Kamala Harris perhaps may have energized that community, Indian Americans, to vote for Democrats. But I would be very surprised if the results, if the final votes are going to be dramatically shifting towards Democrats just because of Kamala Harris. I think there is a tradition there. There is a traditional understanding of Democrats being more responsive to bread and butter issues, to questions on immigration, etc. And therefore, Indian Americans have voted for Democrats traditionally. But gradual shifting towards Republicans is underway. And my sense is that that process will continue even in this election. We will see a marginal shift in that direction.
Right. So we are nearing the end of this, the 1 hour special broadcast. And I want to quickly ask both our guests, starting with you, Professor Pant, how do you look or rate Trump's foreign policy legacy from an Indian perspective? How would you rate or view his stand or stance on issues of immediate import to us, such as trade, such as terrorism, such as technology, and geographically speaking, his policy towards Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Indo-Pacific, and also the West Asian countries in particular, the Middle East, as Americans call it, especially the Gulf, particularly Iran?
I would say that Mr. Trump has been rather good for India. And on most issues of critical importance to India, he has been able to deliver. On Pakistan and China in particular, we have seen him taking positions which are more in sync with Indian interests. Yes, there are issues around Afghanistan where greater convergence is possible. But I think by and large, he has been on strategic matters. If you look at the largest expanse of the Indo-Pacific, he has been very, very good. His administration has been very, very good in articulating this convergence that has been building over the last few decades with successive administrations. On trade, yes, there are problems, but again, trade problems are not something that Mr. Trump has created. They are a legacy issue. They were there under Obama. They were there, and they're likely to continue even if Mr. Biden comes to office. There are issues around immigration that are likely to also continue even whoever comes to office. So I think where he could make a difference on foreign policy and strategic affairs, where many people in India wanted him to make a difference, he has been able to make the difference. A greater clarity on China in particular will be his lasting legacy and very, very important for India.
Ronita, what are your expectations from the next US president?
I mean, I'm looking forward to just more unity, that this idea of being American isn't so divisive or different for different Americans. I think we all need to remember what it is to be an American, what the democratic values that those entails from the start. So I hope that, whoever wins remembers that and keeps that in mind. And I think as for India goes, I mean, India is always going to be a strong partner for the US. So I can just imagine whoever's in office is going to keep that partnership strong. But I think there needs to be a lot of recognition of pain and a lot of reconciliation that needs to happen internally in the country to move forward.
Ronita, would Democrats, the Democratic voter, be disappointed tonight in the US as we speak because of the delayed election results? Or you think this is what they had factored in going into the election as well? Because Trump, for one, seems to have suggested that he won the election and yet it was not called in his favor, and therefore he wants to move the Supreme Court to stop all further balloting that might take place in the US. So clearly, what's the sense you're getting in the Democrat voting camp or the Democrat campaign, so to speak, about the delayed results, and also the fact that, as Professor Pant said, it might all boil down to that one state of Pennsylvania which might well seal the fate of Trump or Biden?
Yeah, no, I think the expectations were set from the onset. A lot more Democratic voters were voting through mail-in or absentee ballots due to fears around coronavirus. So the expectations were set in that this is going to be a little bit long. There's going to need for time for everything to be counted, and there might be this red mirage where it looks like Trump might win. I would say yes. I think it's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Whoever wins 2 of those 3, you can pretty much guarantee that they will be the president, especially with the Electoral College the way it is. I think the disappointment from the Democrats on the left, people that do support the Democrats, is the lack of recognition of still how popular Trump is, despite the mistakes and the things said.
Ronita, I'm just tempted to ask you a provocative question. I'll try my best, as hard as I can be, to provocative. Now, there's a school of thought which says that the day Bernie Sanders was removed from the election campaign, the day he did not remain a contender for the presidency, that signaled the death knell of Joe Biden as the president. Would you agree with that submission? Or you think it is still wide open and that Biden could very well come to occupy the White House?
So 2 different points there. So I think there is still a probability that Biden can occupy the White House. Is it the landslide that, was perhaps predicted? No, clearly not. It's very, very close, but there's still a probability that Biden might occupy the White House. Now, Bernie Sanders, we're seeing this a second time around where Bernie Sanders kind of, was kept out of the race, and it's still a struggle to, again, to win the presidency. So we'll never know. It's kind of one of those, thought experiments. But I think the power of Bernie Sanders' message still resonates with a lot of Americans who realize that things need to be different. Just changing a little bit here and there is not enough. There needs to be a large overhaul. And the fact that maybe Bernie's message wasn't incorporated as much into the party, I'm sure can be a point that, people are very disappointed about, for sure.
All right, on that note, I want to thank both our guests, Ronita Chaudhary joining us from Connecticut in the US, and Professor Harsh Pant, who is joining us from New Delhi. Thank you to both our guests. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. And just a parting thought I had, Ramesh,
sure,
that
go ahead.
This time if Trump manages to win again, then once again the pollsters would be proved wrong, just like they were proved wrong in 2016.
Absolutely. As they say, it ain't over till it's over. So stay tuned to DD India. We'll get you all the latest from the US, from our reporters on the ground, and our distinguished panel of experts joining us from India and the US. So you don't need to go anywhere else, but stay tuned to DD India on our special coverage. We're calling it The Race to the White House.
Stay tuned.
Thank you.
हर साल बिजली मिलेगी। ये सतलज जल विद्युत निगम के मार्फत होगा, जो थर्मल पावर में भी है, जल विद्युत में भी आ रही है और ट्रांसमिशन में भी है। और ये प्रोजेक्ट बिल्ड, ओन, ऑपरेट एंड मेंटेन बूम इस तरीके पर निर्भर रहेगा। इसमें केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की मदद मिलेगी। इससे बड़ा फायदा है कि ये रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट है, तो कार्बन एमिशन नहीं होता और उतनी बिजली पैदा करने के लिए जो कार्बन एमिशन होता कोयले से करने में, वो 6 लाख टन का कार्बन एमिशन रिडक्शन होगा। तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे 2000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। हिमाचल को 1140 करोड़ रुपए की बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी और जो प्रकल्प बाधित है उन लोगों को 10 साल के लिए हर एक परिवार को 100 यूनिट बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी। तो ये सबके फायदेमंद एक नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट आज मंजूर किया है, इसका अहम महत्व है। 4 समझौते भी हुए, 3 मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग है और एक एग्रीमेंट है। भारत और इजराइल के बीच में हेल्थ और मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में और भारत और इंग्लैंड के बीच में भी स्वास्थ्य की सेवाओं के बारे में मेडिकल प्रोडक्ट्स रेगुलेशन के संबंध में समझौते हुए हैं। भारत इंग्लैंड के दरमियान और एक समझौता हुआ है टेलीकम्युनिकेशन और आईसीटी के बारे में दोनों देश सहयोग से काम करेंगे। और एक भारत और स्पेन में समझौता हुआ है जिसमें साइंटिफिक एंड टेक्निकल कोलैबोरेशन इन एस्ट्रोनॉमी ये तैयार करने का दोनों का तय हुआ है। तो ये समझौते भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज कैबिनेट के में चर्चा भी हुई कि देश में, और मैं बताना चाहता हूं जानबूझ के कि ये समझना भी चाहिए कि पिछले दिनों में अर्थव्यवस्था फिर से पटरी पर लौट रही है, इसके अनेक संकेत मिले हैं। बिजली की मांग 12% बढ़ी है और आपको पता है इस बार अगस्त, सितंबर, अक्टूबर में जब खेती में ज्यादा बिजली खपत होती है, इस साल बारिश के कारण नहीं हुई। तो अच्छी बारिश के चलते बिजली की मांग खेती क्षेत्र में कम रहने के बावजूद और रेलवे की मांग भी अभी पूरी सर्विस शुरू नहीं हुई है और कुछ जगह बाधित भी है व्यवस्था, और इसलिए बिजली की मांग कम होने के बावजूद भी मांग 12% बढ़ी है। इसका मतलब उद्योगों में बढ़ा, तो ये एक बड़ा अच्छा संकेत है। जीएसटी पिछले साल के अक्टूबर में जितना मिला था उससे ज्यादा 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए अक्टूबर महीने में प्राप्त हुआ। एक तरह से सभी क्षेत्रों में एक सतत मांग का विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन डिमांड, ये नजर आ रही है। जो इनपुट यूज करते हैं उत्पादन के लिए, उसकी खरीद भी बढ़ी है, यानी उत्पादन बढ़ने का प्लानिंग है और उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए ज्यादा माल खरीद हो रही है, उसका इनपुट, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। स्टील और अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक्सपोर्ट भी बढ़ा है और मांग भी बढ़ी है। डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस अब 200 करोड़ के बाद तो यूपीआई के ट्रांजैक्शंस हो गए। रेलवे फ्रेट माल ढुलाई में भी आय बढ़ी है और पंजाब में रोकी गई है, तो भी देश भर में माल ढुलाई बढ़ी है। सेकंड क्वार्टर ग्रोथ जो बोलते हैं, अप्रैल टू जून के बाद जुलाई, अगस्त, सितंबर, दूसरे क्वार्टर की वो ग्रोथ भी बहुत अच्छी है। जितने रिजल्ट्स सामने आ रहे हैं लिस्टेड कंपनियों के, टर्नओवर बढ़ा है, प्रॉफिट्स भी बढ़े हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ी है, एफडीआई भी। तो अर्थव्यवस्था के एक ऐसे संकेत सब क्षेत्रों से मिल रहे हैं कि अर्थव्यवस्था बहुत जल्दी पटरी पर लौट रही है। So friends, today cabinet met under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, a major decision to start 210 megawatt Gori hydro power project was taken. This is with the investment of 1810 crore rupees. This will generate, every year it will generate 75 crore units. This will be done by Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam on the principle of boom, build, own, operate and maintain. This will be supported by central and state governments. This will be completed in 5 years and the electricity generation will start from there on. This is because it is a renewable energy, it's a clean energy. It ultimately impacts into reduction of carbon emissions. It will provide jobs to 2,000 people, and Himachal will get free power to the tune of 1140 crore rupees. And project affected persons, the families, will get 100 units per month for 10 years. So that will be. We have also passed today one agreement and 3 MOUs between India and Israel, India, England on the health sector, and India, England on the cooperation in the field of telecommunication and ICTs, and India and Spain in the field of astrophysics. So this is important. It was also discussed that the economy is coming on track at a more speed than expected. There are many indicators which are very positive. GST collection in October, which is more than the October last year, is 1,05,000 crores. The power demand has increased by 12%. And as you know, this year the demand for power from agricultural sector was less because of very good rains and because of agitations and not fully operational, railway demand for power was also less. Despite these two facts, 12% increase in power indicates a complete return to normalcy on the production sector in major sectors. There is a sustainable development of demand in all fields. The input purchase for manufacturing is rising. The steel and other sectors are witnessing growth both in export and demand. Digital transactions have increased exponentially. Railway freight in October has increased by 15%, despite, as I said, that stoppage of railway at some places. Second quarter growth of listed companies, where profits and turnover both are increased. Investment FDI, that also both indicators have increased. So thus, it is very clear that our economy is coming on track despite the pandemic we have gone through and the world has experienced. That's all from my side. Any questions?
Dhanyavad, sir. Just please use mic. Just.
सर एक क्लेरिफिकेशन ये चाहिए कि जो आपने हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बोला है कि इससे 750 करोड़ यूनिट हर साल मिलेगी।
जी, 750 नहीं, 75 करोड़।
75 करोड़।
हाँ, 14।
Namaskar, Prakash ji. I'm Sanjeev Chopra from PTI. I want to draw your attention to the rail and road blockade in Punjab. You know that the crisis is brewing there, and there is shortage of coal and other essential commodities. And the Chief Minister accused the centre. That he said he's talked to the railway minister, and he's assured of his support, but the centre is not cooperating. This is what he's said. He's on a dharna in Delhi for other reasons, on the farm bills only. So he's said that he's sought the cooperation of the central government.
पंजाब में 32 जगह रेलवे की यातायात ठप हुई है और इसके कारण पंजाब और उसके आगे जाने वाली रेलवे both goods and passenger services are impacted. ये पंजाब सरकार की अकर्मण्यता के कारण है. Essentially, law and order is responsibility of state government. It can have dialogue with farmers and solve the matter, but they have not done. केंद्र ने कुछ नहीं अन्याय किया. जितनी बिजली उनको कोटे से मिलती है, सेंट्रल कोटे से, उतनी पूरी की पूरी बिजली केंद्र सरकार मुहैया करा रही है, सुनिश्चित कर रही है. और जैसे मैंने कहा, देश के अन्य हिस्सों में मांग बढ़ी है, फिर भी कर रहे. और दूसरा मुद्दा क्या था? आंदोलन पंजाब में ही चालू है और उसका मुद्दा था एमएसपी, उसका मुद्दा था एपीएमसी. अब दोनों में प्रोक्योरमेंट हुई है और पिछले साल के तुलना में पंजाब के किसानों ने ज्यादा धान मार्केट में लाया है और एमएसपी के आधार पर, जो बढ़ी हुई एमएसपी है उसके आधार पर खरीद की है, बेची है. पिछले साल 122 लाख मीट्रिक टन इतना धान पंजाब में किसानों ने बेचा था और सरकार ने खरीद की थी. इस साल अभी तक, कल तक 158 लाख मीट्रिक टन. इट्स नियरली 25% इंक्रीज. तो ये 122 लाख मीट्रिक टन से 158 लाख मीट्रिक टन इतना ज्यादा धान किसानों ने बेचा है. तो किसानों ने तो पंजाब में जो लक्ष्य था कि कितना धान खरीद होगा, उसका 95% तो हो गया. तो इसका मतलब किसानों ने तो दिया है. अब कुछ राजनीतिक आंदोलन चलेगा तो उसको डील करना और उसको समझाना और रेलवे ट्रैक खाली करना, ये राज्य सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है. राज्य सरकार का ये कहना कि कुछ चीजों के लिए अलाउ किया है, ये कैसे तय होगा? क्या आप वहन कर रहे हो? कुछ ड्राइवर को, गार्ड को हो गया, मालगाड़ी में केवल
नंबर 2, बंगाल में रेलवे के लिए अभी क्या फाइनल डिसीजन हो रहा है लोकल ट्रेन चलाने के लिए?
बंगाल में
लोकल ट्रेन के लिए मीटिंग हो रही थी कल, लेकिन उसका कुछ डिसीजन अभी तक
वो
नहीं
तो रेलवे मंत्रालय आपको बताएगा, क्योंकि हर राज्य की जानकारी नहीं. लेकिन मैं वेस्ट बंगाल का बताता हूँ. वहाँ धान का खरीद का मुद्दा या इस सीजन में केंद्रीय खरीद का मुद्दा नहीं होता है. तो वहाँ ये कोई विवाद का या किसी चीज़ का मतलब ये नहीं है. पंजाब की समस्या अलग है, क्योंकि वहाँ आंदोलन चल रहा था. और लेकिन ये भी साबित हो गया कि किसान धान बेच रहा है और एमएसपी उसको मिल रही है और बढ़ी हुई एमएसपी मिल रही है, इसलिए वो खुश है, इसलिए वो बेच रहा है. और 5 क्विंटल 5 एकड़ के नीचे आड़तिया को, ये तो कभी कभी लगता है कि ये आड़तियों के हित में आंदोलन है क्या? किसान का हित है ज्यादा एमएसपी में और सरकारी खरीद में. वो हुआ है जो प्रत्यक्ष हुआ है उसको और सबूत देने की क्या जरूरत है?
धन्यवाद सर।
सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर कैबिनेट के अहम फैसलों के बारे में जानकारी दे रहे थे और अर्थव्यवस्था को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए कई अहम फैसले लिए गए हैं। इसमें भारत और इजरायल के बीच हेल्थ सेक्टर में एक अहम
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे। पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान ना आने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे। सकल लोक मां सहोने वंदे निंदा ना करे के नीरे। वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी परस्ते जीने मात रे। जिव हाथ की असत या ना बोले पर धन नभ चले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीर परा
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
That won the first prize. जनाब बहुत रोमांटिक रही है. It has undergone 9 revisions. Coley, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith, 900. This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar. Namaskar.
and welcome to this edition of the news. I'm Rukma. Let's begin by taking a look at the top stories we're tracking at this hour. Cabinet approves hydropower project worth 1,810 crore rupees in Himachal Pradesh on river Satluj today. Also approves MOU between India and Israel on cooperation in the field of health and medicine. Mumbai police arrest Republic TV editor-in-chief